others not. Hey, things in our control, opinion, aim, desire, aversion, and in a word, whatever our own actions. Hey, 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 things are not in our control. Body, property, reputation, command, and in a word, whatever our, not our own actions. Hey, hey, actions. The things in our control are by nature free, unrestricted and unhindered, unrestricted. But those not in our control are weak, dependent, restricted, alien, restricted, alien. Remember then, if you suppose the things which are dependent are also free and take for thee what belongs to others, then you will be hindered, you'll lament, you'll be disturbed. You'll find fault with gods and men, you'll find fault with gods and men. Some things are in our control and others not. Some things are in our control and others not. Some things are in our control and others not. Some things are in our control and others not. But if you take for your own only that which is your own, of you what belongs to others, such as it really is, no one will ever compel you, no one will ever restrict you. You'll find fault with no one, you will accuse no one, you will do nothing against your will. No one will hurt you, you'll have no enemy, and you will not be harmed. Aiming there for such great things, remember you must not allow no tendency in yourself to be trained to retain those lesser things. Says you must entirely quit some, and for now postpone the rest. But if you would both have these great things along with power and riches, you'll not even gain the latter, cause you aim at the former, and you'll fail at the former, by which alone happiness and freedom are achieved. Some things are in our control and others not. Some things are in our control and others not. Some things are in our control and others not. Some things are in our control and others not. Some things are in our control and others not. Some things are in our control and others not. Some things are in our control and others not. Some things are in our control and others not. Work then, so to say, to every harsh appearance, you are but an appearance, and by no means the real thing. And then examine it by those rules which you have, and first and chiefly this, and first and chiefly this, whether it concerns things in our control, or those which are not, or those which are not. And if it concerns anything not in our control, be prepared to say that it is nothing to you.
About 290 years after Christ, a Roman emperor named Diocletian took over. He really grabbed the bull by the horn. He took over in a period of turmoil and severe depression. The first thing Diocletian did was call in the gold and close the banks and raise the taxes. He reduced the power of the Senate, delegated its power to a lot of little government bureaus. Do you know they even had a Transportation Act back there prescribing the fee required to rent one laden ass per mile? And at today's rate of exchange, it would have amounted to about 1/8 cent per mile, which meant that in order to make a profit, a jackass would have to carry 5 passengers. That was simply beyond the capacity of the jackass. Diocletian put millions of people on the public payroll, and this failed to do the job. The country was still in trouble. He asked more personal powers for himself. For a brief while, incidentally, they were standby powers, but then he used them all at once. He froze wages, he froze prices, he froze jobs, he stopped profits, he dictated to the farmer what he should plant, when and how he should sell it, and for how much, and he rationed food. And what happened? The labor market closed down. Incentive was gone. Farm life became dependent on bureaucratic red tape. Exorbitant taxes cost the farmer his land. He kept for himself only a small plot on which he might grow turnips for his family. He lost the rest of it to the state. And without food and with incentive gone, city life stagnated and declined. And Rome passed into what history has recorded as the Dark Ages, lasting 1,000 years. Lasting 1,000 years. Just by turning to the left, the world has gone in circles. The world has gone in circles. The world has gone in circles. Just by turning to the left, the world has gone in circles. The world has gone in circles. The world has gone in circles. A nation would evolve from a monarchy into an oligarchy, from oligarchy to dictatorship, from dictatorship to bureaucracy, from bureaucracy to pure democracy, where finally the people would cry out from the chaos and confusion of the streets, "Oh, please, God, give us a king," and God would give them a king. And they'd have a monarchy again and start the whole silly cycle anew. Now either we will profit from the errors of their ways, or it follows as the night the day, our children are going to have to relive the Dark Ages. All over again. All over again. Just by turning to the left, the world has gone in circles. The world has gone in circles. The world has gone in circles. Just by turning to the left, the world has gone in circles. The world has gone in circles. The world has gone in circles. All over again. All over again. The world has gone in circles. All over again. All over again. The world has gone in circles.
What should move forward in time with me, and what should be let go as if it's dead wood. The more dead wood that you let go of and burn off when you have the opportunity, the less it accretes around you. Dead wood. Dead wood. Wood. Dead wood. Here's something interesting about forest fires. People have been trying to prevent forest fires for a long time. It's because forest fires burn up the forest, and that can't be good. But here's what happens if you don't let forest fires burn. Forests collect a lot of dry branches, right? Because tree branches die and wood falls on the forest floor and collects. The amount of flammable material keeps increasing with time. And that's not so bad if it's wet, But if the amount of flammable material is increasing and it gets really dry and then it burns, then you have a real problem. The forest fire can burn so hot that it burns the topsoil right off, in which case you don't have a forest at all anymore, you just have a desert. Dead wood. Dead wood. Dead wood. Dead wood. Lots of trees are evolved to withstand forest fires of a certain intensity, and some won't even release their seeds unless there's been a fire. And so a little bit of fire at the right time can stop everything from burning to the ground. And that's also a really useful insight, a metaphorical insight into the nature of sacrifice, right? It's also a lot easier to let go of something when you're deciding to let go of it because you've decided yourself that you're done with that. It's a weak part of you. It needs to disappear. You do that yourself, it's much better and much easier than it is if it's taken away from you forcibly, in which case you're very much likely to fight it. Dead wood. 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 As you elevate your aim, you create a judge at the same time. The new ideal, which is an ideal you, that becomes a judge because it's above you. The judge tells you what's useless about yourself, and then you can dispense with it. And you want to keep doing that, and then every time you make a judge that's more elevated, then there's more useless you that has to be dispensed with. And then if you create an ultimate judge, which is what the archetypal imagination of humankind has done, say, with the figure of Christ, you have a judge that says, get rid of everything about yourself that isn't perfect. Dead wood. Dead wood. Dead wood. Dead wood. It's a phoenix-like process, right? You're shedding all those elements of you that are no longer worthy of the pursuits that you're valuing. And then I would say the idea here is that as you do that, you shape yourself ever more precisely into something that can withstand the tragedy of life and that can act as a beacon to the world. That's the right way of thinking about it. Maybe first to your friends and then to your family. It's like it's a hell of a fine ambition, and there's no reason that it can't happen. You know, every one of you knows people who are really bloody useful in a crisis and people that you admire, right? You can think of all those people as partial incarnations of the archetypal Messiah. That's exactly right. Dead wood. Dead wood. Dead wood. Dead wood. That manifests itself in any given person, then the more generally useful and admirable that person is in a multitude of situations. And we don't know the limit to that.
What would be the forms of culture that we would say to be necessary or most inclined to foster in the individual that blowing of the flame?
I think the most accessible form for most people is music. And music to me, is the most representational form of art, because I think that the world is made out of patterns. And we perceive some patterns as objects, but fundamentally it's patterns. And what you want is all the patterns of the world to interact harmoniously in something where every element is related intelligibly to every other element. And I think that when your life is in harmony, then you can feel that. When you're dancing to beautiful music, you're acting that out. The music is the music of the spheres, and you're participating in the patterning of your being in accordance with that structure, and that gives you an intimation of transcendence. Music is everything. Music is everything. It's not criticizable. That's the thing that's so lovely about it, is even as our society has become more cynical and more self-destructive and more deconstructionist, the power of music has in fact grown. Because it speaks to that eternal harmony. And the reality of that eternal harmony in a way that mere intellect cannot deny. And I mean, I was always amused. I went to this show, the Ramones, a punk band from New York. It was the loudest concert I'd ever heard by a good factor of 10. My ears rang for like 3 days afterwards. There were all these like nihilistic punk rockers all crammed into this theater, and below me there was a mosh pit. It was like ants on a frying pan, and they were just smashing into each other and throwing people around up above them, and it was quite rough, and they were all having this beautifully transcendent musical experience which belied all of their nihilism. And they absolutely thrived on it. It was like, and even the lyrics were harsh and nihilistic, but it didn't matter because the music in its rough form was something that united them in the sense of this like patterned beauty and brought them together. And so exposure to music, people die without music. It's like music is everything. Music is everything. Music is everything. Music is everything.
I don't know about that. Some of them maybe, but I think some of them just don't have discipline. There's also an issue with momentum. You're not used to doing it. It's not a part of your life. It's not something that you're accustomed to, pushing yourself. There's been many days where I didn't want to work out. I just didn't feel like I had the energy, and I just forced myself. And I think there's very few people out there that know how to force themselves. It's a learned skill. You have to have like real rigid requirements of yourself where you don't don't allow yourself to back out of things.
Akira.
Do something. 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 Excuses are a giant part of the problem. It's not simply a physical health issue. There's also mental aspects of it, and discipline's a big one. I just know way too many people who are weak mentally. I can't just chalk it off to only the way they physically feel. Because I felt like shit 100 times, and then I worked out, and then I felt way better. It's just a fact of life. That's real. Do something. Do something. Do something. Do something. Do something. Do something. People don't know how to do that. And if you're used to doing that, get in your car, sit down, drive to the office, sit down, go to the lunch, sit down, go to the board meeting, sit down, get in your car, sit down, get home, sit down, then go to the gym, fuck off. It's one thing if someone has a legit physical issue, but there's a lot of people who do not. They just have poor diet choices, they have a sedentary lifestyle, and they have the momentum of this sedentary lifestyle that's holding them back. They're accustomed to being lazy. You don't have to do a lot, you just have to do something. You walk up hills, you jump a little rope, you take a little tiny kettlebell, you do a couple cleans and presses, you do a few push-ups, you do a few sit-ups, you get your blood pumping, you're moving, you're alive. To say you don't have enough energy to exercise, that is crazy to say. Can you walk to the fucking refrigerator? Yes. Well, you can exercise. Do something. 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 You don't have to do anything crazy. Just walk around the block. There's 80-year-old ladies who take yoga with me. They're fucking really old. And they're in there. They're going after it. They can easily say, I don't have the energy to do that. But they don't. It's a mental attitude. They make a decision. It's to kill yourself. You don't have to go to a CrossFit class and try to do the workout of the day. You don't have to go nuts. You don't have to do that. But you have to do something. Just get your blood moving. Your body has requirements. It wants to move. It wants to move. And when it does, you feel better. But people like to give themselves this excuse. I do not have the energy to do this. Whatever. If you decide that, that's true. But if you watch a motivational video, there's 100 of them on YouTube. Thousands of them. You go watch one, you get fired up, you're like, fuck it, I'm gonna jump some rope. You jump some rope, do something, do some push-ups, do something. You feel better. Do something. 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 Pull that shit up, Jamie. We have fucked up lifestyles. The human body is not designed to sit down all day. And it's certainly not designed to be stuck in traffic and be in an office and just be in front of a fucking computer monitor watching your soul get sucked through the LCD screen. It's crazy. We gotta be really careful with just the way we describe things. It's like to say, I don't have the energy to do something. Fuck off. Stop.
You know, I would take the school bus sometimes to a different neighborhood and get dropped off and then walk. Because I didn't want people to see where I lived. I started riding my bike to school. I'd ride my bike maybe 5 miles to school. When I was in middle school. You know, and that's 5th grade, and maybe that's not wild, but at the time it didn't feel wild to me. You know, it felt like this is what I need to do to feel okay. So, you know, my peers won't judge me or So I just felt, I just felt less than. I didn't know anything about myself, how to feel good about myself. So the only way I knew to feel good was if I could make you like me. I could make you like me. And I needed you to like me. I only decided how I felt based on how you felt about me. And it went from moment to moment. And they may not even have been judging me. I just felt, I don't know, I guess I just felt judged. I felt less than, I don't know. Sometimes I didn't really feel anything. But I knew that if I showed up at school on the poor bus, then people knew I was poor. And I already felt bad enough because nobody was telling me in my world, like one of my parents, that I could feel okay about myself. There wasn't a father around. And this isn't a sob story I'm trying to tell you guys. I'm trying to tell you how I ended up getting into Alcoholics Anonymous. For me, I'm not saying you need to do this. I don't know your life. I don't know your world. If you were doing an 8-ball right now and listening to this, bro, and eating, and eating somebody's butt, you matter, whatever, do your thing. Do your thing. I'm not judging you at all, man. I wish I was right there with you. One day I may be back. But for now, this is where I am. So I just felt, I just felt less than. I didn't know anything about myself, how to feel good about myself. So the only way I knew to feel good was if I could make you like me. I could make you like me. I needed you to like me. How I felt based on how you felt about me. And it went from moment to moment. And so I was a storyteller because I wanted my life to be different to other people. And so I told stories. And also I liked making people laugh. Because I knew that if they were laughing, then they were okay with me. They couldn't be hating me and laughing at the same time.
First, I want to thank you because I am a stage 4 cancer survivor. And in my darkest hours that a lot of people can't comprehend, you were there. I'm going to live life. I'm going to live my days. How did you get from, I don't know if I'm going to come out of this battle. I don't know if I'm going to come home. How did you get from the darkest places to the brightest places?
Sam Harris said to me, you talk about combat as your fondest memories, the best thing that's happened in your life, the high point in your life, which is all true. And he said, but then you talk about war being awful. So, which one is it? I said to him, I said, have you ever known anyone that has had cancer? Terminal cancer. And made it through. Have you ever known anyone that's happened to? And he's like, yes. And I said, when you talk to them, many times, they say, I'm glad that this happened to me. Number one, because it proved I could take it.
Why? Why do you want to see that?
Better me than one
Why do you
of my
want to
kids.
see that?
And number three, now that I know how dark it can get, I know how dark it can get. Now that I know how dark it can get.
There, that's better. Now, even though Damon's... Oh, to get banned. Even though Damon's chatting on YouTube and Mitzi's on Twitch, you can still see your chat on screen. That was bothering me yesterday that it wasn't set up like that.
Appreciate the light and the world. That's what combat is and was for me. That's what it was. It was dark and horrible, and I wouldn't wish it on anyone, just like you wouldn't wish cancer on anyone. But if I can give them a little knowledge, a little bit of a glimpse into what it is, when you said that, people are clapping because they get to see a little bit of it. And they go home tonight and they think, oh, what about that girl? What about that girl? She's fighting. She's living. And I'm gonna live too. And I'm gonna live too. Now that I know how dark it can get, I know how dark it can get. Now that I know how dark it can get, I truly appreciate the light in the world. Now that I know how dark it can get, I know how dark it can get. Now that I know how dark it can get, I truly appreciate the light in the world. I don't pretend to have the cognitive capacity to comprehend the mysteries of the world. But maybe you're right. And maybe you're here to let us know that it can get dark, but it will get light again. Now that I know how dark it can get, I know how dark it can get. Now that I know how dark it can get,
But if it's for money, well, that's the thing. A lot of the debates are so fucking stupid around it. I don't know. It's ridiculous that it got him banned.
I know how dark it can get. Now that I know how dark it can get,
Let me turn this down real quick.
appreciate the light in the world.
Oh my God.
He's got clout.
Oh my God.
You know, if you take people and you expose them voluntarily to things that they are avoiding and are afraid of, you know, that they know they need to overcome in order to meet their goals, their self-defined goals. If you can teach people to stand up in the face of the things they're afraid of, they get stronger. And you don't know what the upper limits to that are, because you might ask yourself, like, if for 10 years, if you didn't avoid doing what you knew you needed to do, by your own definitions, right, within the value structure that you've created, to the degree that you've done that, what would you be like? What would you be like? What would you be like? long periods, what they could be like if they were who they were. If they spoke their being forward. And they get stronger and stronger and stronger, and we don't know the limits to that. We do not know the limits to that. And so you could say, well, in part, perhaps the reason that you're suffering unbearably...
Did you watch Carter's Change My Mind this week?
Because you're not everything you could be, and you know it. You know it. You know it. Because you're not everything you could be, and you know it. You know it. You know it.
Did you watch that Change My Mind?
And of course, that's a terrible thing to admit, and it's a terrible thing to consider, but there's real promise in it, right?
So far, I hope he releases more of it.
There's another way that you could look at the world, and another way that you could act.
I always kind of just wish he would just release the whole, like, 3-hour clip of him sitting down, or 5-hour clip of him sitting down.
Imagine that many people did that. We've done a lot as human beings. We've done a lot of remarkable things, and I told you already today, for example, about 250,000 people will be lifted out of abject poverty. We're lifting people out of poverty collectively at a faster rate that's ever occurred in the history of humankind by a huge margin. So there's inequality developing in many places, and you hear lots of political agitation about that. But overall, the tide is lifting everyone up, and that's a great thing. We have no idea how fast we can multiply that if people got their act together and really aimed at it. If people got their act together and really aimed at it. What would you be like? 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 What would you be like?
Right. It starts to make no sense.
Is with people that we're probably running at about
just basic conversation.
of our capacity. I often ask how many hours a day you waste or how many hours a week you waste. And the classic answer is something like 4 to 6 hours a day. Inefficient studying, watching things that not only do you not want to watch, that you don't even care about, that make you feel horrible about watching after you're done. That's probably 4 hours right there. Well, that's 25 hours a week. It's 100 hours a month. That's 2.5 full work weeks. It's half a year of work weeks. Per year, you're wasting $50,000 a year. And you are doing that right now. And so if your life isn't everything it could be, you could ask yourself, what would happen if you just stopped wasting the opportunities that are in front of you? You'd be, who knows how much more efficient? 10 times more efficient. 20 times more efficient. You have no idea how efficient people get. It's completely, it's off the charts. What would you be like? 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 What would you be like?
I really think, people should give other people the benefit of the doubt. And assume that they're good until proven otherwise. And I mean, really, most people are actually pretty good.
If you're less concerned about...
Nobody's perfect. Most people are good. Most people are good.
The vast majority.
Most people are good.
They have to be.
Most people are good.
Really?
The vast majority.
Most people are
So
good.
is Ron. So is Ron Perlman. And it's actually happening in real life too.
Good morning.
Ron Perlman's losing his cognitive function too.
DeSantis. Ron here. Don't say gay. Don't say as the first two words in a sentence spoken by a political leader of a state in the United States of America. Don't say. Don't fucking say, you fucking Nazi pig. Say. First Amendment. Read about it. Then run for office. You piece of shit.
What's up, YouTube? Today we're taking a look at Mr. Ron Perlman. I got a couple things to say to Mr. Ron Perlman. First of all, Ron DeSantis is already in office. He's not running. Second of all, you didn't read the bill. It's obvious you didn't read the bill. The irony of you telling Ron DeSantis to read about the First Amendment when you didn't even read the bill. Okay, you're over here all angry and mad and you're gonna show him what's right for the world and you're fighting for social justice and all this other retarded dumb shit. Bro, you didn't even read the fucking bill. Read the bill and then make stupid videos.
The bill is literally telling like primary school teachers, like from grades like 1 to 5 or something, like the teachers aren't supposed to talk to the kids about like sexual orientation or anything like that. That's what the bill is about. And then a bunch of leftists were like, he's telling people not to say it, that they're gay. And then all the leftists were like, say gay, say gay, say gay. It's a terrible, he's not actually losing cognition, but I would imagine like he'd have to be that pretty fucking dumb. Like half of America is losing fucking cognition. Yeah, the media has convinced people that the right hates gay people because they don't want to make no, it's not just that right now. It's about like the specific bill that DeSantis came out with. He's like banning the teachers of young students from talking about sexual orientation. Because they shouldn't be talking about, like, you shouldn't be, like, telling your kid, your, like, 6-year-old, 7-year-old, 8-year-old students that you're gay. Like, they don't need to know that. There's nothing to do with you teaching them fucking how to read or count. So he just bought into all the fucking mainstream lefty bullshit. I made a dumb video.
I don't wanna wait for the show to be over. I want to know just how it be.
This is an old skit.
Freak.
So that skit's a couple years old.
That's the sound of the show being back. If I know many of you are here because of the Change My Mind. This is your first time watching The Daily Show. Sorry. So.
No, we're not.
It's delicious. It's some homemade chai tea. And just those words left in my mouth, I wanted to kick my own ass.
Well, you should.
Yeah. But it's delicious, and apparently it's good for you.
Yeah. Would you like me to slap you?
Well, we'll get into that. Hey, that's my question of the day. You get right off the bat. If you're here from Change My Mind, I know we have some new folks who've sort of funneled in. When is it? So comment below. That's what helps with the YouTube algorithm, and they don't like us. And a lot of your comments don't show up, too. So we'll talk about that tomorrow. But when is it okay to slap a person? When is it okay to slap a person? Is it an offensive joke? Do you only slap someone as a return slap for violence, or are there words that at some point, are there fighting words? These are terms that we used to use. Spoiler alert, I don't think that a joke about someone who chooses to shave their head, I don't think them's fighting words. But
that's just you.
We'll talk about that. We'll talk about the Florida Don't Say Gay bill, which is not an actual bill, and it doesn't say anything about don't saying gay. Also, Ron Perlman is the only person who uses reverse prosthetics. And we have Ben Shapiro on the show.
Oh, nice.
So, and he's, a lot of people have tried to slap him. So we have him on the show a little bit later. But before any of that, look, let me just tell you, if we don't tell you that we're not doing a show here, okay? If you miss the show, you're saying, hey, they didn't announce it. We're doing it every day, Monday through Thursday, 10 a.m. Eastern. That's just when you tune in. Notifications don't always work. Subscriptions don't always work. So tune in, 10 a.m. Eastern. Or you can go to Rumble or Mug Club. If it's not here on YouTube, it is still streaming live. Yes. Live, without a net. Like Chris O'Donnell's parents in that Batman and Robin.
Yeah. So sad.
So sad. Your parents weren't killed by a psychopath. Yes, they were. All right. Gerald A., how are you, sir?
I am doing better than Will Smith. How are you?
I don't know if you're doing better than Will Smith.
I think I am. I mean, I don't have an Oscar, but...
He doesn't seem to be all that remorseful.
Well, my wife is also not beating me into submission.
Well, your wife's also not sleeping with other men.
Ah, yeah, that too.
It really is the foundation.
It really...
It's, what I would say? It's not necessarily the foundation, but it is a non-negotiable.
Yeah.
Well. Yeah.
It's almost one of the primary tenets of marriage.
No.
Monogamy.
Yes,
not for
especially...
him.
Turn the cheating into an open relationship because there's so much of it.
Yeah. You're like, no. This is retroactive open relationship.
I wonder if Will Smith hired a private detective.
Yeah.
To figure out if his wife was cheating on him, and he just walked out in the balcony. He's like, yeah, right there. They're having sex.
5 seconds later.
His name was Dick Private.
Yes.
It's like, I'm actually in line.
Yes, I'm in line. I was just waiting in the den when you called me. Did you hear my phone ring? It was on vibrate. I could hear it from the...
Yeah, she requested that.
All right, you hear him, you love him. You can follow him at Landau Dave on Twitter. Dave Landau.
Ahoy. I'm good.
Good? Good. All right.
That's it.
Well, you know what? We're going to change that because before we get to Will Smith slapping, and obviously Dave and I being on tour and doing stand-up, have a lot of opinions about comedians. It's being open to comedians. And I've had to deal with people trying to slap me and kill me for a long time. Well, I'm on the ISIS kill list, and I have trans amoebas trying to slap me. So it's just
wow. Yeah. Is there like a reward? Can I collect?
Well, you can collect a slap in return.
No. Are you a trans amoeba? Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah, is that what you're getting at?
Trans amoeba doesn't have rewards, Dave.
Triggly, Gerald?
Yeah. Have you been to the trans amoeba gas station?
Yeah.
The
Transatlantic Slapfest?
That was weak.
The Trans-Siberian Slapestra?
You're weak. So is your genitalia.
Yes. That's not fair.
I really shouldn't make fun of comedians.
It's not nice.
Idea.
It's not nice. That being said, your wife is a saint. Thanks. Unlike Jada Pinkett, who's just an absolute... she's just a... Now...
She's the...
She's kind of the worst.
Yes. What? You meant to say the patron saint of eagles.
That's what I talked about. That's what I meant.
Spread eagle. You made it. Okay, so first...
it's a bird.
Yes.
A powerful bird.
It's a bird. It's a plane.
Around?
It's a whore.
They're rare.
She's able to bang 20-year-old rappers in a single bound.
They're bald eagles.
Looser than a speeding fishnet. Okay, now, Kim Jong-un last week announced that he had this new international continental ICBM is what we're going to call it. Right. Don't confuse it with And we showed you this Kim Jong-un picture, a picture of him wearing a sick leather jacket. And now we have a promo video from North Korea to match.
Finished.
And they both. Is a new agent coming?
Sage
Kill
killed.
him?
Yeah. They probably have so many ideas.
My 19th hole-in-one. He's like Pluto Blutarski. His watch is 2 hours off.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, there's more.
his arrow's just pointing to snack time.
I like Lunchables.
What's happening?
What's the noise?
What is that?
Yeah.
What's happening?
Oh,
The
no.
eyes are down.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, it's an international.
Why is he walking slowly?
That's enough.
Weird.
That's enough. Let's see. Yeah, it's time. We get the point.
Yeah.
Dominating.
Keeps eating people's lunch.
I was gonna say that's where all the peanut butter pretzels went.
Yeah, all the time.
I gotta do another Costco run.
My name's on the bag.
Okay, moving on from this. Look, because we had two Change My Minds go up, obviously this happened. Everyone's talking about the Chris Rock slap. But there's more to it than just, Chris
Sage
Rock
killed.
was slapped by Will Smith. We never would have done it if it was anyone other. If it was The Rock.
Any other rock?
Yeah, any other rock. If it was an actual rock.
Right. Yeah. Just
Keep my wife's name! That's porn!
ow.
It hurts! So, no, we
Sage
don't,
killed.
Will. So no, we don't. Why do people always say that? So we've been off for a couple of days, but there's some developments that have taken place that I think are, look, this is actually a really important moment for society
Could be another
at large, and it's an
sentinel
important moment
or another
politically
initiator.
for entertainers,
Probably
for
another
comedians,
initiator.
for anyone who speaks publicly for a living. And people who act as though this is just some kind of a disagreement or something that happened at the Oscars, you're missing the point. So let me just show you, for those of you who missed it, Will Smith standing up for his, wife.
Jada, I love you. G.I. Jane 2, can't wait to see it. All right?
He's laughing until he sees it.
She's mad in her face. And this is how you know that they're in a horrible marriage.
Okay.
Yes.
Uh-oh. Oh, wow. Wow. Will Smith just smacked the out of me. Wow, dude. It was a G.I. Jane.
10 kills remaining.
That's because someone else's balls are in hers.
Yes.
Oh.
The joke I
Well,
was
and that's
making.
that's the moment you were like, oh, this isn't staged.
Yeah.
Right.
He's actually upset.
Yeah. He's upset because that's pent-up rage from being embarrassed publicly by his
Wife
married
for
wife.
so long.
So long.
That's really the reality of the entire situation. Is he has been humiliated by her, and then when she looked at him, he's a cuck. I mean, I hate to say it, like that's such a cheap word. But it's the actual terminology, and now he's scared of her. Oh, she's mentally abusive. Who knows, physically, but mentally abusive.
Yeah.
The second he sees the rage in her, he gets up, and that's his reaction.
Yeah.
Get out of your marriage.
Yeah.
That's a place you're in. You're in a I felt.
I fully agree.
Honestly, I love Chris
remaining.
Rock too, and he did nothing wrong at all. I'm going to say that. And Will Smith,
done?
I think that he's just broken right now.
I think so
He needs
too.
to get out, and I don't think people should be piling on what they are.
Yeah.
It was a total. It was just a.
Well, he's completely out of line.
100% out of line, but he's also 100% mentally not there.
People need to talk about, if we're going to talk about violence, right, and as though we're, we need to talk about an issue that, really we don't deal with in society, that women can mentally abuse men. Women, I don't know if you know this, single moms are more likely to be physically abusive towards children than single dads. That's a fact. Women are more likely to be physically abusive in marital relationships. And not to mention the mental abuse is something that's hard to quantify. It's something, it's a variable that's sort of hard to actually, it's not tangible. But it is something that takes place quite a bit. And I think we've all witnessed this happen with Will Smith.
Yeah.
And you know what? This is a big reason, so people know, this is a big reason that men don't get help. It's a big reason that men don't. We always talk about mental health issues in the country, but the truth is, if Will Smith were to go and get help and they get divorced, guess what? She's going to try and use that against him. She's going to try and claim that he has mental instability problems and absolve herself of sleeping around with multiple guys and embarrassing him on a public stage. So that is true. I do have empathy for Will Smith. The only thing I would say that Chris Rock did wrong is you never let someone like that get that close. You get your hands out. You have got to make sure. That's my rule.
Yo, you okay, bro? You seem like not okay. Getting very tilted in a death
Bro,
match.
you suck, bro. I'm gonna be honest.
No, like, are you alright? Is everything going okay in your life?
No.
No? Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yep.
Oh, he was the sage who's being super salty all game. Killjoy, are you seriously hiding in corners? What a loser. And then the breacher's like, I don't feel safe now. I was like, no, huh? Sage is salty. And then I like literally swung him and like killed him so many times as he was camping in a corner. And he ends the game by saying, KJ, you suck for real. So I added him just to be like, you okay, man? No. Oh, do I have to block this guy? Oh, you can't like report, you can't like block them? Guess I can just leave that there for a while and he'll ignore it. Then you can't send multiple. Alright, I got under his skin. Good. That's all I was trying to do.
Arm's length. Arm's length if I don't know you.
I think, though, that he didn't expect that. I mean, you're talking about an award show. He's coming out. He probably thought he was going to hug him. Like, there's really there's no way he thought
But you know what you do?
to happen.
You know what you do is you reach out to hug first or you reach out to shake hands first. That gives you we'll talk about this tomorrow with the Change My Mind that went up yesterday. That's why the very first thing I did was tell a joke to see, okay, how hostile is this guy coming in?
Yeah.
Put my hand out, felt his jacket, like, hey, I like your jacket. That's me making sure if a slap is coming around, my hand is here with this. I'm always aware. You have to be aware. If someone is coming into your space.
Is Steven Crowder really trying to give self-defense lessons right now? Like, shut the fuck up. Like, Chris Rock had no reason to believe anything was going to happen there.
Aggressively, you have to make sure that you establish contact first and don't ever just stand there with your hands behind your back. Of course, Chris Rock, I'm not blaming Chris Rock at all. I'm just saying it's a lesson for everybody, especially in today's day and age.
Well,
people justify violence because of jokes they don't like.
Yeah, it's tough to say his facial expression in that moment. You know, it's one of those things that it's obviously such a rare occurrence that it's happened once at an award show.
Right.
Like this didn't even happen at the, award shows back in the day with the Source Awards where people were actually getting killed.
Well, yeah. We thought it was going to happen that one time.
Can we just move the Oscars to BET and get it over with?
Yeah, we should.
Well, I mean, look, this is the first time the Oscars...
Just call it Medea hands a statue.
Yeah, well...
I mean, everybody thought, they were like, oh, was this staged? Because the Oscars, obviously the numbers are cratering year after year.
We stopped doing the Oscar stream because they were cut in half every year.
Yeah, which is regrettable as of Sunday.
Yeah. The one time we could have been there when this happened, right?
One time
but it was on full display.
Yeah.
If she had just laughed it off, like most people tend to do in those situations, Will Smith never would have got up from the table. He would have kept laughing.
Well, here's the problem. We'll go through a couple of clips here. We have Jim Carrey. We also have a TikTok video from the black activist left, and how violence has been justified in retaliation to words for a long time. Now, what they've tried to say is Chris Rock crossed a line because Jada Pinkett Smith has alopecia. First off, if you check, it's very mild.
Even obviously, Jaden Smith was like defending his father, but like that's like the whole culture of like BLM types right now defending him for like his actions for so many stupid reasons.
She does. It's a style thing. People are shaving their heads. It's a style thing. And it's not a disability. People say this is ableism. Well, because you have a bald patch. You have a bald patch? That's now what? You qualify for disability? I have titanium rods through my chest. I didn't take disability for crying out loud.
You can't name your kid alopecia, then have a problem with it.
Exactly. Nor syphilis. No. I knew a wonderful gonorrhea.
Yes.
Swell lady.
Well, that's what they say is he has no sympathy for that. It's like, really? He made a documentary called Good Hair about raising his daughters in a world where black hair is kind of unacceptable.
Right.
Clearly he has sympathy and understanding and empathy for it.
And he probably didn't even write the joke. So he was slapped because of someone else's joke.
Exactly. it's right. They have writers. He's just rating a prompter.
Right.
Well, no, don't worry. Chris Rock actually did go backstage and
there's a good chance that the person who wrote that joke was banging Jada Pinkett.
Yeah. He probably wrote it in and was like, yeah.
He's like, I know her intimately. Now, here's the thing. So they want to justify, they're joking about baldness, and now that's a disability. Well, interesting that people should bring that up because we have this clip on Arsenio Hall, the Arsenio Hall show with Will Smith from, some years ago.
That in this world, man. You can't do that in this world, man. Arsenio, they got rules. They got rules. Like, he has a rule. The bass player, he got a rule. He got to wax his head every morning. That's a rule. You follow follows the rules, man.
Yeah, I saw
he follows the rules. Oh, these are jokes. Come on. See, you got too into the characters and got hurt.
Kind of hate that map, so.
Should someone have slapped him?
Oh, it's a joke. Come on.
Still better than anything on Late Night Now.
Yeah, that's absolutely one of. Well, it also with Will Smith from some years ago.
That in this world, man. You can't do that in this world, man. Arsenio, they got rules. They got rules. Like, he has a rule. The bass player, he got a rule. He got to wax his head every morning. That's a rule. He follows the rules, man.
Yeah,
he follows the rules. Oh, these are jokes. Come on. See, you got too into the characters and got hurt.
Should someone have slapped him?
Oh, it's a joke. Come on.
Still better than anything on Late Night Now.
Yep, that's absolutely true. There are no dancing vaccines.
Nope.
Oh, thank God.
It's a joke, man. Hey, come on, bring in the Pfizer, man.
You just long for the days of Yo Mama jokes on national
map again.
television.
Yeah, when you long for the days of the Wilmer Valderrama show on MTV, Yo Mama.
Yes.
Yeah. Like, that would be better.
Yes.
Right. Well, and I know a lot of people bringing up the 2016 stuff with Chris Rock going after Jada Pinkett Smith, and they were funny jokes because she was boycotting the Oscars because Will Smith wasn't nominated for Concussion and saying like,
Oh no, the take that Dave had was pretty accurate. It was like he felt so insecure. It's not like he felt ordered by her to do it. It's like he felt so insecure. He's been so publicly like fucking shamed basically because of her and like been made a fool because of her. And like he felt like he just had to like defend probably more so his own dignity in that moment.
oh, it's like you weren't invited to.
Ironically,
the Oscars,
he gave
so-
Chris Rock one.
Well, yes, that's true. Not really. Chris took a good one.
He took a good one. He has a great chin.
Going,
That
right?
still
Yep,
will
kept going.
find me.
But they were saying like, oh, this is just character. That
It'll
was,
help him look
that was almost
deaf in the face.
6 years ago.
They're great jokes though. It's like it isn't
It is
fair that
funny.
you didn't get a nomination, but it's also not fair that you got $20 million for Wild Wild West. And he's right. And it's a funny joke.
It was funny, yeah.
Anybody who's made a bad movie has acknowledged it.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like that's part of it. Like you have to acknowledge, and I understand that now it's social media and there's a different world where you're constantly being attacked every second of every day. So I understand how that can wear on you. So it's a little bit different now than the days before. But really, with this, it's like you're going after somebody who deals with the same stuff that you do on a daily basis.
Yeah, I think you're. I think you're right. The most interesting dynamic here to me is this fallout of the left running around like chickens with their heads cut off because they, before this, have deemed this kind of behavior acceptable. And I'm going to lay out the case for you here because I've had to deal with this quite a bit. They've made the argument that words are violence. They've made the argument that no words are violence. Silence is violence. So when you say words are violence or silence is violence, well, guess what? Legally, you are allowed to respond to violence in self-defense with violence in kind. That's the law. But now if you reword it that silence or words are violence, you end up with these kinds of scenarios. Now, it hasn't happened at the Oscars, but it's happened across our country, so now it only affects the elite. Guess what? This kind of behavior has been affecting many of you for a very long amount of time. Business owners, Black Lives Matter riots, your apartments, Chaz, your precincts, your cities, homeless epidemics where people are being attacked, being raped in record, Cologne, Germany, raped in record numbers. This is the thing, right? You say things that they don't like, they can respond in kind with violence, and then the left well, that wasn't really right, but you shouldn't have said that. Remember when that transgender threw a lunchbox at me?
Play it slow, we're 2-2.
Last player standing.
Well,
30
you knew
seconds
that you
left.
were trying to trigger that person. It could not be less relevant. This is how they have been behaving for a very long time, and now the mob is coming for them. And now there are, unfortunately, some comedians who are in the mob. But before we get to that, there was one person, and this is a perfect example. I agree with Jim Carrey here.
10 seconds
the most
left.
lucid Jim Carrey has been in probably
one enemy remaining.
When I first heard Jim Carrey,
Spike down A.
Great. Then I was like, really? You're on the right side?
Clutch.
You actually were able to speak?
Wow,
If I had
I thought you were going to talk about mercury and
because I am.
vaccines and stuff.
Show me another dehumanizing painting.
Yes,
Nice.
exactly.
Shit.
So here's Ace Ventura
couldn't
himself,
keep up.
where he responded.
Force you.
He actually called this reporter on something that she said, I think, rightfully so, effectively, and what this
Oh, no, she
reporter
looks
is
great,
saying is
yeah,
also
for sure.
echoing what you're seeing across liberal TikTok and Twitter.
So she
I'll show that
shouldn't
clip after, but first
be so offended by a stupid joke.
As you watched it unfold, and then what happened after?
I was sickened. I was sickened by the standing ovation. I felt like Hollywood is just spineless, en masse. And it really felt like, oh, this is
a really clear
It's A.
indication that we're not
Be inside. It's A, it's A.
going and yelling to the audience and disapprove or showing.
I'm coming to you right now.
Fuck, 115 to Sova, 22 to raise.
Stay down. Spike down.
Spike down.
One
shit.
enemy remaining.
He's 115. He's lit.
Escalated to that. You know what I mean?
Aw, I thought to try harder.
Escalate. That came out of nowhere because Will has something going on inside him that's frustrated. And I
They all
wish
saved
the
except the
best. I
Sova.
really do. I don't, you know,
So they can buy.
I don't have anything against Will
Except him.
Smith. He's done great things. But that was not a good moment.
I wouldn't say that I wish Will Smith the best. I don't wish him the worst, but the best is a little bit of a strong word. Now, here's what's funny about that. Two things, where he says, well, you can't respond to words with violence. Here's a tweet from
KJ, can you shoot the Renna flash?
supporting Black Lives Matter after the Minneapolis riots. You know, we have $2 billion in damages from those protests, and this tweet was...
They're pushing A.
Yeah, there he. Yeah, it's alright. Good shot. Shit, my bad.
Hawk out.
Good blind.
Spike down A.
It's always lit, it's always lit.
Spike spotted A. Time to hunt. Here. Reloading.
I'll watch heaven for you, Jet. Just keep your eyes down.
Thanks, yeah.
Got her.
You're nuts.
Healing over here. One enemy remaining. Healing over.
Shit, screens.
GT.
Yep. Screens.
Oh my god, I ran out of bullets. Someone should have told me to reload. She's hit for 111 and she dismissed. Nice. Good. Me and the Jet, the two duelists, are actually getting all the kills. This is okay. This is good.
Miranda, let me buy you.
Thank you.
Need a drop. Thank you.
I can watch mid.
I would have had her. I know I ran out of fucking bullets. I was aimed right at her head too as soon as the bullets ran out. I hear A again. They smoked heaven and CT.
Smoked off A. They pushed up.
It sounds like they're all trying to take heaven.
One enemy remaining.
None of them tried to take
We got
heaven.
collided. My bad, my bad.
Collided
you're good,
by a
man.
classic.
Yeah, they collided with the classic.
That's crazy.
Guide us, Sky. Find your strength along the way. Funds fair.
I got money, bro.
Turret out.
What do you need?
Need a drop. Thanks. I want to see you crawl.
I was gonna tell the Sky to request, but I didn't want it to be too late. I didn't want to fuck it up or distract her.
Here.
It looks like B.
Spike down B.
I'm flanking. I'm gonna ult.
You will
I
not
need to,
kill
yeah,
my
control
allies.
shit.
They will cower.
It's high just to hidden.
I am. Backside. CT.
Oh fuck.
No, nice shot, man.
I got
That
your
wall, I
backs.
couldn't really
Just,
move in with
you
my
know,
ult.
from the front.
There's no space to take. I like the sound it makes when it hits that one wall. Really feels like you're hitting canvas against concrete or something. Have you stopped the dismiss? Hit it again? Yeah.
B again, looks like. Unless they're just making noise for no reason.
Yep. I'll play careful. I'll flank again, but I'll be careful. Try to play retake. Don't die.
Alright.
Talking to you two, KJ and Sky. Okay, just playing util. I like it. Are you fucking kidding me?
Party's over.
I'm 30 HP.
Last player standing.
Heaven.
Spike planted.
And we need Sky to stay alive for those heals. Those heals could be huge.
Prepare for hellfire.
Just play econ. Like, try and get a couple of them if you can. Don't try and win it.
Yeah, they play backside garage CT. I don't know.
Yeah. All that ADSing. Why?
Remember, nobody's a hero without crying for air.
Placing swarm grenade.
Yeah, I'm playing D this time. So 'cause I want to be here instead of trying to flank them if they come this time. But that means Sky's alone.
Yeah, I'm going now.
Okay, cool.
Here.
Why, Viper? Play back. You have ult, don't you?
Okay, you're
mid. Care mid. Yep.
Fire in the hole!
She's heaven wise, watch out for the result.
Wow, how did I not get her? I knew she was dropping. I just wanted to try and get an entrance pick as well.
Last player standing.
There was no one
Spike
up in
planted.
heaven. No one watching mid.
Healer down.
Okay, I'll stay B again, but I guess I'll stay heaven because nobody was up here. I don't know why no one was up here.
There.
We need to have someone up top mid. Flash B heaven.
Reloading.
I'll take this. Viper, you should go A, and if they come, ult. Jet, just stay here. This guy go. I mean, Viper, you gotta go. Go A, Viper, and if they come, ult.
Okay, I'll go B. Alright.
Oh my god, this Viper there.
It looks like at least it's a
begins. A push.
It is a big A push. Should have gone A, Viper.
one up for raise. Nice. Brim's on site.
Oh my god, she's watching ropes. What a fucking camera.
I think they're both on site. At least they were.
Spike planted.
If you can get, like, here, Viper, you can ult from there.
KJ.
You have KJ out too. Just do.
One enemy remaining.
I don't know if
Go
you have enough time
Viper,
with
go
that.
Viper, go Viper.
Gotta push.
You gotta push it up.
Player standing. Clutch.
They look like us. Are they us? So many questions.
I'm looking at a Viper's ping. Holy shit. That's why spectating it was so weird. Yeah, there's no way we should have lost that. They both had ult.
Man, even on
She
24
used the
ping.
Viper ult instead of the KJ ult there.
Yeah. I don't know if she can hear us though.
Hold those angles. Sentry. Watch this.
He's alone. I don't think they're right. That's lucky.
You will not kill my ally.
Last player standing.
Damn.
Just some good old hard yakka, standing in between us and victory.
Come on. Gotta get these kills.
Time to mobilize my pack.
They will cover.
Be again, okay.
Reloaded.
You fucking I'm getting pissed. Started so strong.
Give that bro.
One less.
Last player standing.
She didn't make it up. Probably went up with rope after quietly. It fucked up.
Spike planted.
Dude, okay.
I hear them scurrying.
They just took 6 in a row. Are you fucking kidding me? How did they just take 6 in a fucking goddamn row?
I don't know, man. If we just grab a couple rounds, we can play attack. It's play easier.
Don't hold on to this ult for so long, Viper, that the half ends and you didn't even end up using it. There's only 2 more rounds this half. You gotta use it at some point.
Let's choke them.
A site.
Reyna just camping mid.
Great. Super lady.
Prepare for hellfire.
Fire in the hole!
Last player standing. Flawless.
Ow. How did he not get that fucking
Last
silver
round
at least?
in the
Like,
half.
This is pathetic.
Don't be cheap. Spend it all before it's gone.
Make sure you use that ult this round before he dies, guy.
Target out.
If you're peeking mid, just ult right off the bat so you don't die. Use it, Sky, before you die. Use it.
Brain is lit.
gotta be fucking kidding me, dude.
Hawk out.
They just took 8 rounds in a row. They're gonna win this.
Last player standing.
Garage.
You will not kill my allies.
Oh my god, this guy.
Switching
They don't have a
sides.
single life worth saving.
Reloading.
Just bodies, let's just get bodies up. Oh my god, Viper's still DC'd. Fuck.
Yeah, no, it's so dumb.
Find the weak point and break it.
I can dash into B site. Great.
Last player standing. Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
I got the spike.
Damn.
These parasites aren't going to take one step past this place.
In response to the mayor posting a Black Lives Matter mural. Again, think about that. There's not a condemnation of violence there. It's Black Lives Matter and a fist. They just burned down cities. Now you're mad about a slap?
Oh, welcome back, Viper.
Americans have had to deal with violence in response to opinions
And also
for the
GG.
last 3 years of their lives. You had to deal with it for one night. One person had to deal with it for one night. And now you're dumbfounded. And what I do agree with him, though. I thought it was really important and poignant that he called her on it when she said, well, it escalated. No. Escalation, right? Escalation. Think about it. You're talking about steps.
Well, it has to escalate.
Exactly.
It doesn't go from I was laughing to the most psychotic breakdown
push up, be
possible
careful. Exactly.
in a matter of a second.
That's not escalation.
No, that's
an
snapping.
explosion.
Yes.
Yeah, and look, all we're asking for is consistency. We would love for Jim Carrey to hold that opinion across the board and say, look, if you still want to support Black Lives Matter, you have to separate yourself from everything that they're doing and go, I believe that black people's lives matter, but I don't like that organization.
One enemy remaining.
Right. That's what you have to do.
Well, and he's right, though. That Hollywood's become, they're not
Shit, my bad.
independents anymore, and it's a result of the fact of what Americans have been dealing with for the last couple of years.
But that also tells you what he thinks. He thought that they were the cool kids.
Yes.
Also, to that point, we just got sent to us by the Edit Bay. The Oscars were sponsored by BioNTech and Pfizer.
Wow, wonderful.
That's good.
Yeah.
Oh, that is disgusting.
Oh, so this is the whole
This
point.
is
I hate everything. Oh my gosh,
Yeah, that's what happened. He's gonna be in the hospital with concussion, and they'll say COVID
Play back,
related
play back.
injury.
I'm sorry, I had the Johnson & Johnson. That's why I did it. Get the Pfizer.
I screwed up. I got the AstraZeneca. Will Smith just slapped the food out of me.
I'm still hungry.
Ooh, a Guardian.
COVID.
Okay.
For crying out loud.
I love the.
We know what we're
Sorry, I
doing.
still find it
Trust
hilarious
each other
that
and
he
we'll
won
be
the
fine.
Oscar.
Hey, don't you remember?
Anybody actually like the Guardian?
Like, you know, he would have done that if he was like, I actually got it. And Will Smith never thought I'd get it.
I'm not a huge
Spike Lee
fan.
getting up and walking out. He's like, oh, I won?
Yeah, like on the way out, he's like, wait, that's correct.
Oh, really? I think I'll come back. I
just-
do believe I can partner
I
with
was
you people.
crying laughing, regardless of how ridiculous his speech was when he thanked, level 8
Time to
Python.
mobilize
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, why'd you drop your
He came out with his feet.
I was gonna buy you.
Yeah.
That's
Here,
right now.
you want it? You want it?
My hand hurts, but
I think about this back I
apparently,
forgot.
this is from the left. There were multiple acts of violence. Again, this is the point of view of the left.
Here.
Carrie supporting Black Lives Matter, supporting Antifa, right? They're saying that right-wing
out.
extremists are a problem. Antifa's not a terrorist organization. You can go back to my change of mind.
Freedom.
It's a terror organization. I walk that back. These same celebrities support where they are getting it. Just like you can see where they're getting the talking points in the vaccines, if they're sponsored by them.
I'm the 130
They're
solo.
beholden
Both
to these
heaven.
organizations. They're beholden to these leftist ideological groups. They have to. You see it with Disney, with the Florida it's not say gay, it's don't teach kids about sex change operations, Bill. Maybe we can, I don't know if you can fit that in a bumper sticker.
I'm watching
But
after
here
this.
you see from a leftist advocate echoing what was supported by people like Jim Carrey and people of Hollywood, saying that there were actually that night, Chris Rock and Will Smith, 3 acts of violence.
What the fuck?
One enemy remaining.
Inside smoke, inside smoke.
Invite an entire predominantly white international audience to laugh at Jada Pinkett Smith.
Your bandage there.
Last player standing.
You're right. Like garage entrance? Left? Oh.
Oh, yeah.
You're Elder Dragon.
He's a black comedian.
Anti-blackness, but it seems like it's
The way you're using black women to get
predominantly white male.
Winnable? 6 flankers.
Have you got this?
It's your rollerblade glove?
Actually is, yeah.
Everyone went along with it. That was the performance that
Including Will Smith.
that I would be responsible.
Here we have KJL.
But then
I mean,
I would've made this video
if we just like politics side, we could use it, you know?
Will Smith got up on the stage and did the third act of violence, which was smacking Chris Rock in the face. And it's interesting.
The only act of
who's
violence.
Getting condemned? What acts of violence get condemned? Why not? The state are getting violent.
You fuck.
She does that. Watch out.
That's so brutal.
It is, dude.
That's violence.
There are 3 acts of violence. The final act
Here,
of
just play
violence,
picks.
and
I'm
it's
not sure
interesting
what
which one people
Last
are
player
considered.
standing.
Because since the beginning of time, people you don't like and you use your words. You don't get to hit comedians for making jokes. This is what the left does, just like with Black Lives Matter.
Still winnable.
They
We got
equivocate.
this.
It's, well, you know what? These people are mad. Rioting is the language of the unheard.
Stay-
Hey,
just
silence
don't play
is violence.
garage
We
right
see
away,
this
yeah.
here.
Play
There were
back.
3 acts of violence. One was making fun of a black woman. That's an act of violence, apparently. Don't know if she would feel the same way in making fun of a, I don't know, white male. The other is the audience laughing.
Viper,
The
can you at
audience
least hear us, or-
laughing is an act of violence?
I got you, okay?
Violence is a
Laughter.
proactive action. Laughter is an involuntary reaction.
Correct.
That, by the way,
Bro.
One dead.
Well, they only
Good
pinged
pick.
1 over here, and he just got a kill over there. They might think we're A. Play it slow over here. Don't make any noise. On B.
Smoked up A again.
I don't know. We can wait for another pick.
Cutting the
Be
vision.
careful. Good shit. Here, I can smoke us on the side.
They will go.
One heaven. At least.
One more heaven, one more heaven.
One more heaven.
Going City.
One enemy remaining.
City.
Raise heaven.
Hawk out.
Hawk out.
Thank you. I could be safe. That's really good for Rico.
Is everyone's tech still working? Double check it, please.
We could go A and then fake it. Like, I mean, just come back to B pretty much.
Yeah. I'm down. Show them actual bodies on A this time. Make them maybe rotate.
So yeah, KJ, just don't make any noise if you can. Or we'll just show the majority here.
KJ, don't peek that. Don't
I
peek
guess
that.
us too.
We don't want them to know we're at B.
Enemy spotted. B.
Just jump and stuff, I don't even know.
Prepare for hellfire!
Dude, 66 to
Down
Sova.
A.
He's the one on the ramp. Top left right now, it sounds like.
No, bro.
It's the raise you tell, dude.
It's crazy.
Last player standing.
I don't know what our Sky was doing. What are you doing, bro?
I mean, yeah, I don't know.
I heard you. You're watching, probably.
You can trust my bots. It only malfunctioned that one time. Honestly, who was that finger? Reload.
Okay, Sky, can you come actually play Initiator for us? Like, use your Initiator tools to initiate onto point for us? That'd be lovely, please.
Turret out.
Use your flashes. I'm trying to use my blinds, but they're not as good as your flashes because you're actually labeled, you know, Initiator.
Alright.
You've also got ult this round.
Gun here.
We can just entry first. Just be careful of Raze, don't rush down.
Gun here.
Found one. Enemy spotted behind.
Raze must be A.
Found one.
I should have dismissed.
No,
Raze
40,
dead.
nice. Just play safe, leave control.
I'm not playing through default,
One enemy
cool.
remaining.
Tried to fucking shoot that at default.
T7. CT. Just play time, guys.
Placing swap. Race it to the spike sites.
8-11. What a fucking stressful place to be in. Oh god. I say we maybe just actually play A this time. But only like 1 or 2 people need to go heaven. The rest of us need to, 3 of us need to try and take site. Play it slow. Play back for Raise You too.
Watch this. Placing sentry. They're concussed. Hawk out.
You guys want to fake a rotate and then come back to A?
Yeah, jump in sewers, be loud.
Nice, never mind.
Good trade.
80 on Sage.
Fuck! Here, just play a casual, guys, and let's get this in.
Okay, put it here, put it here, put it here.
Brim's on site. Brim's on site.
Put it here.
Here, KJ, put it where the ping is.
KJ, put your ult here.
There.
KJ, put your ult here.
There. One enemy remaining.
So you gotta go in, Reyna. You need to plant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Still in sight.
Yeah, KJ, so much you up.
Just careful of heaven.
KJ, storm grenades.
Last player standing.
Here's AK. Yeah.
30 seconds left.
Let's play that. Obviously on site. Dude, oh my god.
Jesus Christ. This race is pretty good, dude. That was weird.
Stress if I die. Was great knowing
I had to
you.
outsmart them.
Also delete my hard drive.
So I wanted to peek them there, I wanted them to see me there, and then to quickly switch to CT so that they weren't sure which one to look at. Okay, play back, raise util.
Isolate and
She's gonna
exterminate.
toss a grenade at us if she's here.
Hawk out.
She must be A.
They will go.
There's one right here, raises right here. Huge pick.
Nice, that's huge.
That's fucking gigantic.
Enemy spotted.
Where's that from?
Blinded.
She's here, okay.
Hawk out. Reloading.
Good shit. Here, we have 3, we have 3. We have all.
Enemy spotted.
My ult is on right now.
Hawk out.
I'm ulted.
That's what I meant. Sorry. It's kind of a weird way to put it.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, he's having him with him.
Reloading.
I'm playing time, man. He can get it.
He can't get it. I got him right before the bomb killed
Nice,
me. I
let's
got
go.
it. I just want the kill.
Tell you what, a day working the farm would do these fellas.
Oh, your max
good.
credits, nice.
Yeah, that's what I didn't
Here,
care
can you
about
buy
damage
a-
damage. Yeah, I
I see.
can. I heard him coming downstairs. It was kind of a choice. Do I try and survive here, or do I focus on killing him?
I think it was worth it. He only has 4,400 now.
Reloading.
Let's go.
Seek them out. Hawk out.
Coming with you. One upper left, be careful.
They're concussed. Turret out.
Nice.
Reloading.
Huge man.
Heal up, squad.
There.
Placing
Guys, let's just
bomb grenade.
take a rotate maybe. Watch upper left just in case.
Bomb
One
grenade
upper.
out.
What the fuck, flank?
They're wasting where you chill. Kim going.
Cutting their vision. Feeling safe.
Nice, finally attack the wall.
Fucking right. Yeah, I know. I was just about to say that. Yeah, I'm checking for the Reyna behind us. I'm playing garage here. Got her.
Both heaven, I think.
CT.
One enemy remaining.
Huge. Great shit, dude.
Thanks, man. You got this.
Fucking right.
Make sure to follow my pack in. They'll lead us right to the enemy.
I'll go watch this Reyna
Oh,
for a
hey,
bit.
hey, Drek. Sorry, I didn't see your message
Ah.
there. How's it going, man?
Yeah, if we just play Ucha like that, it's pretty easy rounds, to be honest.
Actually, Keija can do it. Just don't push it.
Yeah, play it slow.
Right now, I'll pick it when you do.
Reyna wants to peek out of garage, maybe.
Enemy
Out
spotted
of
for you.
touch.
She ran all the way
Right
back.
in the smoke, yeah.
I hear her backing all the way out towards rope.
Reloading. Reloading.
If I hadn't been jumping there,
Okay, let's just
I
like,
would have had that.
just like lurk and then go big again. Just make no noise, if you can.
Yeah, that was good last time. How we just waited and then executed. We could even try and take B heaven here. Big.
We could honestly go A.
I got
don't know.
this.
Maybe B's the better play. Oh,
Yeah, go ahead, go ahead.
let's go A, let's go A, go, go, go.
Lock and sight.
Elbow clear.
30
You're
seconds
good.
left.
Just play safe, so let's go.
Yeah, one close to you, Reyna.
I heard.
You will not kill my allies.
They have to run at us.
One sewers. Both sewers, both sewers.
Beautiful. I got my
Never mind,
overheal.
fuck you.
I'm 150.
They're saving.
Yep. Don't die here, Sky. Okay. Right. Amazing comeback. Oh, huge
Nice,
pick.
dude. That's the
on,
raise. That's
on
so
the
good.
raise.
One more.
Nice.
Then first shout on me.
KJ, let me buy you. Just in
That
case.
means the
Nice.
raise. If the raise wants full shield and a gun, she barely
Can
can
I
fill
get
up on
this?
util here. She can get
Thanks.
like one of her jumps. She can't afford boom bot.
Reloading.
Alright. Let's just play slow again. I'm guessing.
Oh my god, yes. Yeah, the slow and steady. is
I'll go
important
watch
first.
A flank.
Sounds good.
Just play slow.
That's my job. Placing sentry.
Use one of my blinds now and then one of them later when you're pushing.
Cutting their vision.
They're right. Yeah.
The hunt
Be
begins.
careful.
I got a running gun. What the fuck?
Nice, Viper. Let's just play slow.
Watch
You're gonna push
careful.
this eventually.
Reyna 120, but she's ulted.
She's lit.
Reyna.
Nice.
Yes.
Let's play light.
Sova was in sewers.
Last player standing.
Healer down.
No more reloads. Only 2 people. 25 bullets. You got this. Unless you have ult in this last round if we win.
Nowhere to run!
One enemy remaining. 30 seconds left.
Fucking way to clutch that shit, dude. GG.
Attackers win.
I'm glad you did that when I said
man.
You
that.
guys suck. Was that supposed to be a fight?
Fucking right. It deserves a clap. That was a stressful game. Because I don't like attacking on split. I feel like that's a very defended-sided map. And when they did better on attack, I didn't expect us to do better on attack too. I want to see if he's down to run some. Yeah, are you down to run some? Are you down to run a
You queuing
few?
again?
Yeah. Are you down to run a few?
Alright, cool. Yeah, I got 3.
Cool. Let's go.
Here, wait, pause queue. I have other people.
Oh, okay. Oh, I didn't hear what you cut out. I didn't hear what you're saying.
Oh, no, you're good.
I heard I got 3, and I thought you were just saying I got like 3 more games in me or something.
Right.
What up, Wov? Wait, were they in the last game?
Yeah. Oh, no, they weren't. It's just another person.
Oh, cool,
Bro,
cool.
dude, our teammates last game. Oh my god.
Oh, the fucking
That
KJ and the Viper.
Yes.
Hey,
They just wouldn't listen to our comms.
I know. The KJ would not ult that. Yeah, the one time she just would not ult. Ult where I was pinging. And where she ulted before is where she probably wanted to try and ult again, like right in the open on the corner there. Like,
Yeah. Here, wait.
what? Wait for what?
Oh, I might invite you to the Discord if you want to join.
Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
Alright, cool.
Get that taken care of first.
Yeah, see if that works.
Oh yeah, you can't like copy messages. You gotta type it.
Yeah, no, it's
That's alright. That's where having a second monitor comes in handy.
for real.
YFS. Looks right.
Or join game time.
Cool. There we go. I'll turn off this party voice chat or turn off my open voice. There we go. Wait, did Wov just go into the practice range?
Oh, yeah.
Or mentally insane, whichever one you prefer.
Here, bear back, but you can queue it.
I'll cue it as soon as he's done.
Wait, give me
doing
one
stuff.
second.
No worries. I'd rather you hit your bots that you need to hit before comp.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't feel comfortable
Oh,
playing.
can I call you Shadow? Or
Yeah, Shadow or Monk, whatever you prefer.
Monk. Alright.
Yeah.
Probably one, I guess.
I like to run a few medium speed bots and then like 1 or 2 hard speeds before I jump in a comp. Do you want to play a deathmatch after your bots to warm up too?
Oh no, I'm good. What's up, Tristan?
Yo, are you guys in the game?
Not yet.
Not yet, but we're 3, so 4 stack cannot.
Did you get Thomas on?
Bro's asleep.
Oh damn, bro.
Bro, tired. I don't even know how.
Thomas?
Yeah, bro.
Dude,
bro,
his
sleepy.
elo is so high though. Is he gold yet?
Nah, bro, I D-ranked. All that grinding today.
Dude,
I
that's me
D-ranked.
right now. Dude, how am I still bronze 3?
But for real. Yo, I have rerun my shop. I'm about to buy it.
Wait, really? Yeah, dude, buy that shit.
I'm buying that
I'll
shit
be
right
queuing
now,
you every
bro.
day.
Yo.
Bro, we just get one more if we can play.
Ooh, I didn't even look at the new skins. Endeavor. That's
It's
pretty cool though. Like they don't cost anything.
No, I'm big Halo fan, so some of these have like the operator gives me like almost like some Halo vibes.
It's even less than $10, I think. That's crazy.
Makes more sense. Yeah.
Alright.
We need one.
They're not bad. Yeah, they're not bad for cheap skins for sure.
Wait, what happened to
Fuck, these are some of the best
Omni?
cheap skins I've ever seen in the game for the price.
He's not playing today.
Here, I can try to get like an LFG person. I can try doing that.
Bro was playing Valorant instead of
I don't know.
studying.
That's
One
such an
time we need it,
expensive
bro.
stinger skin.
Maybe someone on the server.
Well, I didn't want.
Alright, guys. While you guys find one, I'm finna buy this. I'll be back.
Oh, alright.
I've always wanted a good Spectre skin, and I have the Radiant Crisis Spectre in my shop right now.
Dang.
Oh, were you off, June?
It's kind of
Oh, I
tempted.
was
I
thinking
just
it was-
cashed a
oh, yeah,
paycheck
fuck.
yesterday too.
Hey, okay. I mean, like, the skins are calling out now.
Very tempting.
Oh, Yana, when'd you leave?
I'm just gonna do a quick death match.
Oh, okay.
We can do a deathmatch with. Oh, alright.
Oh, yeah, here, jump back.
Sorry.
I even
Oh.
said that because I knew you're hitting bots, and I like to hit deathmatch after I hit some bots too.
Yeah. I mean, I usually don't hit like deathmatch bots. I usually don't go to deathmatch.
I don't always, because sometimes it's like discouraging because like you can play against so many fucking immortals in deathmatch, so you can't even get a good range of how good you're doing.
Right, it's all about spawns too.
Some deathmatches everyone is fucking silver and bronze, and you get to win it, and you feel like, oh my god, I'm actually doing good. And then other deathmatches, you can only feel if you like. You have to still
Exactly.
like you can only get 20 kills, but that's all you ever meant to get, and you still have to remind yourself, okay, I still did decent. I still killed a few immortal guys a few times. Like, but it's hard to keep. It's hard to tell yourself that.
Yeah, let's see how this LFG works.
That's why when I play deathmatch, I have this thing. I've been trying to make it the meta for a while. I've been trying to like make it so that people just say their ranks. Because in deathmatch, just say your rank. Just say your rank.
Oh.
It's not like and a lot of people won't. When you ask, hey, what's your rank? What's everyone's rank? They'll be like, everyone says like Iron 3, Iron 3. It's like,
yeah, they're trolling.
Or wood. Yeah, but no one like what? Just come on. I was kind of new to Valorant like 6 months ago, so it would really cheese me because I was like, it would really help me as a new player have a scale for how good I'm doing. Like, just tell me your ranks, please.
Did you play CS?
No, I never played CS, so I'm coming from games that are nothing like this, right?
Right, I've only started playing recently. So yeah. Okay, how did my LF?
But one thing that helps me coming into this, I feel like in general, I built my PC 2 years ago, but I made sure my sensitivity is the exact same across all games. There's that one website you can use.
That's what you gotta do. Yeah.
Mousesense.com or mousesensitivity.com.
Yeah.
Make sure you have the same inches per 360 across your mouse Press your mouse
Yeah.
pad. Yeah.
Yeah.
So helpful.
LF1. What should I say the ranks should be?
High bronze to high silver.
High bronze to silver. Yeah.
High bronze to mid silver. Yeah.
Like bronze 3
I'll
to
just
silver
say
3.
low silver, because like,
Yeah,
I mean
bronze 3
technically
to
we're
silver
almost
3. That's a good range.
Yeah, just say
yeah.
bronze 3 to silver.
B3 to S3.
I feel like what separates the high elo players from like bronze, silver, gold is like
Korean.
more of game sense. I feel like they all have similar mechanics.
And it depends. And if you're more Korean, definitely helps.
True.
Oh yeah, that's true, bro. Koreans are goated at gaming.
The game
Or just
machine.
like, yeah, or just like
it's kind of because it's more part of their culture. I feel like in 10 years,
Yeah,
in 10 years, we'll have more kids
definitely.
growing up in
Oh,
America.
it's crazy the
who are
esports
better.
there, yeah.
Yeah, bro. They're like esport players are like celebrities there. Like,
Well, yeah, I remember I was into StarCraft like 2010, and I remember watching a documentary at that point. Even this is 12 years ago, and like high school girls have StarCraft players posters on their walls, on their
No
bedroom
way,
walls.
bro.
It's like the same way girls would have hockey players
Nuts,
posters
yeah.
on their walls. So like, if it's that ingrained in your culture, kids from like a very young age are going to be like striving to be really good at it, and that's kind of becoming a thing over here more and more slowly. It would be like people would pay for a high rank LOL account in Korea just to have like a higher status in high school. Like,
That's crazy. All right, I got one.
Nice.
Wait, they're bronze one.
So it's more so the culture that produces better players. It's interesting.
Guys, do we take them? They're bronze one.
I don't think so, bro.
I don't think so. I think we just wait.
Bronze one, but what do they play? Did they say at all? If they're like a hardcore Sentinel player,
does
or
that-
like a good Viper or something with lineups, that could be helpful.
Yeah.
Or if they're a Brim or a Viper with lineups, that's okay.
Right.
That could be super good. They just might need
Dude,
that
if they say
carry.
chat.
Yeah.
What about this one, Chief?
If they say Jet or Reyna, no, because we
Mhm.
got those slots filled. Wait, what do you guys play? WoW and
I flex. I can play anything.
I think Monvax also flexes.
Buddy, let's go.
I flex generally too, but
Jet, Sky, Astra Chamber. It's
I'd
bad.
prefer to play Reyna as often as I can. I just stick to my main, but I can play Brim and I can play Breach and I can play Sage.
Shadow, do we take him? It's Jet, Sky, Astra Chamber.
Astra Chamber.
Did we find another dude?
No.
No, yeah.
No.
His only smoke is Astra. what the fuck is
Astra's
that?
not good, bro.
She's
I mean,
okay.
she's
But
okay,
like
but,
typically
yeah.
you'd see Astra from a player who's like, yeah, I can play Brim, Viper, Astra, and like some other things. Or something.
Right.
Astra is the hardest controller.
Is exactly.
There's
Like,
too much going
he's
on.
probably a bad Astra, and this probably has to do with why he's bronze. Bronze 3 or whatever.
Boy.
I'll post it again.
You should learn other controllers first. And if Astra's your only controller, it's weird that like he's also a chamber player and a jet player. But like,
Yeah. I can play Jet, Reyna, Sage, Viper,
Brim, right?
Sova, and Brim. Yeah.
Did we find another dude?
Oh, I'm
Not
just
yet.
out getting them right
Still
now.
looking.
I'm
Still looking.
Come from a few
Wait,
years of
yeah.
Overwatch, and it's like if you want to pick a few mains, you want to pick a few mains that have some slight similarities. So that,
Yeah,
like,
it's Overwatch. Pretty cool.
Overwatch. Yeah.
Dude, I played it the most like when it came out, and I don't know.
for a
Is it
while,
so good?
for a while, that was like a Genji Mercy main, and then I was like, okay,
Dang.
let's fucking calm this shit down. I learned how to actually play shooters, and I started playing McCree and Ana instead.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah.
It's so fun.
But it's like you get the mentality, right? Like Genji and Mercy, you're both like flying around the map, you're dancing around with
Right.
high mobility, and then like Ana McCree, it's all aim. So like, and just similar playstyles in general, low mobility. I do that to myself in Apex when I find myself playing like shit. When I'm giving myself bad positioning and stuff, I'll
That's me right now in Valorant,
I'll
yeah.
pick somebody with terrible mobility, like Gibby or someone who you feel so slow and fat and sluggish with them, and so you just always want to make sure you're in a good position. And so anytime I find myself in like when I'm playing Octane and Pathfinder, I keep throwing myself in terrible positions. Like, no, okay, let's punish myself with a few Gibby games.
Yo, I found the guy who's silver too.
My positioning. Oh,
yes, thank you, bro.
Nice.
Yeah. Nice.
What site are you guys using for this, by the way?
It's I'll invite you to server, like that Felon LFG.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, idea. This play I can invite in like announcements or something.
I got another guy, bro. Oh, well, that's.
Oh, okay. Wait, what are the options here?
Yo, we got going Valorant tracker.
Great invite.
Here, Shadow, look in your DMs. Yo, what's up?
LFG, cool.
Hi.
What do you play?
Duelist.
We already got like 3 duelists, I think.
I can play smokes.
Yeah, what are your main fills? Like, what are your main smokes?
Sorry?
Rem.
Rem? Cool, cool.
Yeah.
Alright.
Rem. Homie.
Oh, wait.
I'm kind of play Chamber Yoru. Or not Yoru.
Chamber? That's pretty good.
Chamber,
That'd work.
KO,
As long as
Sage.
he's not about to say Astra's is only smoke. Though. Cool, cool.
Does this work?
Yeah, get him in here.
Let me
Don't
send
play
you
Omni.
my... Right. Okay.
I just everyone ever what they're gonna play.
I like having a duelist player fuck around on Omen because you tend to be players like that tend to be really like good with the teleport, pulling off flanks.
I'll play Omni.
Or Brim
Alright,
too, Brim, because if you have any
yeah,
lineups,
true.
if you have any lineups with Brim, it's so helpful. Or even just to play off your ult every now and then.
Your Hyper Eclipse, I'm DMing you my
I already added Wolf.
Oh, okay. Got it.
All right, everybody's good to
Party,
go.
bro. Oh, I'm good.
I've been playing pretty bad my
If you're
past
not
games.
ready, cancel the fucking queue.
Damn, boy. What is up?
There we go. Alright, I just wanted to make a quick push to mute to keybind so I could like mute myself so these guys can't hear me temporarily. But yeah, 5-stack. I know. I just added
Still got the
that.
best
I added the jet from the last game.
Bro, how is it the dark
And
green?
he invited
though?
his friend.
Should
and
I have
then
19?
Their other friend jumped in. So we had 4, so we needed a 5th. Sorry, what was that?
You have 19 ping, huh?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Nice.
We're on that fucking fiber connection.
Dang, I see.
Bell 5, I'm Canada. Bell 5.
Bro, 7.
Yeah.
Match
You got
found.
the
Bro.
fiber optics as
Chris,
well.
are you at your house? Or?
Yeah.
Dude, that's crazy. You get better ping than
I would actually
than the lab.
At the lab.
I would have better ping if I was connected through like an Ethernet cord. I just have a decent Wi-Fi connection, and I'm not too far from the router.
Here, you can jet if you need to.
My
Nah,
ping
you
is
play.
hella
I can play
stable.
right now.
Oh, you're gonna take that
Well,
duelist
just
slot, eh?
everyone. Yeah, just.
You're gonna take it from me?
Okay.
Oh my god.
Here, no. Here, Hyper, I believe in you. Here, go jet. Go jet. I'll
No,
pick
don't.
something. You
Then-
sure?
Wait, what map are we on?
Yeah,
Fracture?
if you're in a clutch.
Fracture.
You know, if you're warm, I believe.
Fracture.
You sure you want to do this? You might regret it.
Oh man, don't give me that. Then I'll take it.
No, I'll take it. I'll take this. I'll take this. You guys got.
You
guys
might
take
regret it. I said. Not saying.
Take Reyna. Take Reyna Hyper. I don't mind breach.
Alright,
Breaches.
bet.
This
You
is a
sure?
good. This is a good breach map. This is a really good.
Yeah,
map.
Bro, I don't mind. I can play both of these.
If it-
I can play
right now,
Chamber.
play right now.
This is the
Reyna,
thing. If
play
we get
Reyna.
on a map where I actually like one of my fills, then I'll be more inclined to play it like this.
All right.
I was willing to play Chamber on this map because I'm pretty good Chamber. In Fracture.
All right. I mean,
I'm
we got it.
best. I play best with Jet though.
breach is like pretty much a duelist. I'll be honest. So.
Basically, most initiators feel like
Chamber's also basically a duelist, bro.
exactly. I was gonna say
Yeah,
that when
true.
you said chamber.
Guy's also basically a duelist.
You have to
I mean, if you
be
think about it, like,
kind of a
Sage is a
duelist to
duelist.
play chamber because
Sage is also kind of a duelist because she can
The
just
wall,
wall half
yeah.
the site and you're good.
Right. Those Grimoires.
Pretty much every character is a duelist because you can kill people.
Right.
What is that?
Facts.
except Cypher.
They're not
He's always in
intimidating.
his fucking
They're
can.
stupid.
Yeah, it's
Big
like,
difference.
Bro, this shit is so weird now. Keyboards at the lab, like, fucking fuck me up.
Dude, no, they're so.
Bro, I'm playing
So big.
90-degree keyboard.
Oh no.
Yeah, alright.
Alright.
I almost have my shit like that.
I play like 45-degree keyboard.
I think mine has like a 5% tilt.
I used to have 90, and
I have,
now
like,
I'm just at a
negative tilt.
straight 0, bro.
Do you guys
Yeah,
ever
it's
count
just
the
5-degree tilt.
Guys, let's push A, man.
Yeah.
The most I've done is
Should I
like maybe a
go
30-degree tilt.
Should
When
I
I'm
go
getting
to dash?
weird.
Oh, no, it's too late. Oh.
Smoke, heaven.
They mean this, Mitzi, when like your keyboard's like this. He has his like fully
Wait,
sideways.
don't smoke right away, actually.
Don't smoke Kevin right away because he's going dash. You don't shoot that, or...
It's okay.
I'm fucking
They
dead.
heard it.
Dead. Can Dash on the site?
Yo, Sage, can you heal me?
Smoke.
Sage, can you...
On site. Lower.
Oh my lord, I got fucked on there.
One dead.
Good shit.
But
Oh yeah.
So loud.
Omen just saved Lana there. Nice heal.
You don't need stuck in game chat. Don't worry.
Okay, well.
Oh yeah,
Oh
true,
my
true, true.
god.
No, I did that too.
Yeah, my bad.
One enemy
Nice.
remaining.
Clutch.
I think it's yeah.
Yeah, I haven't played in 5 stacks in Discord very often in this game.
Barrier created.
No,
Oh, nice guy.
God
I hit
damn,
30.
bro, I wish.
I fucking sold. I was running against the wall. Shit slowed me.
I gotta warm up, bro. Shit.
No, you did the best out of us. Don't worry.
I just re-downloaded AIM Labs and set up all the settings so that I
Literally
can.
me though.
I set it up so that I can open it in the background while I'm playing Valorant, and it's not going to overheat anything.
Dang, that's kind of smart.
And play it between rounds. Just set the graphics
Right.
really low and shit, and make sure when your Valorant is.
You guys have high-end computers?
Not really.
Yeah.
I'm running on like a 1650. It's not the greatest, but it's something.
36.
What's good?
36.
I'm running on a decent computer. 37.
Basically, I built my PC before you couldn't build your. Before it got really expensive to build a PC in the last couple of years.
Right. Especially. Oh, I guess you have to.
They know. They know.
Oh.
You have spike by the way, Shadow.
Can you heal?
Reloading.
Cause on top.
Reloading.
Yeah. Oh shit.
Spike down A.
Reloading.
Oh, they just wallbanged me.
Spike.
The hell's that wallbang, bro?
You can get a pick, we'll stay. Flank.
Spike down A. Last player up.
Bro,
Flawless
jeez.
ace. A flawless shit in the game. Flawless ace. Jesus.
It's something I must.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, I'm a nut.
Or we can buy though.
Yeah, we can buy.
Yeah, let's go B, baby.
Bro, I've honestly like never seen an ace with the Marshall.
I don't want. She probably isn't up. She's 5750. She probably bought an up.
Yeah.
She saved for it.
Oliver, you want to go like?
That's the econ of an op player.
Alright, what'd you say?
Oh, that didn't get me. That was just barely out of.
I'm going back.
Shadow, you have spike by the way.
That's okay, that's
Spike.
Oh my god.
Reloading.
I was getting spammed util over there.
Oh, it's so annoying.
Enemy removed.
Nice.
Wait, slow.
Okay, let's
We
go,
got a
let's
full
go,
minute.
let's
We got
go.
a full minute.
Last
Oh,
player standing.
flank. From respawn.
I want them to think I went A. Somehow.
30 seconds left.
Got you.
Good shit. Yeah, pizza. Oh, you flashed him too, I think.
I did.
Could just
10 seconds left.
I think one's tower. I'm not 100%.
No, I think you rotated out.
They're pushing you.
Fucking.
I tried.
That's fair, that's fair.
I have to plan for ult though.
Good.
Keep talking
Alright.
again.
That's alright. About that.
That's a muscle memory to fight.
But he's trash. But
Reloading.
Play it slow in general.
Spikes here.
So that's what, yeah. Just stay back, homie. You don't need to push me. You're just gonna push out eventually.
Yeah, playing time is probably the best move.
We just play for picks for the first couple seconds.
hey,
Maybe we could go under.
Good, then false.
Yeah, I'm gonna dash on the site. We don't have Viper.
Alright.
I could ult tower in sight.
Alright.
Ulting now. Wow, that spray got me.
Well.
In the fucking noggin.
Oh my god.
Healing.
Hit 130 on try, nice.
Here.
Enemy spotted B.
Yours, BT.
Fuck, 142 guys. Yeah.
Okay, yours 8 HP.
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
My god.
From B main.
Amen. From B main.
Shadows traveling.
It's coming up.
it's a fake.
You know that's a fake. Oh wow. Wow.
Blind pros don't fake. Let's go.
Yeah, she had no time. She felt like she had no time, so she just fucking,
Yeah.
wow.
They couldn't kill us.
I keep talking in game.
No.
And this guy's
I'm only saying that for my own benefit to fucking tell myself not to.
Okay.
Very good.
It's easier to
Train
talk to
myself not
yourself.
to. Okay. We got a round.
Oh, I was.
Let's go.
I'm gonna take dish.
Bro, I
Spike
didn't need
there.
vinyl skin. Alright.
Get out of my
Play back
way.
with that blue bot again.
Just make no noise, guys, if it comes. Just dodge it.
I'm gonna play dish.
Let's go
What the
A. Let's go A.
fuck? Jet pushed out a dish so fast and got me from behind. I was checking arcade quietly, but she got me so fucking quick.
Yeah, they definitely don't have any sense right now.
Talk to me.
You should run.
Go on, just back up. We can try and play for res. I have my res.
Yeah. You wanna go across them?
Yeah, hold up. Wait. Don't cross yet.
Oh yeah, you're gonna get you're right.
I can't believe the fucking Jet got me like that. Jesus Christ.
Okay,
Watch this, Oliver. Watch
I'll do
it.
rotating.
I'm watching you right now. I think you got something here.
You ready?
Oh my god.
This is good.
Are you
Let's go.
kidding me right now?
Bro, this is not my game.
How did you not get the Jet there? You literally snuck up right on it.
Okay.
Your fault.
30 seconds left.
Going tower.
That was some Final Destination shit because that Jet was supposed to die.
I'm
Nice, good shit, dude. Let's play time, guys. We have 5 lives.
Killjoy with CT as well. She's in that copy thing. Nice.
You're just like yours, Link. Or no, he's in smoke.
He's canteen.
Oh, shit, I just made noise. Sorry, man.
Good job, guys.
Upgrade if you need to.
Whoever was watching that, you did not see anything.
I was watching that.
No, you were not. Don't even
See,
cap.
he goes through tower quietly. He sneaks right up on the jet. She's standing right here, fully back exposed to him. He sprays her with the bulldog and he misses every shot.
This is why bulldog is garbage.
Bulldog's a waste of money. Yeah. If you're gonna save, just actually save.
Hey guys, oh.
Be quiet, be quiet, be quiet.
Yes.
Shadows right there.
I can dash out.
Oh my god.
Are you fucking joking, dude? She's blinded. She's got two of us.
Oh my god. Oh, flank. Flank.
I think they're both flanked though.
Yeah, both
Oh my god, 20. Last one, tower, I'm pretty sure.
There's no way. She just slashed her.
Yeah, she's tower, she's tower.
Like
oh,
ropes.
that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I got the spike.
Or not
Okay.
anymore.
You could fake it. You could fake rotate.
Yeah, that's about it.
Pros don't fake.
Nice. Go play. Dash play.
Too late. This also, yeah, there's a delay after the dash.
They're not getting the message.
Yo, who has a good vandal skin?
I'll rough them up.
I mean, I have the Elder Flame, but it's
I have the new one, the tree. I have the tree one.
Oh, but you were the one with it, bro? Oh.
Can I have the Elder Flame?
I'm getting the next
They have the
one,
green one. I have the white and
Who's
red
that,
one.
right now?
Yeah.
Alright.
But,
Here, can I get your guys? Alright, thanks.
I'll
Here,
buy-
you
I'll
request.
pay for
No, it's
it.
alright, I have creds,
I will break.
You request.
Yo, breach.
Wait, what? You request,
Oh fuck, no, my bad.
No, I don't worry about it.
I wanted your skin.
Here, take your gun, I have
You vault. Okay.
You just go through.
Dude, that was nice. Okay, I'm really going to side, guys, let's just go. Jet's up there, I think. I thought that was the turret.
One's here.
Dude, outside the judge.
Shadow, you're spike. Going up.
Yoru came flank. Yoru's behind. Yoru's behind.
Bro.
Oh, ain't no way, bro.
You have heal sage?
Yeah. Just try and rotate.
Flank. Oh my god. Take it.
That's on site.
Take spike and
Tower, I'm
rotate.
pretty sure. I think she's coming through the tower. You could fake it again if you want.
No. Take your knife out and start walking and then run in a second.
I'm gonna expect that shit again.
How did I not kill that jet? I'm not.
She just took door.
He's probably going B.
You going back in
30
dish?
seconds left.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
That's a good play.
Yeah, they were
crossed
gonna
every-
expect that again.
I'm pretty sure he
but-
crossed.
They're not gonna expect you rotating all the way around. No,
You have 20 seconds. You gotta go.
Okay, here, probably crouch walk now. You have time.
14. Come on. You need 4 seconds plan.
10
I just
seconds
swallow
left.
from orange.
Wall raised.
Nice.
Perfect, yeah.
You just stay behind the wall if you want.
Play the corner behind your wall. To your right.
Yeah.
You can fully hide behind your wall here. Not fully,
So
actually.
good.
That's good. Just hold that. You'll heal her updraft.
Oh, it's ropes.
There's no way she saves this. Nice.
Bro.
Beautiful.
That was a really good wall.
We're doing
You
this.
can have the Elder Flame again?
Sorry, I see you, Drake.
What's that?
Sorry, no, my bad.
Stage take spike.
Oh, okay.
There.
You don't look at YouTube chat usually. Yeah, I know.
Where do you go B?
Yes.
I saw when you messaged earlier a little
arcade.
late. See if I know it's
I'll say it's
games.
team live up.
Yep. Oh yeah, I
Here,
was
Shadow,
talking
make
about
sure
this while ago. Yeah, I
Shadow,
gotta
can you
get
go
better at
arcade
looking
and
at the new
just switch
chat.
them?
I'm trying to train them.
Yeah, it's
train
still
myself.
late, alright.
Yep. I'm trying
Yo, watch out, Sky might flash.
Look at something else at the same time here.
No.
What?
No
I
offense,
gotta
but
like
you don't
train my
switch up
brain
that
to look at YouTube chat here.
This is kind of tough. Let's watch flank. Nice, good picks.
That was the
Will they
flank.
go under?
I'm coming to you for heal sage. I'm at 36.
Flanks on flank. Maybe you can get her.
974.
Yeah.
Good shit.
You got farm.
You have res? No, you have 6 out of 8. Protect while she gets a
cover
work.
me, cover me, cover me.
Let's die out, guys. Someone break this.
I broke it.
You could go get A or. Oh, that's it. That's it. You have res.
Here we res. No offense.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Let's play it. Let's push.
Fucking well played. Well played.
Okay.
I need to learn how to play consistent. I've been falling off my games.
Yeah.
It's called coffee.
Yo, chat, can I get the other thing?
I just think like try not to die, pretty much. That's what works for me.
Yeah, I'm pretty bad at it, Drake. Because I have 2 different chats now to look at.
Yo, Alexis is playing comp.
Oh.
Get out of my way!
Who's the Jet from Split? The same guy playing Jet now.
Here, watch box.
Chan's
Oh,
guy.
one's up top, I'm pretty sure.
Okay.
Flash out! Cover blinding!
Nice, good kill. I'm watching flank, yeah. Or let me watch flank type up.
I'm spike.
Spawn.
Beach, you have spike.
You're under spawn. Oh, dish. You're coming up, bro.
Raise and Jet. Fish.
Oh yeah, you need to get here.
I'm just gonna rotate. I'm just gonna rotate B.
He's not here. Okay.
Wow, we have sight.
Oh yeah, we do have sight.
If they're both here.
No, they're dish, but like all of us are watching dish.
Yeah, I see what you mean, but
one of you can lurk.
Fuck this Jet. Probably away from her a little bit. Talking a game again.
Reload,
One
bro. You have 6
enemy
bullets.
remaining.
Shadow.
I saw was dish. I think he's coming from arcade.
Most likely.
Yeah, arcade.
I'm watching across with you.
33.
She definitely smokes
I'm
this.
gonna flank. I'm gonna flank him.
She's tower. Yep, tower.
Not anymore.
Up shot. Fuck.
Still inside.
Oh, she's still a 9, so. I thought she wasted all of them.
Playing like a fucking weirdo.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of how you play against an op, just like, be a weirdo, yeah.
Yeah, you got it.
At least one of us.
Hey Jay, you want the op?
That's alright. You do it. I'm pretty bad with op. I just got it because I was max spreads.
Talk.
You think they're Smurf Mitzi?
Oh, wait, can you sell it? Tristan, can you buy Shadow?
Yeah.
Just because you're max.
I need a drop. Talk.
Keep it up.
Cover going out.
You'll help me train the routine by typing in food. Well, I appreciate it.
Nice.
Here, let's just put it out, maybe.
Put it out.
Like, I doubt they'll rotate once it's down.
I'll hold up.
Yeah, they're probably going to B site. I think we're rotating. Just don't make noise. Do not make noise.
Quiet.
Okay, once KJ's util activates, it might. I'll run in. Oh, I need to go outside.
KJ outside door. KJ outside
They
door.
were all
Spike
still
down
there. Okay, Yuru's backside. Oh, flank.
God, the door wasn't open.
Or just before the. Oh, in the door.
Let's rotate.
You have Omen ult, you can TP.
Yeah, it is up.
Here, Sage, try to go to him. Because if he dies, then he plants after they. Yeah. Let us defuse it.
You can tell
Last
this is
player
the scoreboard.
standing.
Our ranks are
Spike
more
down,
similar.
B.
They're trying to carry a
30
couple low
seconds
rank
left.
friends with a high rank. Okay.
It's always a fucking jet, bro. I swear. Nice try.
Oh, I hit 100, bro. I'm surprised one of them was that.
Come on!
I'm gonna op again if that's
fire.
okay.
This ain't no democracy. You can spend your money. I mean, yeah, you can spend your money however you want.
Wait.
I should have said we aren't socialists here.
Can you someone break that for me?
Where did Tristan watch flank?
One drop down from tower.
There's some weird setup here.
Attack the killjoy.
Watch out.
Jet's dish.
Got her.
Oh, I'm getting walled. How the hell can they see me?
This
Can I get out?
Oh, there's an off.
What? I hit his shoulder.
Fine.
I'm dead.
He's almost trying to save off at this point. That's not.
Yeah, just get out, get out.
Hello.
Come and watch flying.
Tristan, yeah, watch your flank.
Here, hold a different angle. Because if you're not playing spike, then it's not with them.
30 seconds left. Last player standing.
Nice.
Could be another.
They're probably not gonna push you.
Yeah, there's another flank, I think.
10 seconds left.
I hit that jet 142.
Damn. No, yeah, ops are so annoying, like close range.
Last round before the switch.
At least it's half.
Spend it all before it's gone.
I'm gonna go dish. Let's
But
go
if you
A.
weren't trying to win the round, if you're just trying to save the op, you should have just like ran. I hid somewhere.
Yeah. That's my bad.
Especially after you killed this guy. That was a good econ kill.
Cover going out.
Flash out!
We have ult here, we should try and beat them.
I'm gonna go underneath.
Yeah, Breach, you should all.
Okay, I'm just gonna wreck with this guy in tower.
Oh, well.
Reloading.
I was about to ult, but then our jet walked into the range of my ult, and I didn't want to ult her.
Wow.
CT.
Let's play, guys. Yeah, we got up. Just play spot.
If you tell Breach to ult, don't run in front of me, because then I'm gonna not want to ult you.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, it's Kenchi.
Well played though.
Holy shit, well,
It's alright. It's
You saw him on your left. You saw him on your left. Brandon, you saw him on your left.
Fuck, bro. Smallest gap in my shit, bro.
Yes.
Is that the last round?
Yeah.
Switching sides.
Arms for a spin.
Alright, I'm gonna do much better this half.
You don't like McDonald's French fries, Jack?
Is this a defending map or no? This is attacking map.
They're pretty good when they're fresh.
Just
It's
because it's
very
like,
text-sided.
There's like two sides.
I mean, you can definitely win on defense, but
Yeah, nah.
Yeah, they're trying to. It's kind of because they're trying to carry some very Pupega players.
it's a good way to put it. Yeah, we're definitely better than them, like, as a group.
Yeah, because we're like more balanced.
Right.
Fucking jet, though.
We survive.
none of us can really get internally frustrated with the other ones. Whereas Jet's obviously getting a little frustrated at this point.
Dish.
Hey, shit, just back up, Oliver. I can hear.
Oh my god. I just smoked and ran.
You want that?
Yeah, just press.
Yeah, dish. Dish, yeah.
It's round 1. I'm kind of playing
I'll up the
orbs
tower.
here. If they don't, yeah.
Oh, just like the orb, honestly.
Fuck, I was worried about that. They were just rotating onto me, so they're going B. Huge pick.
Spike down.
You're nuts.
If that heal ran out before it runs out. Overheal would have been nice there.
Oh,
About
fuck.
a second heal for a reason, right?
Spike planted.
Main hit.
I tagged.
KJ's B
They do
main.
have KJs, you gotta push faster.
How long until you get your
Tower.
Push fast.
30 seconds. You got to play.
Nice.
Okay, because KJ's main. If you can get her, then she can't do a stupid move.
Raze is on bomb, KJ's
One
main.
enemy
Go
remaining.
push KJ. Push KJ.
You had to get her down, so this fucking go the other way.
Nice. Alright,
No,
good
good
job.
job.
I want to get it.
That was such a good round to win.
Yeah, that was
Yeah.
really good.
Just clutch that so
Now we
hard.
can bonus. Shit.
Oh, the guys
We all got lots of ult progress, because even though I got 0 kills, I still got 2
Trust
orbs.
me, they'll know what hit them.
Collectively, our ult progress is tight.
I'm Ares light actually, or Ares heavy.
I want to
Yeah,
go
that's really
Spectre
well.
full shield, but I'm worried I'm just gonna get fucking one-tapped by this Jet with a fucking sheriff.
Yeah, I feel like we should all get light shields. They're probably gonna marshal. Or can they afford it? I don't think they can actually, so we might be good.
I feel bad. That's the case.
Yeah, we all forced. Well, except
Okay.
except us.
Yeah, man.
Oh, push to that.
Back up Oliver if you need to.
I am.
I got nobody dish.
Yeah, they're breaking my wall.
0 people dish. So they're all A main.
Yep, guys flashing.
Job
Hey,
one.
rotate.
Tell me when you're gonna flash.
I'm gonna flank them.
What will we rotating?
Yeah, that might be good too.
We're in the bridge. Nice, good shit.
I'm linking him.
Fuck, I didn't have. I still 71 to KJ.
Jet play crossfire with
What
me.
the bro, fucking.
2060 order.
Spike down. Attacker spawn. One enemy remaining.
Rory was right around here too.
Alright, nice guys, good job. Good shit.
Fucking right.
You know, the Spectre on like pistols is just so fun.
Yeah, so it's a free round. And
They're gonna
if
pull by
they
this
buy
gun,
it,
so
it's
watch
like
out.
such a waste.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Right.
full back too.
No, I'm gonna bonus.
If they buy it, we just buy it next round, so. I mean, now they're buying.
If someone play crossfire with me, someone play canteen, I'll play.
Wait, should I light buy then? Light buy? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I'm coming canteen.
Yeah, I'll have to.
Feel like they're gonna go B.
Oh yeah, they spoiled quickly.
Yeah, it's
So that's like a lot of French fries.
They haven't committed fully to a site yet. They always
But yeah,
try to
baked French
rotate,
fries
so
do
flanking
last a
them
little
together.
longer, I guess. But fuck. And like thicker. The thicker.
It could
the
be
better.
arcade.
Any
Moving
shoestring
on A,
fries.
like a lot.
I would say.
Yeah.
Shoestring fries and shoestring fries are the
I-
style. I kind of like that style in general, but that's just because French fries are tight. No matter what style. I have no preference for what kind of French fries.
Thanks, man.
Oh shit, they're pushing up onto A, I think.
Reloading.
Yeah, I've
Did you hear them? Are they rotating?
Got a pick.
Alright, yeah.
They were just in like.
You fought well. Reloading.
I mean, they're still there.
We just flank.
Just play slow.
Okay, Raina, when you flank, I'm gonna open the door. That was an accident. They opened it. Oh, do you feel safe?
Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't matter now.
Good.
Spike
Flank.
down. Attacker spawn.
Last one's in main, I think. Right in front of Reyna to the left. You're all about to pinch her, I think.
What the fuck?
Oh, there's a phantom here on or Vandal.
Yeah, no, right.
Light by Y? So the
Bro, we end this quick. Go for
kind
dinner.
of the logic behind it all is
What'd you
like
say?
We gotta end this quick and go for dinner.
Yeah, for sure.
The logic.
At 10 p.m.
I mean, we'll end quick. Don't worry.
So you want to like,
Bruh.
if you win the first round, you force
try
the next
harder.
round, right? Because it's a free win for you because they're probably saving for third round.
Yeah,
Now that
they
it's
definitely are
third
gonna try
round
to push
and
this
you
time
forced,
through.
they have
Try to play, like,
guns.
3 times.
They're full buying. So if you can light buy and still win, it's a huge econ win for you guys.
Do that in Kobe.
Yeah, you're telling me to buy.
Yeah, it's
I know.
beautiful.
I see. I didn't buy
Okay.
because you were fucking asking me the question mid game. They should have asked after the game. God damn it.
They're going up tower.
Yeah, one liking.
Jet.
Onside, just
You
onside.
gotta know when you ask me stuff like that, I'm gonna dive into an explanation and not actually play the game. Fuck.
Just right there.
Spike down B.
Oh my
One
God.
enemy remaining.
Lucky shit. That was lucky as fuck.
Right here on me.
Yeah, man.
You asked me last round, but I didn't see it until
Nice,
then.
Oh,
3 piece.
So yeah, basically
I
that's it.
finished
It's
But
like
their jet isn't even good, honestly.
you see who wins the first round.
You're just
If you win
using
the
a
first
judge.
round, then you force the
guess.
second round.
I mean, they
If you
don't
force
have
the
money,
second
so-
round and you win,
Yeah.
but a few of you probably died.
But it's kind
Yeah,
of
a
tough
few
to
of you have
lose
specters
when you
left.
full buy.
You play
Yeah.
off those
On third
specters.
round.
The rest of you light buy because the other team's gonna be full buying, and you try and win specters versus like full buy. And there's like a huge econ win because then they are broke again, and you have like tons of money built up.
Bro, we were down bad, but we came back.
I didn't get shields.
oh
God
god.
damn it. It's alright.
Is that an A or do we know? B?
You
Nobody
should
aim
run.
in.
That's a B, okay.
Okay, do
Bro, that dumb bitch. I won't be able to make it in time.
I'm good.
Oh, I just made it.
Spike
Back
down
down.
B.
Damn, you're one spike. It's rotated.
Yo, Sage, can I get a heal?
Yeah, yours arcade.
KJ likes to come down here after they plant, so I'm just gonna sit here.
Side 2. Nice.
Spike
Spikes
down
right
B.
there.
Yeah, just play
One
spike.
enemy remaining.
Nice.
Those clues.
Match point.
Oh, look. They're
Good shit.
desperate.
I'm not up here.
Bruh. Watch them come back.
Yeah, probably shouldn't have said that. Nah, I believe we're not losing this.
Cover going out.
From B.
Party's over.
They're probably gonna rotate jet with that.
Right there.
Jet's tagged here.
Here. Here.
I think yours going underneath.
Worthless.
One enemy remaining.
Jet was dish.
Spike down A.
Jet last scene dish.
Flawless. Defenders win.
I like that I was able to get those last 3 kills after fucking talking such trash. I had to validate that a little bit.
Alright, I gotta go.
Alright,
Thanks,
GG.
Yeah,
guys.
my sub too, but let's see.
Yeah, GG.
Yeah.
Let's see it.
Well, I got 20 from that. Alright, bye.
Nice.
I got back just over. Let's
I
go.
got 22. Nice.
Came back from that.
Got 19.
80 out of 100.
26?
Just
I got
32.
Yeah.
Bro,
How much did you get, Oliver?
25.
Yeah.
How did you get 26?
I got +5 performance boost.
Plus 6. That's crazy. How does that work? Do not know.
We positive, it's chill.
I just saw your
Sure.
message, Mitzi. Your message
I'm
in,
probably
in
gonna take a
Twitch.
break. I don't want to jinx the streak.
What's your streak?
4.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah. One more
My
game and I can get out of this
streak
stupid
was
elo.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Wait, you're on a 6-win streak?
Lost streak.
Oh, dude. Yeah, I went on a 7 and like a 7 back-to-back.
Wait, how
almost.
close are you to fucking silver? Ooh, 94 behind.
6.
Yeah, you don't want to jinx. If you're not feeling it, I wouldn't jinx that. I'm kind of just like starting my night, so I'm at 80 out of 100. I'm gonna keep playing.
Okay, that's silver grind. Bro, I think I got silver. Yeah, and like lost like 7 in a row. It's pretty bad. All right, I'll see you guys.
I've hit silver 2 a couple times, and yeah, just keep losing it because of fucking idiots. Yeah, nice playing with you guys.
It was nice to see you.
Munvax, are you still playing?
Yeah, I'll
Gotta go
play.
rest you.
You getting it off?
What were you playing last round?
Hmm?
Who were you last game?
Omen.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah, you were the guy we picked up, right?
No.
Oh, the guy we picked up was saying he was gonna play Omen, so I thought he did.
Yeah,
Gotcha,
that was right now. Hold on, let me change my gun buddy on my skin. This shit is ass. That one's mid. I'll use this shit. Yeah.
Oh, you just hit silver because of that. Nice.
Yeah, this is my second time getting back into silver. Keep demoting.
What are your mains?
Yo, Diamond 2.
What?
Oh.
Your main account is Diamond 2?
Nah, I was joking. I just started, bro. Whatever.
I meant like, what are the main characters you
Yeah,
play?
like Yoru. I usually play Brim, but I play Omen that game.
Okay, cool. Gotcha. Are you ready?
Yep.
Doesn't necessitate physical contact with someone else's face.
Match found.
Laughter, that means you're just
Kids nowadays always seem distracted, right?
Yes.
Like they're just
I
like
almost think
always distracted by stuff.
Primarily the people responsible for the violent culture are the people hitting other people.
That's true.
Well, by the definition of violence, yes.
Just like always on their phone and shit.
Understand, and this is my question today. What would you consider, them's fighting words? They're all
I can
fighting.
feel. I try and play Rain as much as I can, though.
Exactly.
No one else is
Yes,
auto-locking
there
right now,
If
just
Chris
take it.
Rock walked up to Jada Pinkett right next to Will Smith and said, like, you got a fine ass.
We already
that
got
black
Omen.
man and your husband's a smack. That would make sense.
Or if he said it at the after
Jay?
party,
Right,
and
yeah.
it's
We got
rude,
Astra.
but
I don't
when
know if
your
this guy's
job
actually
is to
gonna
make
pick
fun
Omen.
of
Oh,
the
we did. We got double
stars
smokes.
that are eating
Okay.
Oscar-shaped salmon, then no, that's not
Triple
how you
smoke?
hit somebody. It's that simple.
Wait, triple smoke?
Fact check.
Oh,
It was
Astra.
tilapia.
Yo.
I'm
It was
sorry.
tilapia. It's
I
a
think it was salmon.
It's a light.
should I
It's a
play
lighter.
salmon,
It's a lighter, flakier fish.
Triple smoke?
I think it was salmon.
It's a whitefish.
I'm not going to apologize
I-
if we eat this up.
Are you gonna slap the salmon, Dave?
I want to know if it was.
Could be helpful on
What's the difference?
Haven.
Call
We
it
just
smoke
smoke
salmon.
everything
Most
up.
definitely. Most definitely.
Bagels and lox.
Did
So
they have
3
toast
smokes on
points?
Haven. We just
Gotta have
smoke
toast points.
What are
every
toast
entrance.
Can you admonish
Everything
him
is
for being
smoked.
him?
What is that? What,
Everything
yes,
is
admonish him. What are toast
We're gonna
points?
smoke the whole fucking site.
What are
We're
toast
gonna-
He
points?
just typed in chat. Whoever uses the least amount of smokes is a pussy.
Come on.
That's great.
Did you know that they were called toast points?
No.
No, okay.
They-
Whoever
Imagine if we
uses-
had
I am
Viper.
the wine.
That would be chaos.
But that's an act of violence. Right, Cracker?
I played against a team like that actually.
Dude, we pretty much have 4.
The day after
Jet has
the
smoke.
day
here's
after
the
they
thing. What
changed
here's
a
the
few
thing.
of them,
Here's
they
something else
changed. They
that
did like the
really
big controller update
and
and
Dave,
updated all
I'm
those
sure you have
guys.
opinions on this. We
I
talked
played
about
against a team like that
comedians
in
who, of
comp
course, have
on
supported the
Breeze,
idea
and
that
it was
hate
fucking
speech is
horrible.
cultural
Like we lost so hard because it's just so
cultural
powerful actually.
censorship
So I'm
of
hoping this actually
other
works out for
comedians.
us.
Comedians coming out
Yeah.
against Louis C.K. just for doing comedy.
pretty much
Buddy
have
is
4, but
Monvax.
Jet
He's
also
playing.
smokes.
He's playing
Comedians
Brim.
coming out against other comedians who said jokes that they find offensive, and so they try and get them canceled. They try and get them banned. This is something that I've had to deal with for a very long time. And now you see comedians, and I mean comedians who are on Comedy Central, comedians who are actual professional working comedians, supporting acts of violence being committed against comedians. So here's a transgender comedian, Robin Tran, who's positively giddy about it, and tweeted, "Can someone do that to Ricky Gervais next? It doesn't even have to be an awards show." And look, do you know that could be you next? That's the thing. You've just declared open season on yourself. And here's the I've had to deal with this for a long time. Dave, you've talked about it's kind of been a rude awakening for you sometimes, and that when we do shows together,
Smoker on every
I
site.
stopped doing stand-up for a period of time, and for the same reason we had to stop doing Change My Mind. You saw what happened recently. We had someone throw a milkshake. We had someone try to tackle me. We had someone pick up a rock, which they then claimed was, well, we're just using it to kneel on to take a picture. I don't know why you need a rock to take a picture. I've taken plenty of pictures in my life. I never once needed a kneeling rock. But I wasn't able to do stand-up and live appearances because I was at a point in my life where I was
Yeah, I like
famous
Brim
enough
smokes
to have a
more
big
than
cover,
Omens because it's
not
faster
wealthy enough to have
and
the
it's just
resources
easier
to hire
do.
the security.
I feel that.
And now I am able to do that, so I've been back on the road with
Multiple enemies mid. Enemy spotted C.
Mid at C. Okay.
Help.
What, Mitzi or Green with Crowder?
Multiple enemies B.
Spike planted.
55 chamber.
78.
Last player standing.
What is this cross?
Fucking right click.
Stick to their weak points. If one link breaks, the rest will follow.
Saving.
I stopped doing stand-up for a period of time, and for the same reason we had to stop doing Change My Mind. You saw what happened recently. We had someone throw a milkshake. We had someone try to tackle me. We had someone pick up a rock, which they then claimed was, well, we're just using it to kneel on to take a picture. I don't know why you need a rock to take a picture. I've taken plenty of pictures in my life. I never once needed a kneeling rock.
I hear C.
But I wasn't able to do stand-up and live appearances because I was at a point in my life where I was famous enough to have a big company. Wealthy enough to have the resources.
50 people.
I am able to do that, so I've been back on the road with Dave. By the way, you can go to liveofcutter.com/tour. We are in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and Colorado Springs, June 18th. Just go to the website. There are tickets there available. But you've seen how different it is, even with our show. The kind of security
Wait, is this your income game?
People have to run interference.
Or Silver 2, yeah.
I mean, it definitely is a little bit different, and it's...
Probably. I'm at 80 out of 100, so yeah, I had to hit 20 points, which is not guaranteed.
Oh,
yeah. At all. But I think we got this.
Yeah, for sure.
They're playing weird. They haven't gotten A once yet. Pistol rounds. It's so strange. Sounds like it's A this time, though. Oh, it's C again.
Joke's
Sounds
over!
like it's C
You're
again.
dead!
Enemy spotted A.
No, it's just Yoru on C.
160
Spike
on
down
Phoenix. Hey, how do I hit him from 160? Oh, he healed.
Spike planted.
Enemy spotted A.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Good job, guys.
Fucking right.
Alright, good shit.
Hey, yeah, it's good. Yeah, let's bring it back.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There we go. Don't forget what Asher said. Whoever smokes the least is a pussy.
I'm a smoker spawn.
On principle, you can't be condoning slapping the next person to get slapped. Yeah, no, for sure.
Safety's off.
Sheesh. They love C.
I've got your trail.
Launching smoke.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
What is this Phoenix sick one?
You can tell a person's character by their first action. Check me then, eh?
I'm gonna save.
I'm saving.
My combat report wasn't gone, Mitzi. It's just I didn't hit anyone.
Keep up.
Showed that I nearsighted someone. Did I see it? Okay.
Spike down A.
Too easy, too easy. One down.
Guys,
I heard one sewers. I'm 5 HP. We're all low.
thank God, spike down.
One enemy remaining.
Fucking there we go. I'm healed. I'm healed. I can push. Well, not push, but protect. Fuck me. Of course.
Beat, don't beat.
He's got up. Yeah, he's got up. I didn't realize.
Don't beat.
Just keep watching that angle. Wait, he might teleport sewers. Good call.
30 seconds left.
I saw spike.
Come on. Yeah, he's long. I heard him a second ago. Well fucking played. Good patience there, Jet. Get a nice angle.
Wait until I
He moved like at the perfect time.
That's good. I was on the edge of my fucking seat for that one. I think we should stack C a little bit this round. They might rush it again. Not stack it, like don't die on C, all three of us or something, but just play around C as best we can.
Let's go.
Who's next?
Blocking vision.
Nailed it.
Cool.
78 to breach.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
Joke's over.
120 Phoenix, 78 breach.
Just swag. Well divided. Without a concealment.
One enemy remaining.
Diffuse.
Off? What?
That was so confusing.
They don't have a
He was just staring at the spike. When you walked through garage exit, you heard him on your left, right? After he heard you, oh, he was sitting right here, your left. My first ping there.
There.
So he must have just waited, and as soon as you wrapped around, he was just staring at Spike with his op.
Makes sense.
They use so much retail there, holy shit. Double initiator. With Phoenix and Yoru, they have so many flashes.
Spike planted.
They have fucking 17,000 flashes. Like 4 of their characters have flashes.
Last player standing.
Now we're cooking.
Holy fuck.
Smoke's down. Jackass.
Folks.
Open up the sky.
One enemy remaining.
You have it, run, run, run. Yes.
Pick up that off, please.
Yeah.
Well played.
So. Without a 4K?
Clutch.
Some things you just can't teach.
Did you have 1 kill before this round?
I think.
Hell yeah, Brimstone. The best
Yeah, it was a
defense
4K.
is a good offense.
Shit.
Equipment, thanks.
Thanks.
Oh, I guess that would have shown. True. Yeah, I don't know why that didn't show. Okay.
You want to play? Let's play.
140 to breach. He's mid. He's right here.
I've got your trail.
That was breach. He's 140. Oh, that was chamber.
Spike down mid.
Oh my god.
On 1B.
One enemy remaining.
Chamber's behind our jet over here. Jet saw our chamber. Saw the chamber.
$30 seconds left.
Fucking right. On that angle again. Good shit.
We have plenty of time, oh. Here and now. Be here and now.
I heavy shield, surf shield. Here, I can buy you. I can buy you.
Need a drop. Thank you.
Hold our ground.
He's like got the breach.
Spike
Pre-firing.
down C.
Nice, nice.
I was stunned and I started pre-firing.
Blocking sight.
Chamber's slow.
Spike spotted mid.
Spike in the garage entrance, Phoenix
Yikes.
down. Beautiful. One of them C
enemy
long.
remaining.
Nice. One from C. Long.
Here.
I'm just smoking up. Good job, Jet. I was a jet.
This is an attack-sided map as fuck, and so I think this triple smoke
I
shit is
want
working
their
out for
life,
us.
not yours.
Plus, Jet has her own little smokes.
Yeah.
It's like three and a half smoke players. They know how to util you to death. You specifically. Just me. Just me. No. Yeah, no, these guys are good at utiling their way in. It's a good breach player.
Concealment.
Here.
Who's next?
Good Good smoke timing.
Well divided.
This is so cool, bro.
Joke's over! You're dead!
What the fuck is that?
Spike
What a lucky
planted.
fucking cunt. I didn't like that Asher ult at all. That was shit.
Last player standing. One enemy remaining.
That Asher ult was weird. We couldn't hear them rotating.
Don't worry. Don't think it, eh?
Nice camping, Brim. Is all you've done the entire game. Pussy. Wow, someone's mad.
Bro is pissed. I think I jump scared him a little bit.
Shadows traveling.
Hopping from window. Fuck me. I hate dying in the first 5 seconds, bro.
Down and out. Off your feet! Launching smoke.
Don't let him ace.
Spike planted. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
She heard him go hell. What the fuck? Is our Jet dead?
Bro, that was easily winnable.
Last round in the half.
Nice camping kill.
Don't save a thing.
Oh. Who's getting PTSD?
I have money here? Pfft, no. Okay, I can get Spectre full shield, I guess.
Oh fuck! I 50 fucking.
Can you sell it at util?
Okay, real quick.
Thank you.
Sweet, thanks.
Hey.
Could make a big difference here. So
I'm gonna smoke it. Fuck it. It's already worth.
2 HP.
God,
Gotta get an
man.
assist or something here.
I.
Someone was mid.
Yeah, they're rotating.
Yeah, I hear that.
Still inside.
Spike planted.
I'm gonna alt site. Get me the fuck away from that.
There. One enemy
Oh,
remaining.
fall damage, are you kidding me?
Don't peek. Oh, okay, nice.
Good half, good half. 6-6 on Haven is solid. What do they even have? They have... Yeah, they have a full attacking team. Yeah, the only thing that's slightly defensive is, like, chamber.
Switching sides.
Survived obliteration. I will survive them.
I am.
At this.
Or definitely Breach. He's really good at defending. Ooh. Rusted, they got 40.
Jesus Christ. There's fall damage in this game, yeah, Drake.
Shrimp.
There's not too many high spots, but there's a couple. Oh, fuck yeah.
Shadows traveling.
And I had like 2 HP.
Reloading.
But look at all the smokes, bro.
Smoke City.
Planted.
Here.
I think that drop does like 12 HP to you.
Beacon down.
96 on Phoenix. Go sewers.
One enemy remaining.
Nah, he's really long. You guys got this. Spark.
Play time. Play time.
Good shit.
How sad. You're just like
Skull.
everyone else.
Crack Shadow.
Deep breath. Your hearts are pounding.
You know how everyone says based nowadays?
Based?
Like that's based.
No.
Oh, you don't watch enough Twitch then?
Yeah, I don't watch Twitch that much. What does that mean?
Well, it has like a totally different meaning now, but back in the day it just meant like it was a slang for crack. It's funny that a bunch of like political kids use it.
Yeah.
Oh my god. Oh my god. This breach is brutal.
Soul shots.
Spike carrier is killed.
60 to breach.
Spike
Fuck,
down,
yeah,
mid.
Punish you.
I need an obscuring vision.
Stealing.
I have the spike.
Spike down mid. One enemy remaining.
Oh, wait,
Grab spike and go B. Grab spike and go B.
Got the spike.
Alright, okay. I don't know where. Oh, Jet just found them.
30
Please
seconds
don't die.
left.
Please don't die.
Oh my god, the Jet didn't take any damage there somehow.
Please don't die, Jet.
Now they're taking damage. They're 24 HP.
Should I hope? No.
That's
I
chill.
just saw a little longer here.
Do you have your molly?
Mm-hmm.
Wait and throw out its spike when she starts coming. Get a lineup ready. Yeah, it'll be like there, yeah.
No, I don't think she's going for. She good.
Yeah, might as well save it.
Bro, what a
Christ.
fucking
What a
weird.
bitch.
My burden never ends.
No, Mitzi, I did mean B. I just wanted to be ballsy and get into plant B.
Bro, why does bro laugh with a B? Got a villain laugh.
Snuff them out.
I have the spike.
Enemy spotted B.
Plant the spike. Enemy punished.
Yeah, I know what you mean, Drek. Especially as a Halo player, the lack of fall damage is satisfying.
88 to sky. Damn, I actually wallbanged her, but I didn't like spray her enough. Nice shit. Wait, is it planted for long?
One enemy remaining.
No, it's not planning for long. That's why I had to move in.
Enemy spotted mid.
Still in sight.
Good shit.
We are above this. We are
Need equipment.
above this.
Thanks.
Above me.
What do you need?
Thanks. Let's go see.
Bleed them dry.
Blocking vision.
Smoke's down.
Of course, of course. He put his thing there.
Spike down. C.
I have the spike.
Planted for long.
Yoru ran right past the jet there. What the fuck?
What the
Spike down. C.
my god. Where's Omi?
Oh man, can you hurry your ass up?
You can run. No mind. It's all his strategy.
One enemy remaining.
Good shit.
Wait, does planning give you a
Fight point?
Drink
I
some
mean,
water,
point for your
reload
ult,
your
yeah.
mags, and let's get back out there. Need equipment.
Actually,
Oh, request again, request again, request again.
Need equipment. Thanks.
Thank you.
And Astra, you should request an Oma Shibari.
Need it.
There we go, even out that team econ.
There we go. Here we go. Dog out.
I've got your trail.
I only have like 30 bullets left.
Who's next? Off your feet!
Yo, slick, bro. Suck my dick.
Pulling them in.
One enemy remaining.
You want to play? Let's play.
Red planet.
Piece of shit.
Player standing.
What? Ult?
What? Yeah, yeah.
Ult? Damn.
Clutch.
Kiara Carrera.
Towards at least one of us.
They only had 11 kills at the time, so I wasn't expecting much out of them. They popped off. Alright, that was their first win. It was our fault.
Yeah, definitely, definitely.
Coward, run.
Gotta be kidding me.
Down
Enemy spotted
A.
A.
How the fuck? This breach is so annoying. Oh, I meant to all chat that, obviously.
Got the spike. Spike planted.
Back.
They're bottom frags. I should have this. And yeah, we'll play ult anyways.
Well divided.
I don't think that was.
Alright, well that was a waste of that ult.
Yeah.
Such a what a waste. What a waste of an ult. He has Brim ult here, and just play your ult.
Open up the sky.
Enemy remaining.
And then Molly, yeah.
Molly. That's why they
There's
put
no
me
need
in
for that
charge.
astral.
If the Astral literally got you
My
killed,
people, are you
it
ready?
was just a waste. We had
Must
Brim ult to
cultivate
play
a
off
sense
of.
of calm.
Bro.
What?
Bro's clueless.
At least you can get kills.
Reloading.
Cutting their vision. There.
Left, in the cubby here.
There.
Blocking sight.
Spike down mid.
Good shit, Omen. How much damage do you take? Take like half his health away. Oh my god, Omen. I can't believe you got that. What a risky teleport.
Spike planted.
Enemy remaining.
Goodness. Fucking shit.
Grim.
Damn, boy!
I was gonna say, you can sit down here and you can throw a molly really easily from there.
Yeah.
Match point.
Day is almost dark. Take it.
Alright, we got this. 9 kills. Fucking great. Definitely not ranking up this game. Unless they're all
Like you're gonna get like 17 or something.
not even.
Covering it, covering it.
That'd be so like annoying.
No, I'm definitely not getting it. Not enough kills.
Concealment.
Smoke's down.
Obscuring vision.
Cutting their vision.
Spikes down.
Spike down
Be in
A.
the same spot as the
Got the
fucking
spike.
chamber.
Spike planted.
Enemy remaining. Attackers
GG. Nice
win.
waiting on that first kill so you can get both. That was sick.
Nice.
GG, boys. Let's go. We played that well.
Myself.
Alright, see how much shit we got. I got exactly 20. Oh, nah.
I got 13. I'm at 93. That's a guaranteed rank up now.
Yeah.
But at least you secured your silver one.
Yeah. Oh, nah.
I
When's
don't
the next weekly challenge?
I was gonna say, well, I want to look at your profile, but I haven't added you yet. Nice. 30.
What profile is you looking at?
Oh, I was just looking at what you were at, like out of 100 towards silver 2.
Oh.
I was just looking at the Ego Guard units in my shop right now. That's kind of cool that it's like unstoppable, and then the different variants, the different color variants, also have different languages.
So yeah, bro, I got 3 for fucking Vandal, bro. I'm so happy. Got my shot, bro. I tried the white version. No.
I spent very little money on this game. I bought
Yeah.
2 battle passes and then the one Vandal, the one with the tree.
Oh yeah, I got the first battle pass, this battle pass, and this is my first skin that I actually bought.
That's
in the
pretty.
shop.
That's pretty conservative too. That's like how much money I've spent.
Yeah.
Some people,
So, like,
man,
40.
I've talked to too many people who have like $900 in this game.
Yeah, it's like what the fuck? How do you spend that much money?
Are you good to go?
Hold on. What's this one?
Oh, I unlocked that Odin. It's kind of a funky looking Odin.
Wait, which Odin?
The one from the Lycan's Bane one from the battle pass.
Oh yeah.
So it's like the Lycan's Bane looks cool, but it looks so weird on the Odin. It makes it look so chunky.
And it's so like spiky and shit.
I'm putting it on for shits though.
Hold on. A spike buddy? Oh, that's a cool buddy.
I did get U-tilled hard that game. I'm streaming, by the way, but it's just like a couple friends watching. So if you hear me talking in the background, it's just like responses to that.
That's all. Yeah. What's your Twitch?
Just my name, Shadow Monk. I made my Twitch account years ago, before I was ever able to start streaming. I was in the Twitch like when it first came out. Like it used to be called Justin TV, and then it was purchased by a bigger company, and then it got turned into Twitch. But when it was Justin TV, like people just stream like anything, like just episodes of Family Guy shit. Like
yeah.
It was a weird, like people were trying to figure out what live streaming actually was, and then kind of games took off. Destiny was in that space early on. You know who Destiny is. And I wanted to stream way back then when I was like super into StarCraft. I just never had a good rig to be able to do so. And then life kind of got in the way for years, you know how. Yeah.
Yeah.
You good to go?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm kind of leaving Twitch, but I don't know. I say I'm leaving Twitch, but I'll probably multi-stream on both for a while until I'll just have like really outrageous titles on my Twitch and then get myself banned maybe or something. Let's just stay in the politics category and have outrageous titles. Yeah, the one guy who I've watched for a couple of years he's been on Twitch since the very beginning, Destiny. He just got permanently banned off Twitch because he was like having all these debates about how like trans women should not be competing against actual women in sports, which is like most fucking Americans agree with that take.
Match found.
While he was having those arguments, he like said some heated things, but like nothing too crazy, like the same kind of insults he would toss at anyone else, but because he was tossing those insults at trans people, he got banned. Same insults he says to everybody else. Like, you know how many fucking lefties and conservatives, and he just argues with everybody, he debates so many people. You know how many people I've heard him call a fucking subhuman piece of shit? You call a trans person subhuman and instantly you're banned from Twitch. I think it was something like that. But specifically he's having debates, which like, I don't know how much you care about this kind of shit or if you know anything about this whole debate, but yeah. Like a trans woman, essentially like a man who is like converted to being a woman who's taken hormones, should not be competing against like biological women. It's so unfair. I was watching an interview from one of Leah Thomas's fucking team members the other day being like, Yeah, it's really hard to hear, like, when all of our coaches are like, you guys just push a little harder, just go a little faster. And then Leah Thomas's coach is just like, okay, just slow down just a little bit. You just gotta slow. It's just too easy for these fucking biological males to fucking set records in female sports. I was thinking, I've got really long hair. I should just tell everyone I'm a woman. I could be like an Olympic champion next year. I've always been pretty into cycling. I could probably dominate women's cycling.
The enemy sage thinks you will slow us down.
That's one thing I haven't heard of yet.
I'm on my way.
Actually, if I
TTV Dainty Violet. Yo, Dainty Violet, you streaming right now? Why do you have TTV in your name?
Placing sentry.
One flank.
Alright, they should have this.
Enemy spotted B.
Maybe not. Maybe not.
Last player standing.
Reyna, time to hunt.
Go away, I can actually smoke there.
I think you meant something else, Strick. Did you mean degenerates? Fuck, my grinder lid is stuck for a second.
Placing sentry.
Oh my god, I hate this. Oh my god, I hate that so much.
Right there. Enemy spotted. Hey.
Spike down A.
I have the spike.
Our spike's down. One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
I have the spike.
Fuck me up that timing, dude. Jesus Christ. Oh my god, can this thing not be fucking so stuck?
I can't be away for long. Let's end this quickly.
Jesus Christ. Where's the stuck? Oh, that's why. Fucking big clog of like hash on the side of there. That's what was clogging it. Making it unable to turn. Not actual hash, but just like...
Watch over us, Brimstone. Help.
Fuck's sakes. And I didn't buy, but that's okay. I kind of forced a Spectre last round, hoping we would win. I'm probably broke. Oh, I'm not broke. I should have bought. I got KJ's gun.
Yellow with an op.
They will cover!
Flash out!
Here.
Concussing! Blinding! Got you. Reloading! Blasting!
Our spikes down. Spike
My
down
ult ran
B.
out as I was about to get that
Last player
kill. And I
standing.
just That's so annoying. Fuck sakes.
They look like us, but are they us? I have so many questions.
What's wrong with this team? Why am I the only duelist?
Facts, what the fuck? They do this.
Time to take this hill.
Here.
Wait out the brim smokes. I can't push
Launching
top
smoke.
with
Right
it.
there.
This is place low. Stop. They're about to get themselves scored and killed.
Enemy spotted A.
You have res this round, Sage? You could turn the round around with that.
Enemy spotted mid.
There you go, smokes are down. Thank you for waiting.
Right there.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god!
Spike down A.
Flash out.
I'm a fucking idiot, dude.
Your duty is not enemy spotted
Yeah.
A. Enemy spotted A.
So was screen for 40.
You're done.
Reloading.
Stim beacon down.
Planted. Cutting their vision.
Get out of my way!
One enemy remaining. Thrifty.
Nice.
Any cheaper? Just me and a bottle of scotch.
Those
Skin his
fools just
ass.
wasted their advantage.
Oh man.
Anyone want a phantom?
Yeah, I feel that, Drake. You might be right.
Would you rather have a Vandal?
Yeah. Thank you.
No problem.
Quick peeks now.
Let's go!
For you. Enemy spotted B.
Prepare for hellfire!
Enemy spotted B. Turret out.
Let's rotate.
I'm on my way.
Pathetic.
Big.
One enemy remaining.
Damn, what?
Trevor!
So that's why I was getting kind of like fucking triggered the last few rounds. I was trying to pack a bowl, but my fucking buster was getting clogged. Now that I've smoked, I'm good to go. There we go.
I am a mountain.
This rain is a smurf.
Deep breaths, everyone. Your hearts are pounding. What do you need?
Let me buy someone. I'm gonna max out.
Need equipment. Thanks.
Let me buy someone. I'm gonna max out. Reach
I
request.
think we all kept our guns.
Oh, no one. Oh, okay, yeah, that's true. You don't really earn much money off us, off a living. around.
Enemy spotted A.
Turret.
Enemy spotted A.
Yes, I needed that so bad.
Still in sight. Cutting the vision.
One enemy remaining.
Results.
I was gonna say, how did she not die there? Fuck, 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 fuck! Okay, it's
As
okay.
much as this world hurt me,
It's worth the kill.
it's mine, and I will kill.
I'm definitely ranking up out of this game.
Yeah, even if. Oh no.
Well,
I'm about to say even if you lose, but if you lose, you don't gain.
well, if I lose, I probably will lose less points than I gained last round.
Yeah.
I gained 13 only, but still, if I do really well, I could only lose like 9 or 10 or something. Make it so that the next win is a
Right
guarantee.
Again.
Yeah. Well, we also are on attack. This KJ is probably going to get more done on defense.
Yeah.
Still in sight.
That was really good blind.
Thank you. Fuck 74 to Raina. She's right in the front there. That can. God. On your left, bro. It's gonna be there.
Player standing.
At least you got that. At least you got that, bitch. I didn't want that Raina to survive that. And you also got me an assist. My first assist of the game.
Yeah. I only have 3 kills. Thought I had more.
I've been stealing them all. It's okay.
I mean, she could have fucking looked left. So.
Play it slow. Like, don't push them the first 5 seconds of this round.
Okay. Boys jumping? What are you doing?
Right there.
You disappoint me.
Nowhere to run!
Cutting their vision.
I got 2 picks on A. We got
One
this.
enemy remaining.
That was a fucking perfect lurk. Perfect lurkin'.
Thank you for saving my
Lurkin',
life.
lurkin', Birkin. In the schmirkin. Got you.
Shoot the bad guys. How's that for a plan?
Can someone get this? Can someone get this?
I just needed that like few extra seconds to get in position, and then as
Thank
soon as you guys were loud, the brim fucking flanked right in front of me. Perfect. Perfect. It takes spike. I'm gonna go mid. They'll all listen to me right now too, because I have
They're
fucking.
probably thinking that you're a smurf. I'm
Yeah,
not gonna lie.
I know. I was gonna say when I'm top frag, they'll just listen to me. This game is so weird like that.
Even the enemy team
Still in sight.
probably thinking you're smurfing.
They're gonna start to get intimidated and shit. Yeah, I gotta keep it up though. I can't start fucking slipping.
Yeah.
Give them
You can get a
confidence.
spike down, I'll play my.
I'm flanking through kitchen. If you guys can slow it down.
Enemy down.
Parasite.
One enemy remaining.
This game feels like a Smurf game. I don't know what the fuck. These are trash. That's the thing. I've like terrorized them a little bit. Like they are. As soon as they see Reyna, they're like, oh. They probably freeze up a little bit. I love that. Not even
So
like it.
cozy in here. Little cubby.
I bought him Frag last game and then this shit. This game is I can't, like you. I think it was you who was saying it earlier. I can't be consistent either. I'm very inconsistent.
That was the other dude.
Oh, that was the other dude. Okay, yeah.
Yeah. That's worth the jet is just fucking sitting here, bro. I heard him, I think.
Remember, your weapon is only a tool. You can't
Imagine
just
if
shoot.
like
You have to
bullets
think.
like didn't reset after the run. That'd be so ass.
You start a game with like 500 rounds and you have to like save it throughout the whole game.
Nah, well, like, nah, it just wouldn't be like fun. I was saying like you buy a gun and then like if you survive that round, like you stay
like
with
that same
amount
gun.
mode.
Oh my god, that'd be
Yeah,
terrible. That'd be
so
brutal.
bad.
It would be kind of interesting though if they like started each player with like a certain amount of Vandal ammo, a certain amount of like ammo for each
Yeah.
weapon type, and like,
Yeah, and then just like you have to use it wisely.
or else like if you run out of Vandal ammo, then you gotta start using Phantom ammo, and if you run out of Phantom ammo, then you gotta start using Spectre ammo. Like, that'd be weird.
The hunt begins.
For you, cutting their vision. Get inside.
They will cover.
40 to Reyna. Come on.
75 jet.
Play
She's
ult,
on
play
ult.
Reyna, play Brim
enemy
abilities, yeah. Throw your molly at it.
Nah, I have not.
Oh, you used it. Yeah, that's all good. If Sage dies, you have ult at least.
Yeah.
Open up the sky!
You killed Sage. You killed Sage.
You can't get it.
That's amazing.
Time to take these arms for a spin.
Respectfully, I did not see her.
To be honest, I don't really like players that have TTV in their name, so
Oh.
I kind of am happy that it turned out that way.
That actually made me laugh.
Oh yeah, she is shoddy, bro.
I was streaming to like nobody, right, for like a couple of years because streaming's tough. And it just irks me when people have TTV in their name and then you ask them if nobody's ever streaming. You gotta be
Honestly,
consistent. You gotta be consistent. You gotta put time into it.
Why you shoot me like, out of everyone?
Finished.
Okay. Everyone's over.
Placing sentry.
Cutting their vision.
Nah, she opened up her res and picked up my gun. Oh nah.
Oh no, I'm failing.
Enemy
That's
remaining.
done.
Attack someone's over.
80 on silver.
Duty is not over.
Give me that shit.
See, that's what happened before, Mitzi. When like for some reason, it's because I was spectating
Last
Brim,
round before the
and then
switch.
it auto switches to someone else. And then if Brim gets rezzed, my camera will automatically switch back to the person I was spectating.
Yeah.
I think that's why, because it's just kind of weird that it works out like that sometimes. It makes you feel like you're getting rezzed.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
But I think
And then,
if I would have switched the camera naturally, if I would have like manually switched the camera after it switched off of you automatically, I don't think it would have switched back to you. It's just because it did auto switch to you. You just came back, Mitzi? Well, it just happened where like Brim just got rezzed and my camera switched back to him. We were discussing that. We were like, shouldn't that only happen to you? Like, you can only spectate living people, so like, it doesn't make sense. Completely knew what you meant. You fucking whiffed that, Molly. Watch flank, KJ.
Take that. Oh my gosh! Yo, blow that out, bro. You. What the?
Blur what out?
Yo, nah, don't look at chat, bro. Yo, Twitch finna ban you.
Switching sides.
Oh god. That's okay. That's okay. That's whatever. It's not me. There's like there's weird exceptions in the term of service about that kind of stuff because
Like if you like don't condone it and shit.
yeah, and like I have no control over that, right? That's pretty cool. Who was it who said it? I don't want to scroll up to see who said it. Who was it who said it?
It was the jet. It was the jet.
The jet? Okay, just to know who.
Yeah. Oh, that shit looks funny as fuck.
Just typing N-word in the report.
Turret out.
Yeah.
Launching smoke.
I'm on my way.
Smoke's down.
I didn't back someone, fool. Oh wait, it's round with pistol round.
spotted
Okay. I didn't buy because I like saving.
Variable removed.
I'm a Jew.
Okay, those.
Reloading.
Get in sight.
About me. Oh, I shot at you earlier.
Don't fucking shoot at my ears. I'll shoot at you.
My fault.
Enemy spotted A.
Nah.
One enemy remaining.
Resource.
30 seconds left.
Don't worry. Your life won't go to waste.
Oh fuck.
Fuck.
Trust me, they'll know what hit.
That's the second time I've killed the Reyna like that, and they're just standing there. Oh my god.
Okay.
Well, I can just turn off their text chat. Yeah, I can just.
Yeah, just mute them. Just mute them.
Yeah.
Okay.
I forced so hard to turn off full shield
Target
connector.
out.
Launching smoke.
Still in sight.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out. Enemy spotted. A.
I didn't need to use that. That's okay. I have ult. I ran out of soul orbs. Wow, I'm gonna drop like a fucking 30 bomb. Damn.
Oh shit, you are.
I can go for a 40 maybe actually. These last few rounds.
Here.
Play aggressive as fuck.
Weapon here.
These guys just don't rotate. They just commit so hard. They're so dumb. They are rotating.
One enemy remaining.
Nice. Jet is their spawn. I think he's going
30
mid.
seconds left.
Kitchen maybe. I heard him drop. Yeah, yeah.
It's just a scratch.
Yeah.
Good shit.
Gun here.
Everyone note down your observations, then let's run it again.
30 kills, bro. That's actually absurd.
I usually fucking despise this map too. I did for a long time.
Hate this map. I think my worst favorite map is Fracture, and then this one, and then Breeze. Oh shit, I need a smoke. My apologies. Okay.
They will cover. The rush.
Right there. Still got it.
One enemy remaining.
One left.
Nice.
Yeah, no.
My power does not end. Ask for aid, and you shall receive. Turret out.
Hey Sparkle, how's it going? Look how many kills I have this game, dude. It's fucking ridiculous.
Dude, and this is calm, bro. Dude, we're gonna get so much.
I know I was worried about not ranking up last game and I only got 13 points and I'm gonna get an absurd amount of points pushing into silver 2.
Gonna get like at least
I should start silver 2 at like 20, 25, yeah.
at least 30 most
Jesus, you can't wait for me to choke. Well, we're 11-4. No matter how much I choke, I think we win this. We just win this by like chance. Yeah, you like that choke?
I feel like they're trolling now, I'm not gonna lie.
Reloading.
I feel like they're trolling. No, don't go.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, let me ace. I have an ace once this game. Where is he? Okay. Yeah. Fucking right.
Good shit.
Match point.
Guzzle it down, Sparkle.
Stamp out their last breath.
Just on a 30,
I'm watching this breach so he can't get in top of me.
on such a huge game. I got an ace at least once. Like fuck.
Oh no, where's this breach? I'm watching him.
Thanks, man. I can't get this many kills and not ace. I am streaming, by the way. Shut him up.
Bruh.
It's A.
The hunt begins.
Hey, get out. I'm gonna ult.
Nice.
They will cover.
Get out of my way.
Oh wow. Nice shot, Sage.
Player
Oh, we're
standing.
gonna take this round. That means I can get some more kills. Maybe I can actually drop a 40 bomb.
Nah, bro, KJ got this.
Maybe. Actually, maybe.
Hell no, not with that.
KJ, I believe in you so much right now.
Spike planted.
Mikey sold that. Bro, what shit is all?
We doing this or
You bring
what?
shame to the name of Gandalf. Okay, you bring it back. That's the, you bring all the fucking glory back to the name of that. There you go. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Bro was saving that the entire game.
For some reason, it bothered me so much as a kid when I was reading like the appendices in Return of the King, and it's saying how like Gandalf is not like the wizards aren't actually old men. They're like fucking. They're like actually like gods, basically, like demigods, sub-gods created by gods to like rule over the land, and they just take the form of men. I was like, oh, that's It's weird. It kind of takes away my love for Gandalf a little bit in a weird way.
Yeah.
Not actually, but just as a kid.
That makes sense.
Because I want him to be like my grandpa, right? Like, oh, but he's just some like weird spirit.
40 on Jet.
Yeah, my girlfriend's saying, how old is this kid? Does he know who Gandalf is? Guessing you know who fucking Gandalf is.
Yes, bro. He's from literally Star Wars, bro.
Last player standing.
You know it, yeah.
Yeah, he's from Star Wars.
He was like, yo, Wizard Harry.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ain't he like the master of Hogwarts?
Let's ruin their day.
Yeah, that's right.
No, I'm like, no. I literally know where he is.
I just read a lot. I know you kids don't read as much these days. Like I read The Hobbit a bunch and The Lord of the Rings. Like before the movies came out when I was young. Cause I'm old. Wish I had read the first 2 books before the movies came out, and then by the time I was reading the 3rd book, the first movie had come out, so it affected like my imagination a bunch.
Actually, win this.
Prepare for hell.
Way to completely miss you. Get nothing to do.
Alright, that's Spike. That's Spike.
Spike down A.
Don't peek that off.
How did I not?
Last player standing.
What the I was like completely
Yeah,
fucking
Jet
whipped
turned
that
on
whole
demon
round.
time mode. Nah, Jet turned on demon time. We gotta actually start trying.
It's okay.
Jet turned her hacks on. You saw an enemy team come back after 12-5? Well, this team isn't gonna do it. I'm not even gonna play normal AA, I'm gonna flank. Or stack A, just breach go A. I'm gonna go B and then I'm gonna flank if they don't come.
Behind me.
Are they here? Are they here? Are they here? Yeah, they're definitely A. Let's finish this shit. What? The rain is just chilling and spawn gets me.
Player standing.
Has anyone else been flanking and has the Reyna been chilling in their spawn? Is that normal?
Got 3. Spike planted.
Sage should have res someone.
That would have been nice. Five HP.
Yes, I said last year. Oh! Yo, run spawn, my boy.
Stay away from me.
I lost my little pokey stick. Where the fuck it went? Sorry, I gotta win this game so I can finally go change my fucking bong water because I don't even want to take another toke out of that right now.
Your what water?
My bong water.
Oh.
Turret out.
I don't even know how she were, bro.
All you kids fucking vape. No one knows how to fucking actually smoke. In massive bowls for the dome.
Launching smoke.
Good wall, good wall. When you're there.
The bong water. Alright, I killed the Jet.
For you.
We win.
in attacker spawn.
Careful.
Enemy spotted A.
Don't kill me, please. I really don't want to be killed.
Or do you sage?
One enemy
Thank
remaining.
you. Let's finish this. GG.
Spike down A.
She fucking aces. Which you will, cause.
GG. Almost a 40 bomb. Jesus Christ.
Reloading.
GG.
1 kill away. Those assists combined
Let's
to
go,
kind of
Shadow.
make a kill.
We're cracked. Alright, how much? Let's see how RR we got.
Thanks for the follow, Bisky.
I got, bruh. How'd I get 4? Oh, no, I got 14.
Were you one of our teammates that game? Fucking right, 28 RR. I'm sitting at 21 out of 100 and silver 2. Oh my god. That's
Nice.
That feels good.
Yeah. I stretch.
Why do I think that trans women should not be in women's sports? Because I don't think biological men should be like taking away titles and like opportunities from women or beating the fuck out of them in combat sports. It's pretty basic. It's pretty simple.
Shadow. I think that's.
What was that? You're done for the night?
Yeah, I'm good.
Cool.
I GG though. Good night.
Games. Good night.
Good night. I'm on the stream.
Talk to you later. Yeah, it's pretty simple. I'm not against trans people competing in sports, but like if they want to compete in sports, then they should have like maybe all trans people just compete in their own category. We just create a whole third category for anybody to have whatever steroids they want. It doesn't matter. They've had the benefit of their whole life growing as a man. Taking steroids for like a year doesn't take that away. Why do you think like they're setting fucking world records and like it's ridiculous? Men who were like 500th in their fucking category, whatever sport they were in, 500th in the world, top in the sport, 500th or something, and then they switch over to women's and they start setting records. No, it's bullshit. If you believe that trans women should be able to compete against biological women in sports, then you've been brainwashed by ridiculous critical race thinking. Yeah, and it's only just beginning. All of this is just very fresh and very new, right? What about the orbital bones being broken of women in combat sports? You're okay with that? Because that happened to a woman who was fighting against a biological man who had transitioned to being a woman. Why do you think that hormones can like reduce your skeletal structure and reduce your muscle density? Like it doesn't do that much. Like it's like slight reductions in muscle density, slight reductions in muscle mass. Like they still have these huge advantages. Okay, so put yourselves in the shoes of a woman who wants to compete at a high level in a sport. Like, why do you think that she should have to compete against men, basically? It's not fair. It's absolutely not fair. Your thinking on this is absolutely fucking skewed.
And it's
I think it is harmful for the trans athletes to be told, like, if they identify as male, that they are not.
Yeah.
And so I see that.
You just said male.
Uh-huh.
That's sex. That's not gender.
Oh, sorry. Whatever is the gender.
No, you
term.
can't keep it straight, can you?
I mean, it's I will.
Because it's silly. It's a little silly, isn't it?
You're a woman. Okay, are you an athlete? Are you a high-level athlete? Are you trying to be in the Olympics one day? Are you like an 18, 19-year-old high-level athlete who's like really competitive in your field and you hope to compete in the Olympics in the next couple of years? Because if not, then just saying I'm a woman, that has no bearing on this conversation. I'm a human, you're a human. Just you being a woman doesn't mean that like you wanting them to be accepted just because you have super lefty views means anything. Give me an actual fucking reason. Give me an actual logical argument as to why women should have their opportunities taken away from them by biological men. That's absolutely fucking ridiculous.
It's time for another installment of Change My Mind, the series where we rationalize our positions on controversial topics. Now, today's subject is a hot one in the news lately. Biological males in women's sports.
A Victoria woman who won a world championship in master cycling has been hit with a wave of backlash because she is transgender.
New Zealand has chosen the first transgender athlete to compete at its Olympic Games. It's also reignited a debate with critics who say it's unfair.
Transgender swimmer Leah Thomas breaking barriers and records. Sports Illustrated calls...
Yeah, I had already actually said that we were talking about high-level sports, though, so I thought that was implied. I didn't realize I had to keep spelling that out. So imagine being a woman in high-level sports, where you're like highly competitive, and you're trying to compete for like top positions. Sorry, I didn't realize you're gonna be that bad faith in this conversation. World Cup winning U.S. women's team suffers shock 5-2 defeat to FC Dallas under 15 boys academy side. I didn't say it was awful. I'm just saying, like, I had already said, I was talking about women who were like competing in high level sports for high level positions, and I was like, imagine you're one of these women and a man is coming to compete against you and takes away your opportunity. And you're like, I'm a woman. Like, that bears no bearing on this. That has no bearing on this conversation. You're just being ridiculous because you have super lefty views. Yeah, boys still going through puberty under 15 beat the World Cup winning U.S. women's team, because even if you're a fucking highest of your field and at the women's side, a man can come in years younger than you and beat the fuck out of you. But you saying that you wouldn't mind means nothing because you're not a high-level athlete. Like, you're not competing for anything. Are you willing to give your metrics? Like, what? Like, I'm 6'2", personally. I'm almost 6'3", and I weigh about 175 pounds. I'm pretty good at cycling. I can run. I'm pretty fit. Like, I'm not any kind of high-level athlete, but I played soccer for like 15 years, and like I could have gone decently far with it if I'd actually been competitive. What are your metric? What's your approximate age, height, like weight? Because that has some bearing on this conversation. If you want your opinion to actually matter, if you want to say that your identity matters, then you should give us all these other metrics. Otherwise, drop the fact that you're a woman, because that means nothing here, and just actually have a logical conversation about the fact that women shouldn't be getting their fucking opportunities taken away by men. And I don't know why anyone would believe that unless they have super lefty views. That everything you probably do and see is seen through a fucking ideology that you can't break. And I'm sorry for that. I'm sorry that you've been fucking brainwashed by Marxist views that are so prevalent in our society right now. Most seem to be accepting, really. Where is it? Where's the teammate?
Tonight here at home, a debate that has rocked the world of college
You grew up with conservative parents and now you're rebelling against them?
athletics. And
Yeah, for sure. They do need a space to compete. Like, And trans men also need a space to compete, but they shouldn't be competing against other men, and they're not trying to because they can't. Like, because a woman on a few hormones, on a few steroids, can't compete against actual men at like the highest level. They're just not doing it. It's not an issue. So if all trans people wanted to go into their own category where they can take whatever the fuck steroids they want, it's just fair game. Take whatever the fuck you want, steroids to the max. Like, that can be its own category. And then at that point, there'll still just be like top level men taking steroids, beating the fuck out of everyone. But okay, but empathy unhinged can have its own problems. You got to realize that. Empathy is a great thing. But when you have like unhinged empathy and you start to put that into political decisions, that can have some terrible, terrible problems.
Raises some questions about the right to compete versus the right to fair competition. It centers around college swimmer Leah Thomas, who competed for the University of Pennsylvania's men's team.
On-campus that they did not have a but the NCAA
protect Leah over.
One of Thomas' teammates has decided to speak. We agreed to alter her appearance and voice for this interview.
This is a problem that needs to be fixed.
So you've chosen to remain anonymous. Why is that?
Because there's about 2% of the population in this country who attack people no matter what they say. They don't actually have an argument, and they don't present any facts or logic. They just...
Oh wait, facts and logic. That's kind of what I'm asking from you, Bisky. You just present me some actual reason why a man should be able to compete against a woman in sports. Taking hormones for a year doesn't reduce muscle mass and stuff enough. It just doesn't. It just absolutely doesn't. Like, the statistics are proven. Like, it's not just one or two fringe cases. Like, this is happening over and over again, and like, you can look at the science and it doesn't fucking lie. Like, I think that trans women do not have an advantage over biological women. You don't think that trans women have an advantage over biological women? What? No, that's so incorrect, though. Like, as is pointed out in the video I was going to play, me and Arnold at his peak, Arnold Schwarzenegger at his peak bodybuilding, we do not have the same disparity as me and a woman of my age and my approximate height and stuff. Pick any woman on the street. I live near a university. Like, pick any woman on the street. Like, all these women, I have a bigger advantage over them than Arnold had over me at his peak. How can you fucking say that trans women do not have an advantage over biological women? That is absolutely ridiculous. That is virtue signaling at the highest level. I can't believe there's actually people like you that exist in the world. Like,
The college senior, the most controversial athlete in America.
The beauty of Change My Mind is that almost invariably, productive dialogue takes place, and people generally leave feeling better than they came, which is exactly what happened here.
I need Tokes to deal with this.
Not everyone from the tolerant activist left was so happy about, you know, conversation.
What's the message of radical trans liberation now? What does it mean?
I'm not here to talk to you, Steven.
No? No one? Radical trans liberation now? Look! I'm slightly chocolatey!
This one's still a mystery to me. We're still trying to identify the gender. Is it male, female, Z-male, trigender? Either way, I was greatly inconvenienced. If you figure it out, comment below. The point is, some people just don't know how to use their words. Unlike this person, Isaac, with whom I had a conversation that was a little more productive.
Isaac, Steven, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
So, Isaac, I don't know. I know you said you've watched the show.
Yes.
Okay. So I don't know how familiar you are kind of with this, but the idea is...
I have one comment. When you're debating someone, you shouldn't say, I can't believe there are people like you. Not only does it make the other person offensive, but it doesn't help your point. I think we can have a discussion without using insults. Honestly, when I was changing my bong water, I was thinking that I agree with you. Okay? I come off hot and heavy on this because I have 3 younger sisters. I come from, like, a slightly athletic family. Like, I'm around a lot of athletic people. Like I actually work for like the guy he's literally like the top bodybuilder in my city, which I only learned recently. I'm like, damn, he hides it under his shirts. Well, he's fucking ripped apparently. And if he was to be competing against women, like, you know, they'd have no fucking chance. Like no matter what, like the highest level bodybuilder. Just listen to these stats. This is going to be presented in this video, but I'll present it now quickly. It's like the highest level weightlifters and like deadlifters and stuff are 400 pounds up in the male category above the female category. Like it's crazy. And like, you know, like the top men who are competing against each other are only beating the record every year by like a pound or 2 pounds at most. Whereas like there's a 400-pound discrepancy between the top female weightlifters and the top male weightlifters. You think those men should just be able to say, I'm a woman now, I took hormones for a year, and now I can only lift like 50 pounds less than I used to be able to, but it's still 350 pounds more than all the women, so... No, I agree. I come off hot and heavy about this, and I probably shouldn't. It's just a very obvious... It seems like such an obvious issue. There's been so many very woke left issues where, like, I can kind of see where people are coming from. I'm very like empathetic. I'm like riddled with empathy. Like, I'm a very emotional person. But like when it comes to this, it just seems so clear cut that I'm getting very bothered that this isn't the one. I thought this would be the one issue that would start to wake up a lot of very woke people and be like, oh, wait a second, we're going too far finally. But no, they're not. Everyone's on board with this for some reason. Yeah, just... This is a good conversation because I feel like this kid who sits down with Crowder here is a lot like you, Bisky. He's young. He's just well-intended. He wants to just be accepting. He wants to have the right decision. Like, he wants to have the right answer. Not the right answer. What am I trying to say? He wants to have the most, like, empathetic and, like, correct thing to say. Yeah, there are some men that would not have an advantage over a few women, but the majority of men that would. That's exactly well put. You got to look at statistics of like men and women. Women are interesting because statistics can be skewed, right, when you look at them. But here's a good way to look at like the differences between men and women. I will be the first to admit that men and women are more the same than they are different. So before you type anything else, Bisky, you need to understand what we grew up in different times and you want to be accepting. I want to do that. Yeah, I was born in 1990. I don't know when you were born. You're probably a lot younger. I had a hippie mom and 3 sisters. My parents divorced when I was young. I'm like a very like in touch with my feminine side emotional person, okay? Like Mitzi is my girlfriend who's replying to you here, and we both appreciate you being here. But like there's just okay, I kind of lost my train of thought there. There's just something so wrong with this that's just should be so obvious. But anyways, this guy is young. He seems to just want to be like accepting, and seems to be like, well, he wants to be on the right side of history and all that. Like, you know, that whole mindset of we want to be more accepting, we want to be more open, but like that can be taken to a fault. Oh yeah, I was talking about the overlaps between men and women. Okay, so I'm actually pretty good talking about this because I've talked about this a lot. Men and women are more different. Are more similar than they are different. You're 18? Okay. So many unaddressed problems that organizations and people take advantage of. Yeah. And I know if you're 18, you've probably been influenced by a lot of the stuff in a lot of maybe schooling that you've been in for the last few years. Like I know this stuff is influencing a lot of like teachers, a lot of high school teachers like push this shit onto their kids, like activists for some reason. But anyways, that shit all aside, actually listen to what I have to say here because this is just psychology. This isn't my own opinion whatsoever. Men and women actually are more similar than they are different. If you take like 100 women out of, if you take like 100 people, 50 men, 50 women, and like you pick at random one of them, the chance that they're going to be more, okay, we'll choose like two traits, like one for men and one for women. Men will say like more violently aggressive because men are generally more violently aggressive. Or no, we'll pick this more tame. Men are more interested in things. That's why men tend to be more like engineers and stuff. Women are more interested in people. That's why like women are more tend to be nurses. I guess I got to backtrack and talk about this first. Love learning about the LGBTQ plus though. I am so proud of the younger generation for being so accepting. Well, it's great, and I don't want to be unaccepting of people either. My grandma had like a boyfriend when I was like young, when I was like 8 years old. My grandma, who was like 50, had like a boyfriend, and she was all like happy because her fucking my step grandfather was, he's just a piece of shit, but she's still with him now because this didn't work out. This guy Stan ended up turning out that he was a woman. He just wanted a woman friend, and he wanted someone to open up to, and it turns out he was a woman. And like, that dude was definitely really trans. He wasn't doing it for any kind of fad or anything. This was in 1998, right? He wasn't trying to do it to be like accepted on Twitter or something. Like, he was just doing it. He wasn't doing it for the gram. Just doing it for himself, because he always felt like he wasn't truly a man in his body. And like, I do believe that there are actually trans people out there for sure. I'm not gonna like denounce that like trans people exist. I do think that it has picked up into a bit of a fad though, that like I have a lot of friends who are just like in their like late 20s 30s who are just like, oh, now I'm binary. It's like, or like I'm non-binary or whatever. Like, even though they present as fully female or whatever, and like they've never presented anything other, they've always just been kind of punk and different and maybe goth when they were younger and stuff too. It's the new thing. But so anyways, men and women are more similar than they are different. We can pick 2 traits. Don't feel bad for Carter. You probably don't know him enough. You probably had a very skewed perspective about him. So like, in the more egalitarian countries, and when I say egalitarian, where people can choose the most, like you lefties, well, yeah, you say you're conservative, but you're coming off pretty lefty. We praise these countries like Sweden and stuff, and like the Netherlands countries, like the Scandinavian countries, for being the most like people can choose. They're the most free countries. It's like pretty great to live over there, right? Well, like in those countries, they have like the highest ratio of like female nurses and male engineers, because like if you let people choose what they want to do, men are typically more interested in things, women are more typically interested in people. And you could do this test with babies, like baby boys will like typically go to like the fucking train and the car, and baby girls would typically go to like the fucking dolls and stuff. And you can look at why this would happen. This is all just against psychology, evolutionary biology. You can look at why this would happen in evolution. Women, to take care of a baby in like the wilderness in like ancient fucking times when they're like cavemen and shit, and up to now, like history is harsh, right? It's hard to live in most of history. To be a woman and actually like care for a child, that takes a lot of fucking empathy, and that would have had to like evolve over time, even before we were like humans, when we were still monkeys, right? Because you can this stuff expresses in like primates and stuff too, and lots of other species. And then like as men, being able to hunt and stuff and make better tools to be able to do the things better, like we were just had to evolve to be more interested in people and in things. So like we'll go back to the 60-40 thing. You take 100 people, half of them men, half of them women, and you pick one at random. You'll only... You were typing this whole time. Were you even listening? Oh my god. You got to realize that everything you're saying is so cringe. He doesn't need a hug. He doesn't need your help. Okay, so if you take 100 people, trying to say this finally, the chances that you pick one at random and they'll be more interested in things, you'll only be right 60% of the time. You'd be wrong 40% of the time. That's a big overlap. If you pick one at random and the chances they'll be more interested in people, you'd be right 60% of the time and wrong 40% of the time. That's a huge overlap, right? Like there is a big overlap between men and women. And that goes back to what Mitzi was saying. I don't think people calling the cringe is great either. I made a Facebook post that was like, kill the part of you that cringes. Don't kill the part of you that is cringe. I agree, but still, I still say it. So I'm just going back to what Mitzi said when she said, there are some men that would not have an advantage over a few women, but then there are a majority of men that would. Just like there are very few, like, yeah, that's the best way to say it. There are very few women who will actually have an advantage over a very few men. Like, it's just going to happen. And just in the same case, there are very few men that will have like a more empathetic, more nurse-like, more people-caring response than women. Like, there's a lot of women who are really terrible. Okay, I'll play the music in a second. There's a lot of women who are really terrible at being sorry, you're gonna clip that, Sparkle. There's a lot of women who are really terrible. I'm trying to say there's a lot of women who are really terrible mothers, right? We all know this. There's a lot of terrible fathers, a lot of terrible mothers. Because some men are actually more caring than some women. Some women are actually more tough and like could beat up a few men out there. Like it's just the case that like there's overlap. But despite that overlap, this is the important thing. The world mostly expresses at the extremes, not in the averages in the middle. So like if you look at the most amount of men, the most amount of people in prison are men, right? And if you, same as if you go back to the egalitarian countries, the most amount of people who are nurses are women. It's going to express at the extremes. Society is going to express at the extremes, especially when you look at the top level fields, like the top level psychologists and stuff, and like the top level engineers, like the highest of their field engineers, like 99.9% of them are men. And same with like the top fucking like, whatever like positions. I can't really like I always go to like psychology because that's like a very like you have to really care about people for that, and like the best nurses and the best like doctors typically are going to be like women. But hold on. What is this? It's Kelvin 21. What's up?
Is that we, sit down with people, hopefully where it's a rational discussion on what are sort of controversial topics. And often people have rational discussions on topics that are, okay, it's easy to have a rational discussion, or it's easy to rationalize your position. The second it gets into something that may be emotionally charged, we throw it out the window. So that's what it is in the bottom line. Today's topic, I do not believe that biological males should be allowed to compete in women's sports. Obviously, you disagree to some degree.
Yes.
Feel free to make your case and change my mind.
Okay. I guess my first point of contention would be with the wording of the statement. Biological males should not compete. I'm curious as to why it would be biological males and not trans women should not compete, because I feel like there is a distinction there, even if it is, maybe an arbitrary one in your case.
Well, how is it not arbitrary?
How is it not? Oh, you mean the distinction between trans? Yeah.
So when you say that, for example, I could use either term interchangeably.
Yeah.
Biological males is something that everyone would understand.
Yeah.
So why is it so important to you that terminology be changed?
Yeah, I feel like a lot of the times people use like biology as this sort of like constant, obviously I'm sure you believe, maybe I'm wrong, that like biology it's a binary and that there's male and female and that it's just like that. Is that correct? And that you can be one or the other, and that there's no.
As a general rule, there are obviously radical exceptions to the rule, like intersex people or people with, androgen resistance or stuff. But we're talking about, 0.01% of the population. So yes, obviously, and obviously even people who believe in the transgender ideology have long agreed that biology exists in a binary.
Oh, for sure.
And not gender, but biology.
Yeah, no, definitely.
So if we agree that biological sex is, or at least. Would you agree with my presumption here that certainly what's being taught on school is that gender and sex are different, and the primary difference is sex is biological and gender is societal?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Okay, all right. So, sorry, continue with your point as to why you would prefer it be worded with trans women versus biological males.
Because I do believe that as far as expression goes, like obviously there is that difference that you're talking about, and even in trans women, a lot of
Jesus. Sorry, wait. What the fuck is this? What is this? What the fuck was that? Okay, I was worried it was like a thing making fun of Elon because a lot of Oh, just because I didn't expect that to be playing for so long, and I was trying to listen to other. There was like you had the song going, and I had the Steven Crowder thing going, and I can just open it up. I was opening it up on my end instead, like that. Let's see what it was.
of them who do compete in sports, there is obviously the hormonal, like, you know, estrogen and like all the like treatment that they go through, which does alter their physical sort of like ability to compete in these sports. And so to say biological men instead of trans women sort of indicates that there is no difference, when I think there probably is.
Actually,
you know,
no, I would argue, maybe I'm misunderstanding your point, because you just said that gender is societal.
Yeah.
Sex is biological.
Yeah.
So the reason that I am saying is biological males is because this is biological, right?
Yeah.
Males.
Yeah.
But then you're saying you would rather see trans women, which is societal. It's not biological. Sports are separated by biology.
Okay.
That's why there are male-female divisions.
Yes.
And up until recently.
He is nice. That's why I thought you'd like this conversation, because I actually appreciate this guy's perspective too, and it ends up being a good conversation by the end. Like, this doesn't get, they don't get tilted at all, and this might, I don't know, you've probably seen a lot of bad stuff about Kreider. He's a pretty nice guy. Like, people fucking condemn the shit out of him for some reason, but like, he's fine.
Male, female divisions, men's and women's divisions, they were always separated by biology. And you're suggesting that it would be more conducive to an accurate assessment here by using a gendered term rather than biological.
Okay, I see your point now. Yes. So I would concede to you on that. As far as like the distinction, I'm fine with the wording if that is sort of your, you know.
Well, I want to understand your position, because you just said that gender and sex are different.
Yes.
And my issue is with, I don't care if someone wants to identify.
Yeah.
Right? If they want to identify as a woman in society, that's a totally separate issue. We're talking about sports, which have been separated by biological sex.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
You should watch that then, if you like Elon.
We're talking about biological males who are now dominating biological
it's a good
females.
podcast.
Okay, so my point of contention with what you just said there would be that biological males are dominating biological females. I have not seen that play out. Obviously, there's a few cases here and there, but I could easily just make the argument that Leah Thomas came in 8th in one of her races and came in 5th in another one. And so I would just
set the record in one.
Yes,
and
for
set
sure.
the record with a time that would have ranked not even in the top 500.
Yeah.
Right, not even the top 500 male rankings.
Yeah.
For the 500 meter, not even the top 800 for the 200 meter, which I believe is what Leah Thomas won.
You're saying the record he set when he was
The
racing
record
women
that he set is a race with women,
would not even register.
Rank in the top 500 with
And
men.
how does that further your point?
Well, the point is this is someone who was competing as a male, was a middling to low end of the pack male, and is now a champion female.
My argument to that would just be that the reason why he was middle of the pack was because he was on hormones, and because he had begun to transition while he was competing against men, as far as I was aware.
No, and certainly, and if you would argue that, it would certainly only be at the tail end, not for the entirety of his athletic career.
No, not from the entirety. Right. But when you're looking at those middle of the pack numbers, I believe, and obviously it's just your word against my word, so I'm not gonna like stay on this point.
No, and I appreciate it.
Yeah,
and I try and make all the references publicly available, so when this goes up. Because I can just easily get something wrong. For example, I could be mixing up the 200 and 500 meter. Right. You know, I know that he won one of them,
and it's kind of you're missing the forest for the trees if you want to get caught up in that.
Yeah, exactly, because there are many examples of biological males dominating biological females. You know, there are over 80 examples of women who either lost out on opportunities or scholarships. You have Mary Gregory, I believe, in powerlifting. You have women cycling, a record that was set. You have examples across the board in weightlifting, in cycling, in swimming, in track, not to mention combat sports where women can actually be physically harmed. So it has happened quite a bit. Now, granted, it's such a small percentage of the population. What I want to avoid is, and I mean this genuinely, I'm not just blowing smoke, you seem like a sharp guy, you know, that intellectual fallacy of appeal to novelty. Right, that argumentum ad novitatem is what they'll call it, but appeal to novelty, which means, well, since we haven't done it yet, therefore there are no consequences. Well, it's just because we haven't done it yet. This is very new, and where we have implemented these types of policies, we've seen an unbelievable differential between the biological males and women. It's just we've only been doing this for a few years. It's like saying, well, there are no negative consequences to a 90% income tax yet.
Sure.
But if we implement it tomorrow and it takes 5 years to see all the bankruptcies,
right,
it's not really an argument. So where we have implemented it, we have seen quite a few examples.
Okay.
But it is on a smaller scale because it would have been considered absurd 5 years ago.
And it's hard for me to contextualize that 80 number that you gave because I do not know what the total is. So it's like it's a hard number rather than a percentage. So it's hard for me to take that at face value.
Well, even then, let's say it's not. Let's say.
Yeah, no, I totally agree, Purple Wolf. It's like the whole thing with the cyclist. What's his name? Lance Armstrong. They recently retroactively tested all the people behind him, all the people who were suing him because like, oh, he was taking steroids and he took the positions from us, and then like the 14th, they had to go down to like the 15th or 16th guy to find like a clean person because everyone was juicing. Like everyone in most top sports are fucking juicing. So like I get it. It's fucking stupid. And you low-key used to like Crowder. Well, I'm not surprised if you had conservative parents and were raised conservative. And I don't know how he's not being nice here. He's being pretty nice, pretty good conversation here.
It's not that much, okay? It's still more than one.
Sure,
right?
Yeah.
And then we can get to my issues, for example, you mentioned hormones. So I want to make sure that I understand this because I think you're actually arguing what a lot of people argue, and I can understand why people would think this way. Yeah. That if a biological male undergoes hormone replacement, that they no longer would have the biological advantages inferred.
I'm not necessarily saying that. Obviously, that is the majority, but it's obviously not in every case.
So if someone did not undergo hormone replacement therapy at all, you would be against them competing against women?
I actually don't know. It's a very
then why bring it up?
Situation. Oh, just because like as far as like
because you brought that up as one of the first things.
Yes, just in the case of like these people are just dominating and whatever, and in the case of like Leah Thomas competing against men, it was more so just to say that like he was competing against men while he was on hormones. But my greater sort of, because you do bring up a good point, which is that it is more than one, who is going to be harmed. And I don't think, in my mind, there's a perfect answer to this sort of...
He's a pretty kind person. I'm sure he's just fine at home with his... This is a character you see, too, when he's on the screen, right? Like, he's not the same way he is around regular people, the same way he would be if you met him on the street and he's just talking to you, like, the way he is with this guy right now. Like, he's a pretty kind person. He has 2 kids and a wife and a dog. Like, I'm pretty sure... He's a pretty kind person in general. I don't think he needs anyone to bring it out of him. I think that kind of thinking is very, like, I don't know, narcissistic in a way. Like what you said earlier, like, I just want to give him a hug. Like, only if I could, like, bring out the good in him. Like, that's this weird way of thinking that's so pervasive on the left right now.
Because in my mind, there's a couple different options. It's either you...
Okay, like what?
Exclude transgender people entirely from competing.
And that's not what I'm suggesting.
Yeah, totally. I don't think
they just compete with their biological sex.
Right, yeah. So, and then there is the other option of letting them compete with their biological sex. I believe you do run into the same problems, which is that if you are to let biological women...
Okay, Destiny had the same take as Crowder, if you know who Destiny is. Destiny had the same take as Crowder about this. You think Destiny is hurting people because of having the same take as Crowder about this? Maybe the suits thought allowing trans athletes will bring in more money and ratings for women's sports because that's been struggling because everything is about monetary gain, even at the expense of extorting our psyche for every last short-term dollar of our attention. Hey, base take.
And compete with transgender men who were once women. You're essentially pitting women against, in your mind, other women who are just basically doping legally because they're on hormones or they're taking some sort of testosterone or something like that. So you run into the same problem when they're competing as like who they were assigned, what their gender was biologically at birth. You see what I'm saying?
Are you saying a biological woman competing
against a trans man who was previously a woman?
Hold on a second. Let's just stick with the term biology here because using gender terms. So a biological woman competing against a biological
woman, yes, who is on
steroids.
Yeah, like or or testosterone.
Yeah,
which would improve their performance.
Right.
Yeah. So it runs into the same problem in my.
I know you said someone Bisky, but earlier you did say you wanted to give him a hug, so I was just tying the two things together.
Which is exactly what we're allowing with the trans athletes. So the reason I bring that up is because I don't know if you know this, but the International Olympic Committee doesn't require any hormone replacement therapy at all.
Yeah, this was the campus where he had his original Change My Mind that got really popular, which was like there are only two genders. Change My Mind. That was his original like big Change My Mind. That I remember that was the first Crowder thing I saw that like originally like started red pilling me really hard until I started finding content from people like Destiny that brought me back to like the center a little bit because I grew up like pretty hippie lefty. Like when Trump was running for office, I was like, oh, fuck this guy. I was super like pro Hillary and shit. And then about a year and a half into Trump, I started getting super red pilled. And then Destiny pretty much pulled me back to the center.
None. And what happened with Leah Thomas, and this was shocking to me, was now a big reason that the IOC does that is they say, well, we punt it to the organizations of the individual sports. And you and I both know, of course, being on campus, I think you're probably.
Okay, good point, Purple Wolf, actually, here. Okay, wait, I said that because I feel like no one else wants to give him hugs, so I want to do it. The more people give him love, the better. Assad and Putin's right. We're going to build on lies. Well, I wouldn't say Putin's right so much. I don't want to go that far. I don't want to start fucking being pro-Russian about this shit. But I will agree with you saying Crowder is putting up a fight that you can't even imagine because you hide behind the wave and where do you think it's safe? Because, like, you don't realize how dangerous the world actually is. And, like, the fucking safety that we're in right now, the safe little bubble of the world that we're in right now is, like, this over empathy that I was talking about earlier is going to destroy it. Yeah, the line of good and evil is drawn between down the soul of every man or something like that. How does that quote go? But I kind of agree with this sentiment that you're putting towards Bisky that she's kind of hiding behind this wave of like, I just want to say the right thing, I just want to do the right thing, and Crowder's actually doing a brave thing of actually fighting against a bunch of this bullshit and actually protecting actual women, because who's protecting women right now? There's so much like hatred towards just like white women right now, and like the like women in general are just like there's no one actually defending them. It's all about trans women, like, and women of like basically any color, I guess, is also, they also matter a lot to most people, but there's a lot of fuck white women mentality right now.
To the left of center, but I don't think you're someone who believes in stifling speech or ideas, or shutting people down.
That would be a bad thing. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. But we both know that smaller sports organizations are more prone, to succumbing to the pressure of activist groups, right?
I'd say I've seen some hatred towards women from you, Bisky. Because you want trans women to compete against them. That's pretty hateful, in my opinion. Anyone who thinks that trans women should compete against women is committing a deep act of hatred. You don't even realize it.
So the IOC says we'll punt it to these organizations. With the NCAA, what happened, and I'm just using this because it's the most recent example. Yeah. What happened is
No, I know, Purple Wolf. I just, because of all the fucking crazy pro-Russia shit on Twitch, I was kind of making a joke.
NCAA had rules. They said, we're going to go up to the national swimming organizing body. I believe it's USA Swimming. I may have that wrong. I think it's USA Swimming.
Okay, sure.
They said 36 months of hormone replacement therapy.
Okay.
The NCAA said, we're not going to do that. You just have to tell us you're doing 12 months of hormone replacement therapy. Okay. And you just need to submit one test within 4 weeks of competition, and you're only allowed to have the testosterone levels twice that of a normal female. Okay. I believe it's 5 either nanomoles per deciliter or 5 nanograms per deciliter. And they allowed it to 10.
Ceiling?
It's a ceiling.
So you can't go past that.
But for a trans athlete, you can't go past 10.
Okay.
Which is 2 times that of a woman. So it would be like you going into a sport. Have you ever played sports?
I have, yes.
Okay, so what sport? What's your sport?
Basketball.
Oh, basketball.
Yeah.
Okay. So, you can't find a juicer in professional basketball, right?
No.
No, of course not. They're all natural.
Yeah.
But it would be like telling LeBron James, or it would be like telling, I don't follow college basketball, but whoever's good in college basketball, it'd be like saying, okay, look, you're not allowed to do steroids. You say you're not doing them for 12 months, and then within 4 weeks, you just submit a blood test where you only have 2 times the testosterone levels of your male counterparts.
Okay.
We always talk about steroids in sports, right? Yeah. And how it's become easier to beat these sort of tests, and the tests become more elaborate. This is a cheat sheet to transgender males, to biological males claiming to be women.
Yeah.
on how to cheat. We're only going to need a test within 4 weeks, and you're still allowed to have 2 times the levels.
Okay.
And even then, what's also important is
exactly, Purple Wolf. That's why I'm all about protecting the actual women in this situation. Like, he's using the proverbial sense of like, a fucking, a real man who like actually cares about women should like, care about women. About women, like protecting women, because women are not as strong as men. Like, this is the way it's been for millions of years. Like, so we generally want to protect women, and we feel disgusted by people who don't want to protect women and want to see them competed against by men. It's fucked up. It's just really fucking disgusting to most of us. Like,
and I understand what you're saying. I guess I don't know what your position is. My position is biological males compete with biological males. Biological females compete with biological females. That was a position of even modern transgender activists until just really 2-3 years ago, because all sports are different. That's biology.
watch this whole thing on your own,
Now we're at a point where we're trying to make the argument that
you should watch this whole conversation on your own and give it some good thought.
They don't have and that's also not true. The medical literature, this isn't up to date with the data. They only lose about 5% of their strength. We're talking not just strength.
I mean,
we're talking about ligament strength. It's about 5% according to the medical literature. They lose about 5% in 12 months. Okay, I've seen it as high as 7.
Okay.
The most legitimate study that I've seen, the most legitimate study is 5.
You're measuring, like physical strength or endurance,
physical
or oxygen
strength,
capacity,
muscle area, total muscle volume, muscle density.
Hold on.
In either.
Here we go.
The trans athlete is going to do a lot to like foster a lot.
You should watch that one on your own. I don't know if you've ever heard of Destiny. Here's a 1v9 trans panel he had last week that pretty much resulted in him getting banned off Twitch because for once him and Crowder actually lined up the same on an issue.
A lot of really bad will against like trans people in general. I think it's a really good turf argument for, well, look, these people just want to destroy women's spaces. Everybody else in the world can look and see that there is clearly a difference between physiologically men and women. You guys should know this on the left because we talk about rape culture all the time, and it's one of the big concerns that women has.
Go research the biology, then talk about the biology afterwards.
No, okay, Sam. Hold on, no, wait. Why don't, yeah, please explain this to me so I can tell you how fucking stupid you are. Go ahead.
Who gives a f if women can't compete at the top level?
If it eliminates women's spaces from sports, keep in mind it'd be eliminating men's spaces from sports as well. And I have absolutely no issue with that.
I was poor, and my mom took me to McDonald's all the time because we were poor and we had no time. And she worked
I don't know. Like I think your mom like dropped you on the floor a couple times in your head too. I don't know what else. to say.
There's
I don't know what else to say. Like go to a doctor, get an X-ray, figure out what's loose. Like
wait, so she gave like a 4 league?
Then don't make a ridiculous ad on that.
It's not a ridiculous. It's that I can show you poor people that are not fat, and I can show you a lot of poor people that are fat, but I can't find you a single woman that can be competitive in like 95% of male sports. That's the difference. But you don't. I think
you're discounting all the female tennis players. The fact that gymnastics is almost entirely female. The fact
hold on, wait a second. You said female tennis players. Number 2, women's sports were created to protect women.
It honestly just feels a lot more like conservatives in America don't have the ability to talk about sex stuff openly. So any excuse they can grab onto to like have that as an outlet, they would probably gravitate towards, or they're like so mad against it as well too they can't help but talk about it.
I'm glad you said that, Brento, because I think that I disagree with you, Brento, but I think we have to be honest on the left side that I think part of the reason, actually, why conservatives and right-leaning people tend to go to this argument over other arguments on trans issues is because I think this probably might be the best argument that conservative people have. Not to say that I agree or disagree with it, but when a lot of conservative positions on trans issues come...
That was just the teaser for the debate, Bisky. You're going to hear a lot of like the most ridiculous stuff in the teaser.
Down to like borderline, we should harass trans people and like encourage their suicide by like misgendering them and stuff. Something like this, I think, is much stronger than that. I think that's something we have to honestly grapple with.
What the fuck? Conservatives are out there pimping that we should harass trans people for their suicide? Are you fucking crazy?
Have you ever been to a conservative area?
Horseshit argument. I can't even believe you throw that kind of charge around here. Like, who are you talking to?
Liberals are like pretty fucking transphobic. Like, I don't think
Deb, make your arguments a little bit better rather than calling names.
That are rooting for trans people to commit suicide.
There's two things.
So what's happening in Texas right now?
Most of the people are
Deb, your microphone is bad.
really quick, hold just a second. So really quick, the people most likely to root for trans suicide are going to be the more right-leaning people on average, right? That's not like a hot take.
Who is rooting for people to commit suicide? What the fuck is wrong with you?
Debate board, if you want to make the case,
Are you
hold on. Debate board, if you want to make the case that the people that are doing this are like a vocal minority and you denounce those people, we can totally have that argument. But in the same way that I can admit there are like some crazies on the left that are like super anti-Semitic, but say not all the left is anti-Semitic, you need to be willing to say that like if you're on the internet and someone's making a 43% joke, like a betting man is going to say that person's probably on the right.
That 43% jokes don't exist. You made that up. It's a liberal lie.
This is gross.
Well, like 13% of the population.
No. Come on. You need to engage with that. Wait. Charitable to you there. I'm saying that.
Why can't there's probably honest arguments on both sides. We probably don't have to strum in the ever-living fuck out of like.
That random was fucking dying.
Who said all conservatives?
Echo chamber.
Sam Collins.
Well, like
why said all conservatives?
Why even bring up the most extreme arguments? I don't think anybody agrees.
Because they're being made.
Who on this panel is making? Wait. Who on this panel is making the argument that like all trans people should commit suicide?
Somebody on this panel is making the argument that nobody makes that argument.
Wait, why would we talk about the types of arguments that some people on the internet make? Why not just like
because they're permeant in society? Because these arguments, if somebody's making them, it's the case that there's at least some.
This is why. This is why you guys suck shit.
Argument that the people are having.
Destiny, go ahead.
It's such a dog shit conversation. Like, why not actually talk about the topic rather than finding the most strawman, ridiculous, stupid, like troll versions of arguments online?
Nobody's being strawman.
About that. It's a dumb argument. Nobody here thinks that trans people killing themselves. Like a lot of conservatives would probably say, like, yeah, you shouldn't tell trans people to kill themselves.
Nice job.
So why have
somebody saying that
you really connected the dots on that one.
Hey everybody, what's up? Hope you're all having a really good
Yeah, this is my non-binary friend, Forrest. She goes by they, them pronouns. She came out to us, like, last year, so...
They?
Sorry, what?
They go by they, them pronouns.
Who, Forrest? Yeah, she goes by they, them pronouns, I already...
I don't know how comfortable I am with the fucking. I don't know. I don't want to say it. I don't say anything. We saw a 20-second TikTok that was just virtue signaling.
Okay, well, this is weird, so... Hey, what's... Gay. Anyways, I'm gonna shut up, and now we're gonna watch it.
Okay, even though Malik is sitting up here saying that he's not gay, nigga, you're gay. I'm sorry, like... Trans women is not a real fucking woman. I don't give a fuck what y'all talking about. The nigga is gay.
Okay, so now do you see why I chose to react?
That's kind of funny. There is a huge gay erasure happening. It's like really... For some reason, people are really against us being gay. Like, if you like men, you must be a woman. There's no way you could just be gay. If you even look at even like the amount of gay nightclubs in all the major cities in North America, it's like reduced by more than half in the last 10 years because they died out. That's really weird. Anyways,
the issue, Destiny, is not nobody's
like that's not
nobody on the panel so far. I don't think anybody on the panel said that all conservatives.
They have some really fucking cringe conversation for the first little bit. Like actually, just terrible conversation.
Side when people jump to like labeling.
Yeah, butthurt when you like mention like the how does he? It's when we see others like basing their political platform, right? Like fucking Abbott, right, in Texas, as Dr. K was trying to get to previously, right? Like thinking that he's going to save himself by showing his conservative bona fides. How does he plan on doing that? He plans on hurting trans kids. That's what he does. Right? Like this appeals to the base, right? Like it's just a thing. So we can pretend that's not the case, right? It seems like it gets some people butthurt when you like mention like the obvious fact, but it is what it is. But beyond that,
it is what it is.
We can.
I think it hurts your side when people jump to like labeling like transphobe and like we're so past like people on the left just using like racist, Nazi, fascist, transphobe, homophobic like for every single thing that I think it's better to just like take apart like when people say shitty or bad things, just address that.
If most people, I'm gonna say if most women had to go through what I've been through, they wouldn't still be breathing. But yeah, mental health. I got mine under wraps. Try your best not to be a basket case of emotions, everybody. Look like shit. Look like shit, asshole. What should I play here? I'll use right now.
Okay, so
I think that when
I think the Conservative Party is transphobic.
No. Do you think that like when you address the arguments that a conservative has, that understanding the most
I'll DM you, Bisky, maybe, if you want to know. DM me if you want to know.
motivations for why they're making those arguments is ever important for doing that?
Yeah, but I don't think very few of you understand the motivation. Like, here's a question.
Well, no, it has nothing to do with streaming. Oh my god, it has nothing to do with this. It's very personal stuff. Very fucked up personal stuff. I just don't like talking about on stream because I get emotional if I talk about it.
But you don't understand what was going on the panel when you jumped in, so I think understanding here is all coming from you.
The question for the panel was why.
Let's review the motivations.
Yeah, do you guys think the vast majority of conservatives like actually hate trans people, like want them to go away because of some amount of malice or whatever?
In an explicit way, no.
No.
You guys
implicitly, yes.
I don't.
Implicitly, yes. Explicitly, no. And
depends on the faction.
In the otherization that they purvey upon trans people in society. Which party is more prone to other trans people in society?
More prone to?
Big away or beef.
Well, yeah, what does he mean by that?
We all kind of know what he means. Like he means like which one supports trans people more.
Conservatives or Republicans or whatever are more prone in their rhetoric to direct malice or anger or frustration or blame societal issues
Hate,
on
fear,
trans people.
anger.
Yeah,
yeah, probably.
No, it's something that in this part of the world
it just
women
seems
don't
like
have to go through.
That's it.
So it's an easy no-brainer. Yes,
straight up.
of course, the conservatives or Republican Party are going to be the ones that tend to be much more transphobic. And
you're right,
you know
watch
what?
out.
Some
Watch
of them
out.
say
You're
some
right.
pretty fucking
Okay.
heinous shit. I don't know that all of them do, but I've heard them say some fucking horrible, horrendous ass shit.
So to answer your question, Destiny, you're saying like do most conservatives feel this way? Well, I'm not exactly sure exactly like
Maybe like a
what, they
very,
feel.
very
I know
small
how they
percentage of
vote.
women would have to go through it, but they
I
probably
know
deserve
what
to go through it
arguments
at that point.
seem to appeal to them. Right? I know what their
Well, they vote what they
politicians seem to
feel.
think appeals to them because they
That
keep
deserves
hitting
some
these same
context,
points
but
over and
I'm not
over
gonna
again.
give it
Right?
right now.
They keep using this the same, and they're not like these politicians aren't punished. It's not like the voters are going, "Hey, now," right? Republican voters going, "Hey, knock it off with the trans stuff," right? We don't want to hear any of that. Let's get back to the economic issues that are actually affecting our lives. That doesn't happen, right? So I have no idea what's going on in the minds of individual conservatives, but I can see the end result.
We got our flag.
And if you're saying like, well, like take the time and demolish the argument, well, we can do that and we can try to do that again. But the problem is, as you understand, if there's a bad faith actor who just doesn't like a group, well, then your arguments are going to fall on deaf ears, right? So I think it's just
Prime, why would you bring us to a conversation about the motivations if you don't care about the motivations and only care about the consequences?
Are you seriously asking me? Or
Well,
are
I
you
think he
joking?
just said it.
Yeah,
I think he just
was a
said it, which
fair
was,
question.
This is sounds like circular reasoning here.
That I don't.
So, Prime, just a minute ago, you attempted to presume what Abbott's motivations were for this current trans law down in Texas, that he's trying to demonstrate or reveal his bona fides to conservatives, that he's trying to save his political ass by engaging in this kind of policy making. And yet what you just did was imputed a bad faith to him. And then you'll say, well, he's a bad faith actor. So we have to look at motivations, because if we have a bad faith actor, then
I didn't say that we couldn't look at motivations. I'm sorry. Did you think that's what I said? Phenomenomics. What was your?
Join you, Hall.
Were they both on site? Is that 2 teleports or just 1?
Might have been 2.
Oh, you fuck.
That was weird sounding.
I think it's just because I was close enough to hear the exit, so I heard him exit too.
Alright, I'm gonna get the storm showers, hopefully.
Just sparkle. You want me to bend over and fart right into the mic? I don't think I got one right now.
I will rip their hearts out.
Get the storm.
Guess what though, guys? What's up? I'm not sad.
One bench. Triple. Dinked.
You, Hall?
119 Sage.
Cutting their vision. Last player standing.
That's terrible.
Spike down.
I'm not buying Phantoms. I should be buying a Vandal. Better with it.
We got this.
You're literally just pushing into nothing. Like, we can
get picks if you just like stop.
Yeah,
Just
stop
rushing
playing
it
the round so fucking quickly. We're just throwing your lives away. Like Cypher, KO, and Viper, just stop. Stop dying so fucking quickly.
You got it.
We have a minute and a half in these rounds, and you guys are dead 20 seconds in.
Nah.
Right up pushed.
Yeah, we have a good team comp, you're right, and we're just not using it.
2 in hookah, 2 in hookah. There's 2 in hookah, by the way.
There's 3 at or 3B.
Back up, back up.
Out of charges.
Nobody's in
Baby, I'm
hookah.
2 HP.
Wait, there's fucking. We don't have a trip for our flag.
Fucking joking.
Last player standing.
Heaven.
Alright, Bisky, have a good night. Thanks for hanging out.
Reloading. Reloading.
Make a plan. I don't know how to plan with these guys. We get a Viper wall and some KO entry.
We get a Cypher trip.
KO entry.
Let's get set up.
Let's get some Reyna entry.
I've used both my blinds every time to try and enter. I don't know what the fuck.
Slowed right now. So is U-Haul.
Nowhere to run.
All. Could be flank right now. Don't king that.
There. Last player standing.
Jesus fucking Christ.
You guys got this really good idea. Watch this.
Remember, nobody's a hero when they're crying.
Yep. Don't want to waste my time here. Good call, Jet.
Yeah, this is fucking pathetic to watch. You guys fucking
That was-
suck.
that was brutal.
Defenders win.
Fucking dog shit. I got a really good idea. Watch this. He fucking surrenders. I lost 22 for that, but whatever. I had a bit of a buffer because I just ranked up. Yeah, fuck those guys. They're absolute fucking useless teammates.
Your point.
Okay, I got to clarify.
It's because of forfeit.
Trying to.
I got it. I understand.
No,
I understand.
no, no,
Prime asked about motivations, even though he didn't really care about them. Maybe he was just interested in what we wanted to talk about.
Did I say that I didn't care about motivations? I said I didn't know what their motivations were. Phenomics, what did you ask me? I didn't realize that was a serious question.
No, from what you were talking about, you made it sound like you don't care about their motivation.
39 kills. I know, right? Fuck. I know, guys. I think I need to go cry in the shower for 10 minutes. I'll be right back. Do you have any good depression quotes for me to read while I'm in the shower? Oh, you probably joined at 32. Nice. That was a while ago. Thanks for hanging out, Purple. These games can be anywhere from like half an hour to an hour long.
Elden Ring is the biggest
Match
game
found.
ever made.
Dunk.
When you start, the map is like this, and you go, damn, this game is big. Then you get teleported to the other side of the map and realize, oh my god, this game is big. Then you get teleported to the top of the map, and you go, whoa, this game big. Then you realize there's an entire other world underground, and a floating island, and a massive city, and an entire secret castle. 2 of them, actually. There are secret zones within secret zones within secret zones. So the absolute highest compliment I can pay this game is to tell you that I have beaten this game 4 times now. Right out the gate, we're ripping off Zelda. You literally wake up in a tomb, open a big door, and the game says go. No hand holding, no bullshit, just go wherever.
I've been very tempted to buy this. It looks so good. Like everyone's just saying it's like the perfect fucking game. Like, oh, you've never watched any of Valorant before, Purple Wolf? Valorant's a pretty popular shooter right now.
You want to go, except don't fight that guy, and don't go over here because you'll die, and don't follow the beam of light because that's a fucking scam. Elden Ring's gameplay loop is to put a bullshit boss in front of you and say, okay, now go into the world and find something to chop his head off with. Having a concrete goal like defeating a scumbag boss makes exploration feel that much more meaningful, and visually, this is a world worth exploring. Walking around in this game is like stepping inside of a
Yeah, I really want this.
There are hundreds upon hundreds of scenic vistas which look impossibly curated and intentional, and the spaces in between are populated with an absurd array of creative enemies and bosses. FromSoft is famous for their enemy design, and they are really bringing the heat here, not only in sheer quantity, but also in terms of moves and variety. Penguins is in this game, doggy statues, doggy wizards, giant lobsters, vampire bats that sing the Halo theme. They got Pumpkinhead to be in this, stretchy lizard man. The list goes on and on and on, and you're saying, Duncan, please don't spoil this game for me, but I can't. This game cannot be spoiled because this game does not end, okay? This is Dark Souls 4, no end credits edition. But what's frustrating about Elden Ring is that for all the effort that has gone into the world, and
you're modding a Wii? Nice. What for? Anything specifically? Trying to get any specific utility out of it?
enemies. It feels like they only spent 10 seconds balancing this game. The difficulty in this game is best described as, what is the word I'm looking for here? Total fucking horseshit. This is an evil game. Game made cannot be spoiled because this game does not end, okay? This is Dark Souls 4, no end credits. But what's frustrating about Elden Ring is that for all the effort that has gone into the world and enemies, it feels like they only spent 10 seconds balancing this game. The difficulty in this game is best described as, what is the word I'm looking for here? Total fucking horseshit. This is an evil game made by an evil man, and whoever's job it was to balance the damage scaling on enemies did not show up to work for the entire making of this game. Just from saying that, already people are pissed off at me. They're saying Donkey sucks, I hate you Donkey, nitpick.
RetroArch is crashing. They use the handheld for retro gaming from PS1 GameCube. What? Okay, cool.
Launching smoke. On my way.
Someone take this. I don't want it. Enemy A. I'm trying to watch Flank House.
Got the spike. There. Enemy A.
Guess we have this wire.
Jet stinks, she might have gotten healed.
Dude.
104 Omen.
Right.
U-Haul, U-Haul, U-Haul.
2 flying.
104.
Enemy spotted A.
Last player standing.
This is gonna be a repeat of the last game.
I will kill their healer. It's the only way to keep them all dead.
No, my Viper actually walled and does shit. True. Our team actually has decent entry. Yeah, we'll turn it around.
Reloading.
Yeah. Do you guys want to try B?
Yeah, I'm done.
Should we play just play slow, play for pigs?
Go be safer.
Works.
Don't take spike A, I'm gonna cross.
They were all in hookah.
Erased.
Omen elbow. Some on site, right?
Wall's going down.
Good smokes.
One enemy remaining.
Alright, nice.
I'm out of here.
That babe got me heated and distracted. I want to keep playing in the background a bit. Just because it's related to my title. Might as well. But I'm trying to pack a bowl right now too. I'm trying to not lose this either.
We win. We survive.
Okay, I've got everything prepared now.
Smoke's down.
Weapon here.
Reloading.
What about Bisky? Yeah, that's annoying.
Nice try.
Planted the spike.
That's awesome. I can't believe I actually got her.
One enemy remaining.
Top of my overheal. I was fully overhealed still. I just, the timing, the cooldown on it will run out if I don't get a new one.
They're on the back foot. Let's deliver another blow.
Yeah, I have both showing up because one of them, the top one, the one with the white little chat bubbles, that one will show YouTube as well. The other one is just Twitch. Yeah, yeah. I just set that up today, actually. Just because I was streaming on YouTube and Twitch last night, and a friend came in on YouTube, and he couldn't see the Twitch chat. I was like, oh yeah, I need people to be able to see both. Oh my fucking god. Right in my face.
That destroyed me. What the hell?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
We could rotate this.
Nah, we take this.
One enemy remaining.
Planted.
You all? Nice. There we go. We have the lead. I have the most kills. I think I can finally
Don't get shot.
pack my bowl. You're setting up Valorant. You're gonna play it. It is free to play because they make so much money off people buying skins.
Here.
Like gun skins.
Here. Where
Lamps,
are you?
U-Haul, whatever. I like U-Haul.
The hunt begins. Cutting their vision.
Molly. Reloading.
Omen TP'd somewhere in the elbow.
Launching smoke.
I'm shooting there. We could rotate this, honestly.
I kind of want to.
Want to TP.
One enemy remaining.
$134 to Omen. Okay, they're gonna back up and play it safe and give me time to pack this pool. Nice. You only got 15 gigabytes on your PC? What do you mean? What, just to download it? Yeah, I've got a 2 terabyte hard drive, but I think my SSD is just 1 terabyte, and that's what I put my games on. We got 1 terabyte for gaming and then 2 terabytes for just backup storage.
I'm gonna try and creep up through showers today, and we can use my ult.
Pretty cheap too. Like an SSD, 1 terabyte SSD was like 150 bucks. I was surprised how cheap it was.
Safety's off.
Yeah, she's running. Weird setup for Valorant.
Jet likes to play near here.
Fire in the hole! Our spike's down.
Grab spike and rotate, bro. Grab spike and get the fuck out of there. Run away, run away, run away.
Last player
What
standing.
the fucking shit? He blinded, not even knowing I was there. I was so quiet. Someone's hacking. He had no reason to know I was there, and he blinded me preemptively. I thought it was fucked. That was so weird. I don't understand that. Why did he blind me first? He had no reason to know I was there. He thought everyone was on A. I don't get it. So confused. I can't figure that out.
You're mine right now.
Thank you.
Enemy A.
Oh, okay, I understand. Purple. I built this computer out of pieces I found from the American base in my house.
One enemy remaining.
Clock sticking. Go, go, go!
You just built a budget stream PC? Nice. That's kind of what this was. Yeah, I have a 1650 myself. Wait, 3700X. Is that your CPU? I've only got.
Launching smoke.
I think I have 16 gigs of RAM as well. I should get 32 if I don't have. I think I have 16 or 30. I can't remember if I have 32 or not. But I have a 1650. But my fucking CPU is a beast. My CPU is a 9700 KF, like the one without no graphics in it. It's a pure CPU. It's an i5, but it's better than a lot of i7s because it's such a powerful i5. And then my motherboard is nice too. I can't remember what the B365 Pro from AS Rock. Can't remember the cores. You could look it up. 9700 i5 9700 or 9600 KF. I was gonna fake a plant. I didn't think she'd swing me that quickly. Fuck me. Yeah, it's good for just streaming and running games at like medium to high settings. This game is very optimized. This game I can run at like 120 frames.
Must have been
this is the one game I can run.
Around.
Most games I gotta keep at 60. Yeah, just enough. It's good. It works. There's a lot of i7s that are obviously better. I'm just saying it's better than a lot of the early i7s because it's a pretty new i5. Relatively, like when I bought it a couple years ago.
Enemy spotted.
She's up on truck.
Cutting their vision.
Spike down A.
Tough. This is a tough game. I'm surprised I'm even doing this well. Yeah, I don't like to overclock any of that shit. I feel like it can affect your PC life. I'm all about sustainability. This map is just tough. I hate it. Got it 2 times in a row too, and they just implemented something in this game where you're not supposed to get the same map as many times in a row, and the same map twice in a row. After we just surrendered on it too, it gives me it again. So annoying. Intel is solid. I like Intel, and I like I've got NVIDIA graphics and Intel CPU. Yeah. Not a big. I don't know if you have AMD or NVIDIA. I just prefer NVIDIA.
Need a drop. And I'm at. Thanks.
Now, where to set up shop? Launching smoke.
As you drop the smoke on her, she's still down. Waste the gun you picked up, Cypher, Jesus. TP.
I got spike.
Last player standing.
Watch your back. Yeah, she's getting close. Man.
Last round in
Map's
the
kind of
half.
attacker sided, so I was hoping we'd end this half up. But hopefully we can at least end this half 6-6. AMD fanboy all day, F Intel. Wait, do you mean F Nvidia? Yeah, I've got, like, there's a lot of shitty makers too, just like same with AMD. You gotta, like, if you're getting an Nvidia card, you can't just buy like a cheap budget, like one from like a shitty maker. I've got a GeForce Nvidia card though, it's pretty solid. And like, it was just really well made. Whatever little Asian hands made my card fucking did a good job.
Last player standing.
Cool, rich.
You will not kill my allies.
Dude.
Switching sides.
Where's my car?
If we communicate, we win.
You won't buy AMD GPU? Yeah, fuck that. Okay, I see. We got this. Maybe we can clutch on defense. We do have Cypher and Brim and Viper, so we can get their defensive lineup.
Reveal their secrets.
We should be able to do better here. Not a good start. I'm gonna grab this. I'm just gonna flank all the way around. Let's do this fast. Oh no 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 no! Fuck.
Last player standing. Spike planted.
Dude. Come on.
Fight till the end, no matter what.
True.
Could be worse, could be better.
Maybe I could look into that when building a second PC eventually. Because it'd be cool to have a second PC and dedicate one to streaming and one to gaming.
Many enemies be.
How did I not get him at all? What the fuck? Sheesh. That's bad to lose those 2 rounds.
Please stay alive.
Not surrendering though, fuck that.
I'm out of here.
The 720p is killing you? Oh no. 720p is pretty typical for streaming now. GG. Like, GG. Like, this is fucking done.
On my
enemy spotted A.
Cypher, can you slow down and chill the fuck out?
Camera taken out.
Oh look, he stopped running around like an asshole and our teammates were able to get some kills because he wasn't making so much fucking noise.
Someone's got to be lit. Yeah, last one showered.
Spike down A.
I'm playing on 1080 and I'm playing at 120 frames per second. Just for streaming, the canvas is 1080, but it downgrades to 720. Just because it would take a lot of the resources. Even to be streaming at 60 FPS takes a lot. You have to really turn down the settings in a lot of your games.
Play time.
10 seconds left. Last player standing.
He doesn't have time to plant, stay alive. Nice. He needed exactly 4 seconds to plant, and I saw him started at like 3.7.
Okay, it's fine.
I feel it. It's B. It's B this round. I feel it.
Coming B long.
My spidey senses were tingling. How did I fucking know? How did I know, man?
I slowed him as much as I could. My wall's about to go down. The TP 1. 2. TP. Yeah, that was only 2. Could be both Omen's TVs.
You guys anchor it.
I got it.
Take this.
Coming back.
Pushing on the hookah. 1 TP. I'm pushed.
What are they doing? They're teleporting back and forth. Teleport hookah. Okay. Fucking teleports, man. Back and forth.
$30 seconds left.
120, she's healing.
If you want to rotate, I can anchor. Oh, never mind.
Spike down B.
How did he not just get me?
Just play time.
Uh-huh. Nice.
Sheesh. When they try the same old
Okay. 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 We can come back. We can win this. I stream like every day. I'm pretty dedicated to it. Just as like a side hobby. I work full time too. I just stream every day too. I'm kind of crazy. I got used to streaming every day during like COVID when I wasn't working as much. And I just can never stop.
Still inside.
Ball's going down.
You will not kill my ally.
She red. Nice.
Spike down B.
120 to the range at which she saw field. If you wait, her overheal will go away. Good shit. I got the assist for that still.
cage trigger.
I'm trying to give myself a recent schedule change. I was doing mainly opens, and now I'm trying to switch to doing mainly closes because I'd rather stream all night. It's a better time to stream. Yeah, you guys have spike. Just watch these angles.
Raises has to be low.
One enemy remaining.
Ace. Nice.
Beauty. Oh, you can make that jump with Neon's sprint. That's huge.
Yeah, I just learned that.
You just did it for the first time. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Reloading.
Cool. Okay, I think I played this angle.
We win. We survive.
Wait, and the icebox ones, I think? What do you mean? I did forget what I said. I don't know what you're responding to. Oh my god. Oh my god, damn god.
Grim, I can just anchor if you want to rotate.
Shower.
Jet's lit, nice.
That's it. 1 showers at least.
Got the assist for that. Jesus fucking Christ. I had to raise ult. I mean, raise nade.
Spike down, attacker spawn.
Oh, jumps with Neon? Oh yeah, she can definitely make that one with her sprint, for sure. The ice spike one.
Poison's off.
For sure.
Spikes in attacker spawn. 30 seconds left.
Yeah, play further right here, Viper. You can get seen from weird angles.
One enemy remaining.
Yeah, if he's looking there, then he's just gonna get peeked from there. If he wants to stand there, he should just look there, because he can't be seen from anywhere else. Or be zipping back and forth more, yeah.
10 seconds left.
Good shit. Nice catch. And nice comeback, team. We're 9-9. We got this.
It's just good crime scene.
Yeah, I was playing like shit at the beginning, my bad.
Thanks.
Honestly, I think we were all playing pretty decent. The scoreboard was pretty even. This is a tough map. I kept thinking I was playing like shit, and then I was like, oh, I'm top fragging.
Yeah.
Like, what?
Just one of those games.
Yeah. I think everyone's having a rough game. The scoreboard's pretty even all around. Rough game in like the sense that this game is just hard. 140 Jet. They have no healer. Oh, they do have a healer. Fuck. Still, that only brings her up to like 80 HP. If she gets it. Nice, he dodged that in. Huge catch, Hobo. Fuck.
Wall's about to go down.
Ask my girl about Grabba. She's actually Jamaican, so she might know more what you're talking about than I. I don't know what Grabba is.
Sage like playing.
Is that a thing?
22.
In,
right
like
here.
Jamaican weed culture, maybe. I don't like smoking many blunts or joints or anything. I'm more so more of a bong guy.
I'm lucky.
Where will they go this time?
Reloading.
Grabba is just tobacco.
No prisoners. Spike down B.
That was a fake. Oh, it wasn't a fake. Someone died and the pistol fell through it.
One enemy remaining.
Spikes here. Oh, okay, cool. I didn't hit her at all. Nice.
Good stuff, Hobo.
I'm the last thing they'll see before they die. Out of here. Lucky them.
I love this skin.
On my way.
Wait, someone else should anchor B with Viper.
Cypher's got wall. Arcane mid.
Right here.
Spike down A.
Fuck. Come with a fucking Marshall. Jet's shower with Marshall.
Good shit.
No, she went left. You grabbing it?
Oh, you got it.
Go, go, go.
Shit.
Tripwire destroyed.
30 seconds left.
Vipers here, they're planting.
Toxin screen down. One enemy remaining.
Oh, and they didn't implant. Oh my god.
Spike down B.
Sage was A. Just sit with Spike though.
You will not kill my.
One enemy remaining.
She res and you run out of bullets. Oh my
10
god.
seconds left.
Nice.
Good shit. Delayed finish.
An ace for that too, huh?
Stay alive. I want
Fucking
their
right.
life, not yours.
League of Legends and Counter-Strike had a baby and used Overwatch as a surrogate. No, this game is more like if Counter-Strike and Overwatch had a baby, it's Valorant. Overwatch is more like an evolution of Team Fortress, with like maybe League of Legends style art, if you would want to say that, kind of. Because I wouldn't want to say it's like Counter-Strike, because this game has the same shooting as Counter-Strike, and Overwatch's shooting is so different, and very few. A lot of characters don't even have like normal guns, right?
Ball's going down.
Yeah, get blinded, assholes.
Nice, Hobo.
Down B. One enemy remaining.
Someone is B.
Probably wrong. Ooh, Hobo, that was hot, bro.
Nice, Hobo.
Sexy.
Match point.
Let's end their
We win. We win. We win this round and we win the game. They win 2 rounds and we gotta go to overtime. Let's go.
Embarrass them. I'm taking point.
Get out of my way.
The hunt begins.
No. Spike down B.
Bad move.
Still in sight. Cutting their vision.
Really? Didn't even expect him to be there.
Toxin screen down.
That's 2 teleports, 3 teleports to A. Keep in our showers or just camp. Yeah, chill, chill, chill. Watch your left, watch your left. That was amazing. He teleported left, yeah. He teleported to your left.
Last player standing.
U-Haul and outside of garage, outside of showers, I mean. Right here, and U-Haul.
Spike planted.
Toxin screen down.
He should have played more aggressive there, I feel like. Now they know where he is, and he hasn't done anything. Be more aggressive now.
Toxin poison orb emitting. Toxin screen down.
Let's try.
That's not aggressive, that's just running around like a fucking idiot. He didn't commit to anything there.
They're usually distracted once I reveal.
He felt that he played so scared. I hate watching people play scared. It's like you're playing a fucking video game, just try.
We got 3 ults.
Yeah, we win this. Yep, we have to end this.
Mid B.
They will cover.
It's one TP. I only heard one running long, but probably it is real. I think I still hear one long, actually. There's TP.
As my ult runs at 62 to Omen, 40 to Jet. Fuck me. Oh, god damn it. That's so annoying. They played so I hate when I ult with Reyna and everyone just fucking waits out my fucking ult and nobody attacks. It's the most annoying shit.
Camera taken out.
Spike planted.
We have a chance here. That was godly.
One enemy remaining.
GG. Well played. Good shit. I really thought we were about to go overtime. Fucking well done. Amazing opping there, Hobo. Those fucking shots to the boxes. That's funny. Been my approach to games. I've always been hoard items, never use them. Oh, like in Bethesda games and stuff. Playing hardest, end up ruining the experience due to retries. I know what you mean. But I also like that. Some of my best like memories of like the Halo campaigns was like in Halo 3. I'm stuck on a spot on Legendary and trying to figure out like how to get my way out of it. Turning it's like a puzzle basically. Like how do I perfectly kill these guys in the right order to get my way past this to the next checkpoint? Yeah, that was really good. Cypher fucking carried that last round. As I earn a Cypher card. I think I've got his thing on right now. No. Oh, it's from the Battle Pass. Oh yeah, I'm working on Omen's shit. I'm just gonna go through and finish every single contract. I only got 12 for that. Wow. Ended up bottom fragging. And I was top for a while. Not really. I'm only like 8 points behind where I was off that win. Because this was my rank up game too. So some of the points went into ranking up. Yeah, but I was only at like 21. Because I had 7 to go. I was at 93 out of 100. I was at 93 out of 100. So I went up to 21. And then I lost 22. So I actually only lost 21 there. But hey, we were definitely going to lose that, and I'd rather not waste the time. That was 8 minutes. This was 40. Fuck it. Oh, you mentioned predictability because people are waiting on my special. Yeah, it's fucking annoying. I'm not trying to like real-time interact. I do try and get to messages as fast as I can, but unless you see me looking this way at my second monitor, I'm not trying to like real-time interact. Like My chat's never popping up, so I'll see your message. Like, it might take me a minute sometimes, but especially when I'm playing a game like this, fucking takes a lot of my attention. But yeah, no, I need to like. I guess a lot of my best Reyna ults are like when I know they have to push me, and I can feel them pushing, and I ult. But that's what I thought was happening there. I felt them pushing, so I ulted, and then they all backed the fuck off super quick. Fucking pathetic. Pathetic. Oh yeah, this dunk view is hilarious.
Balance the damage scaling on enemies did not show up to work for the entire making of this game. Just from saying that, already people are pissed off at me. They're saying Donkey sucks. I hate you, Donkey, nitpicking and biased. You only like Xbox. But always remember, I beat this. And this is fucking stupid. And I beat Elden Ring 1, 2, 3, 4 times. Because why? Because I'm the realest gamer of all time. And I say it's too hard. I am calling this game out. Not because it's a bad game, but because it's an incredible game that is held back by very poor balancing. Many of your deaths in this game do not feel earned, like dying to this stupid shit or losing 70,000 runes to the wonky platforming. So many enemies in this game can kill you in 1 or 2 hits, or kill you with a combo that comes out so fast it feels like 1 hit, or they can stun you into another hit, which also feels like a 1-hit kill, or they can just kill you in 1 grab, straight up. Having super aggressive enemies with crazy combos and unpredictable attacks is the fun kind of difficult, but making those moves hit for your entire health bar is fucking lame and cheap. Rewards. Now what's fun about Elden Ring's rewards is you never know what you're gonna get. What sucks about that is you end up struggling in a cave for an hour to get a wizard staff that you can't even use. Look at this.
Oh yeah, why don't you just watch on, if you're gonna chat on Twitch, you can just watch on Twitch, I don't care.
Dude, he cannot actually turn around to attack you. He is worth 3,300 XP. Then you have this guy who can do this, and he can say this, or he can say this, and he has this move too. This guy, who has a ton of health by the way, is worth 3,800 XP. Only 500 more than the guy who can't turn around. Ow, what? You think that's fucked up though? Look at these guys. They're literally sleeping. Watch what happens when I hit L2. I just got 20,000 XP for that. There are so many different weapons and spells and summons and special moves in this game that should make Elden Ring a wonderland for experimentation, but because the upgrade system is so rigid and stingy, you feel discouraged from creating wacky builds. And then on top of that, you have this late game difficulty spike where it feels like your character just got reset back to level 1. The end game bosses are so brutal and so fast that it ultimately funnels every player into using the same broken build.
Twitch is going gray? What does that mean?
It's probably starting to sound like I hate this game, but try to remember, I beat this big ass game 4 times. 4.5 actually. Clearly they did something right. Games like this are far and few between, so I want them to get this one just right. And the good news is that most of the problems with Elden Ring can be fixed by one dude with a slider tool. Just turn enemy damage down by 20, 30, 70%, and we're back in business.
1, 2, 3, 4, hit!
In the case...
A new trans debate? Oh, this guy was on the big debate. And he was super annoying. I don't really care for the teasers anyways, I gotta take a quick piss.
In the cases of non-endurance sports, and not
Sure.
just talking about only combat sports, do you think that trans women that don't go through HRT or have any surgeries should be allowed to compete against cis women?
As it currently exists, no, but I think it would be good to eventually remove the gender categories from sports. This is like obviously a long-term goal.
Okay, so if you say no to that, why couldn't I just ask you, well, don't you think those trans women are women? Okay, how
Sure,
long
just-
until we live in
sure.
a genderless society? When do you think? I'm curious.
I don't think we're going to live in a genderless society just because we have genderless sports. It's a bit exaggerated, right?
No. I don't think you
You think
realize how
society would be genderless if we had genderless sports?
to get rid of all gendered sports? not only do I wholesale reject this argument, I think it's ridiculous that we would even dream of.
Oh, the video latency stats had you effed up. Yeah, you just go like this. You just go, you just grab this thing and you can just make it invisible.
Eliminating the category of women's sports on the hope that in the future maybe it inspires more women because now they can be ranked 600 in open division.
Yeah, I'm trying to answer you, okay?
We don't have to understand. You're telling me
I'm just trying to engage. Okay, please hold on. Whoa, just a second.
Okay, got you. Both of you, take it easy. Destiny, sir, welcome.
Hi.
What's up?
What's up? How are we doing?
Good.
Pretty good. How about you?
I'm doing great.
Well, not great. We heard about what happened on Twitch, sir, and we are sorry about that. Because
that's all good. Oh yeah, I axed all of these debates from my schedule because I thought it was too risky of a topic because the communities are fucking cancerous. But hey, no risk now. So
there you go. Okay.
Banned.
All right, ladies and gentlemen. So this is how it's going to go. Each person is going to get a 7-minute opening statement, hour to hour and 30 cross-examination, 7-minute closing statement, and then my questions, and then audience questions. Seeing as we can give Destiny some time to recoup his thoughts. Stents, do you want to open for us?
I don't think Destiny's got an opening statement, so I don't think it's super fair to throw me the 7-minute time there. I'll just let him say whatever he wants for his bit, and I'll just like respond a bit.
Gotcha. Nice. Okay.
Is that okay with you, Pedro? You're the moderator.
Yeah, for sure. If you guys both want to hand over the 7 minutes, that's perfectly fine.
Yeah, sure.
Perfect. All right. Well, gentlemen, the floor is open. Have at it.
All right.
Wow. Okay. Not that I'm gonna like any of these guys' perspectives, but finally someone that recognizes that Destiny hates opening statements and that like you can just get into the debate with him. Like, yeah, I guess not technically. I guess when I was a baby, I don't know. I guess when I was a baby, I would have had the same vision as any other baby. But babies are pretty blind, so yes, like yeah, I've always been legally blind, I guess. The way it works is like I have a left eye that is perfectly developed. The eyeball is developed, but my connection to the brain, like the main optic nerve, you have like one that connects to your brain and one connects to your brain. This one is like underdeveloped because I was born with a cataract, which is like super rare condition. Other than that, I was like super healthy baby, 12 pounds, 4 ounces, like huge healthy baby. I just had this cataract in my eye, which is like 1 in 10,000. It just happens randomly. It's a thing that old people get typically.
Match found.
So I get this cataract, and then for the first 6 years of your life, when your eyeballs become like when you come out of your mother's womb, your eyeballs are pretty much like fully developed already. It's the main optic nerve that's developing. And when I had a cataract growing on my eye for that first 6 years of my life, it was stopping light from getting in, and it was hindering the main optic nerve from developing. So they removed it when I was 8. I went to like Toronto Sick Kids Hospital, and I had to go in. They had to put me on. They had to put me under to put me to sleep. They had to go in and like I asked them what it was. I was like, "What are you doing to my eye?" They're like, "We have to go in, make a tiny little incision. We mash up the old lens into like a million little pieces. Then we suck it out with a vacuum." I'm like, "What?" And then we take a new lens that's like essentially rolled up, and it's like rolled up into a tiny little roll, and we insert it into that lens, and then it unfolds, and then it goes into place. I'm like, that's fucking crazy. Like science is nuts. Like, it works. My eye works. It's blind. I'm blind in it, but it's like it's never gotten better. It's never gotten worse. It's just stayed exactly the way it was. They stopped the degradation essentially, right? Well, there was no more degradation that could happen. The cataract could have kept growing. That would have been the degradation. But like the actual biological degradation on my side, when it comes to like, when it comes to development, sorry, your development of that optic nerve stops when you're 6 years old. So they removed it when I was 8. For a while, they're like, maybe he has a lazy eye, and they were trying to figure it out, and they're like, oh, he has a cataract. It makes no sense.
You know, his team comp is like A tier, not gonna lie.
Yeah, I just auto-locked Reyna, and then we got a third. Duelist.
You know,
I didn't expect the third duelist. Nuggets or would you? Oh, you should have dodged. I should dodge.
Nah, we're chilling. Also dub.
My right eye is like 20/20 vision. My left eye is like 5/20 or like 2/20. It's terrible. Or I think the other way around. It's like 120. Like it's really bad. It's so bad that it's classified as legally blind. The cool part about it is that like the old lens is like tied in like a bunch of places, right? And like nerves, we can't do anything about it. I remember talking about this with my doctor. I was like, you can't like sever a nerve and like reconnect a nerve. We can't do any transplants that involve nerves because it's like that's so complex. You'd have to like sever each nerve and like color code exactly where each one went and then connect it exactly the same way that the old one was connected. Like we can't do that yet. But with the lens is just attached to muscle tissue. So when they put the new lens in, it's just like there's like 3 prongs that like grab into place and like connect themselves to the muscle tissue, and then it just holds itself in place for life. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. That's why my monitor is like here, my head is like here, because my right eye is lined up with the center of my screen. Most people would have like their nose lined up with the center of their screen. I'm always like sitting slightly off to the left, but my right eye is lined up with the center of my screen.
Spike planted.
Get out of my way, or what the fuck?
One enemy remaining. Last player standing.
Good shit.
I knew she was weak because I head dinked her as she walked around the corner.
There's a sheriff on my body.
But she had overhealed first, so the head dinked didn't get her. There's a what?
I was saying there was a sheriff on my body, but you're chilling.
Sage, we are the perfect pair. You give life. I take it.
Call Elon, he needs subjects. Oh, true. That could be a cool test. That's like a perfect thing to test on because it's not like intense blindness. It's just like slight blindness. That's something he could actually try test fixing. Like he'd be like one of the early Neuralink subjects. And it's a rare condition, 1 in 10,000. And I happen to live in a part of the world where they're actually able to catch it at a young age and give me a unique surgery that I'm sure a lot of people in the world aren't able to get. Toronto Sick Kids is a pretty fucking legit hospital.
Spike planted.
Decoy.
Enemy down.
Dead.
One enemy remaining.
Reloading.
Reloading.
I knew he'd be in a smoke. It was the brim, and that's his own smoke. He was just standing in it.
Flawless.
You remember this other guy I seen who actually worked on Eyes? Joe Rogan reviewed him. I've never thought about looking into stuff like that, like experimental stuff for my blindness. I've been so it's something I don't really think about, right? I know a lot of people nowadays just probably turn it into their fucking whole identity, but I put it on my fucking thing as a fucking joke because so many people talk about their identities. It's the same reason I have ADHD as like a tag in my Twitch. I might have gotten rid of it though because I was just using it as a joke. It might still be there. But I really fucking just don't even think about it. It'd be cool to be crazy if one day my vision got fixed and I could see at my left eye again. Oh my god, my whole world would be like upside down. I'd probably be unbalanced for a while. Because they're gonna fix everything.
Spike down mid.
The way I walk, when I have like a backpack on or like a jacket, it's always felt unbalanced. 20 years of my life, I've never gotten over it. It's always this thing that like nothing feels balanced. When I'm sitting, everything on my chair always feels unbalanced on my back because like when you're only looking at your right eye and the human body isn't meant for that.
Last player standing.
Fuck! On my right, someone got me on my right as she peeked me. You think A is hard to retake?
Recharge.
I think B is pretty hard to retake. And really lock this area down with the whole team. If you fully just let 5 people take that, that's a tough retake. I think A is a little easier because it's a little more open. Same amounts of points of entry, 1, 2, 3, but they're a little bigger.
There's hella...
And then there's essentially only 2 real points of entry onto the actual point. There's like multiple layers that you can kind of defend on B. Like the one, there's like the triple entry point, and then there's the double entry point. For A is like these 3 massive entries. Well, 2 massive entries than the door. That's why I'd rather be flanking. I should have been honest. We got a bowl packed. I need to do that.
Fake teleport.
No, not from just Boathouse, but when you have your whole team defending both layers. Like 2 people defending the triple entrance, and then you get a couple trades there, and then like the other 3 people are defending the boathouse and the boxes and the corner and shit.
Not kill my ally.
Takes communication and stuff, but I don't know.
It helps with accuracy.
Maybe you're right. I just wouldn't want to play full retake like on either side. You want to try and get some kind of trade.
So you can wall it.
Let's shoot it down, but...
And I'm like the only one on A.
Why doesn't he go A, huh?
We can overcome them.
Enemy spotted B. Decoy.
There. Spike down B.
Enemy spotted B.
Spike planted. Last player standing.
We could try that.
Nice try,
You want
homie.
to dance? I'll lead.
We go 4A, 1B, and we'll just play retake.
I'll put B. You know what? I'll play red for them. Why would we do 4A? One here, and 3.
Yeah, that works. That works. That's good. What's A?
They will cover.
Prepare for hellfire.
How didn't I die walking back and forth there so much? It's fucking smoke. I hate it.
There's one tree. Breach and Brim are both one shot.
Enemy removed. Your duty is not over. So what I mean?
Heaven.
Spike planted. Cutting their vision. One enemy remaining.
Yeah, do it, Sage. Do it, Sage. You got time. You threw a molly up in the air. I think you lose. I don't think there's time.
Go, 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 go.
Go, go, go. He'll heal you. He'll heal you. He'll heal you.
Go on it.
Last
Dude.
player standing.
Hugh Hefner, he was yelling at you to go.
I don't think a heal works.
No, that would not work.
No.
Yeah, if you're taking damage, the heal doesn't work.
Oh, true. Okay.
Let's go.
And yeah, you can't even half it, right? You die too quick.
Cause that shit lasts 7 seconds. It's like the longest molly.
Okay, so now we know if you see the smoke on the spike, spray it before he even gets a chance to hear you. Spray the fucking smoke. Try and get him. He'll be standing right on it. Yeah, and if you can, try and half it before the molly lands in the future. Good call, Mincy. Wait, the eye guy is named Andrew Huberman? That is funny. What the shit? I have 3 kills this game. What the
Spike down A. Spike planted.
Yeah. 113.
Last player standing.
Alright, 4 in a row.
Let us see what they have planned for us
Come
this
on.
time.
Can I get a drop? Thanks.
It's a. No, there's 2 here. There's 2 here.
You mean B?
I mean B.
I got Spike here. Oh my fucking god. I got 2 and Spikes there.
There's 2 mid.
There's A main.
Teleport's ready.
There was 2 B there.
Reloading.
Trying to fake it.
You will not kill my allies.
Spike down A.
Spike's down again, A main.
120 Jet.
Good ball.
Last
Good ball.
player
Fuck.
standing.
Man, why is no one playing around the Spike that's been down for the last 30 seconds? Except Sage.
I was just trying
One
to get
enemy
there.
remaining.
3 down.
Slow, yeah, nice.
My ultimate is not ready.
Alright.
30 seconds left.
Fuck.
Good try.
I'm the last thing they'll see before they die. Lucky them.
My buddy on Discord started screaming right when like he popped out.
Does anyone have fun? Merci.
So fucked.
Was it a ghost?
Sage, don't wall it right away if they go here. Oh, I was gonna satchel and ult, but they're
Still in
not here.
sight.
136 to Brim because just fuck my life.
Off your feet!
Here comes the party! Imposter killed.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
Oh, good turnaround.
Reloading.
They better not fuck this up. No Molly this time.
Defuse the spike. Defuse the spike. Shame. I love it.
As much as this world hurt me, it's mine, and I will kill to defend it.
I feel them coming A this time. I'm just gonna play like a total cuck right here with a Bucky. Even better right here. You were the swatter? They're grabbing A orb.
Begins.
Get my push into G.
I thought I had another. I thought I could dismiss while I was healing. I didn't have another soul orb, but I only had one. That was huge.
One
That was
enemy
fucking
remaining.
Huge. With a Bucky and no shield. Ulted Reyna. Yo, I got that with a Bucky and no shield. I got the ulted Reyna and the Brim or something.
Once more into battle. I'm not tired.
Bucky's actually OP.
Oh, I love it.
Gonna lie.
I fucking love it, dude. It's my favorite save weapon. People overlook it. People go Ghost Light Shield, not realizing that you can save $50 and get a Bucky and do way more damage. You hate him, see?
Hey guys, I'll sell you my parents for some VP.
One long mid.
There.
Still there. A few of them have to save this round. A few of them definitely have to save this round, kinda. So play it safe. Don't let them get thrifty. We outgun them. Don't play dumb. Closing door on A. They're planting on A.
Spike planted.
That's weird.
They will go.
One hell, one hell. Still hell, still hell. Chamber, nice try. No cigar. He still didn't get the kill after those 18 shots he shot.
Like $600 right there.
I love explosions.
He still didn't get the
Last
kill.
round before the switch.
Spend everything. Don't be cheap.
He even said he said it. He fucking opened him. Like, I didn't want to say anything to him. I was commenting just to you guys about it. But he commented that that was $600 with the fucking bullets from that gun, from a special gun. Yeah, Purple Wolf. His ability chamber. His abilities are two of his abilities are his guns. One of his abilities is a little side gun that shoots really fast and accurately, and then his ultimate is like a very powerful sniper. Do I save all my streams? Oh, sorry, Purple. I didn't see that.
I don't know how many people are here though.
Yeah, you can see all my past broadcasts if you just look through like the video section of my page. Sage, just anchor that for now. So we feel safe knowing that it's clear.
You will Kill my allies.
Time to
In
jump.
sight.
Fake
Cutting their vision.
They're being loud at A. Still, just letting you know, Sage.
Rena's top mid.
Looks like they're slowly maybe thinking about rotating. Or faking. Me and Yoru will anchor if you guys want to go to Sage.
30 seconds left.
Oh, they're on site. I didn't hear them.
Spike
They
planted.
got behind you, they went through mid, damn. Okay.
Prepare for hellfire.
Good pick. 4v4, still fuck. What a crazy round. What?
One enemy
Fuck.
remaining.
I'm gonna go find a cliff to jump off. You're fucking godly. Jesus Christ.
For you.
Yes, sir.
Switching
I
sides.
was like, you know it.
Once a week. Enemy mid.
There's two more.
Our spike's down.
Spike down B. Player
Fuck.
standing.
Sake, I never usually right click, but he took such a weird path out of that smoke. I didn't expect him to go out of that in such a weird angle far away from me like that. I was gonna right click as soon as he stepped out, based on the sound, and it fucking whiffed. He was too far. Fuck. That's annoying. I can just barely buy off this and I won't have utils, so fuck, never mind. Can't believe he got me with a shorty there. That cunt.
Enemy spotted mid.
Oh my god.
Spike down mid.
The Sage started healing her mid-fight. What a fucking pocket Sage, Jesus Christ. As I started shooting the Reyna, you could see a blue glow on her, and the Sage was healing her as she was shooting.
Last player standing. Flawless.
The Sage is pocketing the Reyna so hard. As I started shooting her in mid, you could instantly see the fucking Sage healing her. Who's trying to surrender? What the fuck? We're down 2 points. This half just started. We're going B, come on.
Let's start this party.
Vandal, you think? This side of the map is just so close range, I just figured it'd be better.
Spike down
What?
B.
What? Are you kidding me? She just strafe tapped me with a fucking sheriff. The Sage of all people, dude. I hate my life right now.
Reload.
player standing.
Oh, surrounded by minha família. We won't lose.
Reset the tempo, not them.
Enemy spotted mid.
Message sent.
I'm back.
One enemy remaining.
Still in sight.
Shut door behind you. Oh my god, why did I? Oh my god.
Planted.
She must be flanking. We're coming towards tree. Sage didn't see her. It's the only way I need to peek that. Beautiful.
Good round, Sage.
We're here because we're the best. Don't any of you forget that.
Oh my god. Good shit. Our first win on attack. We got this.
Nah, guys, it's because I fell into the trap. The 6-9 curse. We got him.
Yes.
Bro, if you like flash through here, I'll satchel in.
I'm not incel. Mitzi's my girlfriend.
Do it when I'm like on top
She
of the box
exists.
already, though.
It's not just me typing on another account.
Just trying to flash.
Skedaddle.
Huge Sage. Oh my god, on my left. Left is going. Yeah, nice, nice.
Your duty is not over. So what I miss?
Big res. Our raise. That's a huge res. Mark it.
Bomb buddy out.
Cutting through.
Gotta get out there.
One enemy remaining.
Consent is for betas.
Last player standing.
Here comes this party.
Really? He's out of time. Nice. Everybody dies.
The
And we
symphony
win.
of death. Don't worry, you get used to it.
Everybody dies. And everybody dies. Sometimes everybody dies.
Time to jump. They will cower. Enemy spotted. The hunt begins.
Get in.
Reyna, you have spike. Reyna.
Fuck's sakes, I didn't
Spike
realize.
down. Defender spawn.
Ran over spike right at spawn. And
So, like, why are you not planning?
Last player standing.
I must have ran over spike at spawn. I haven't been carrying spike all game.
Okay, which gun to pick this time?
Fuck. Plastic is microwave safe. It's just not oven safe.
Cutting their vision.
Healing.
Spike down. Mid. Last
I was
player
out of fucking
standing.
bullets, dude. Oh yeah, all my plates are like ceramic. My mom gave me all her old plates because she got like a new dinner set, and they're actually all the plates that I grew up with.
Don't stop fighting. You must keep going, even if you're the only one.
What are you talking about, Mitzi? What do you mean? I don't really store food. I don't have any plastic containers or plastic plates. I don't really have any plastic anything. I don't have any plastic utensils or plastic cups or plastic. Yeah, I like glass and ceramic. And
They are so dead.
Prepare for hellfire.
Spike down. B.
One's on A.
I have the spike.
One enemy remaining.
Oh, he's in market.
Still inside.
Well, this suit.
nice prime.
Take aim, Zenfire. Let's
someone
not
get
complicate
Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
For sure. Also, someone takes my. Don't want to fuck that up again. Sorry about that one round.
Chamber here, bomb boy.
Reloading.
Get out of my way.
Enemy spotted mid. Reloading. Brimstone's dead.
Sage, you got heal.
You will not kill my allies.
Surprised I got that.
Yeah, that sucks. Oh no.
Cutting through.
Sage is at 115.
One enemy remaining.
Fake teleport.
Good round, Reyna.
Thank you. Dude, I have a... Earlier tonight on my rank up game to Silver 2, I dropped a 39 bomb. Like, no cap. I just having a bad game.
Does anyone have funds?
I dropped a 40 bomb like yesterday.
Dude, you should buy a chamber.
Merci.
Dogecoin. I'm not into crypto at all. Yeah, no. Our generation's soft. I'm a country boy. I grew up in the country. A lot of camping. A lot of scooping horse shit. A lot of cutting grasses and
might be there too.
cutting a
That's
kilometer
our
of
first
fucking ditches with a hand mower and like, you know, actual chores.
Yo, Sage, can I get a heal?
I had friends in elementary school who were like, "Oh, I get this much allowance every week." I'm like, "What do you do for it?" They're like, "I don't know." I'm like, if their mom just does everything for them. Like, I didn't get any allowance. I just had chores. Like.
There. Get inside.
Huge. I didn't want to push him.
Bomb body out. Red planet.
Fake teleport.
Cutting their vision.
Blank.
One enemy remaining.
Last one might come through market.
CT.
Time to jump. Fake teleport.
Run, Raze! Ooh.
Oh my god.
That was just really close. Your last jump, like, saved your life.
Weapon choice. It is so personal, no? You pick a gun and it tells me who you are.
Yeah, I think we play A this time. We pushed B a few times there. Maybe we play it super slow though and Raze makes a fuck ton of noise.
Wait, what am I doing?
I was gonna say maybe you fake B alone, but no, fuck it. Let's just do it. Just get bodies on it. Let's just get bodies there.
Satchel in as soon as we go.
Alright, don't rush in right away, Sage. Chill. Just so Raze can catch up. They were still in spawn. Alright.
They will cower. Blind fools. See nothing.
Enemy spot there.
Yeah, they have a judge, but they got a weapon. Nice. Okay, I got a weird plant in the corner that's super hard to defuse. Unless they have a wall. Oh, this is their save round. Oh, yeah, this is so easy.
Two heaven. Vermin bridge.
There. One enemy remaining.
Good shit. But they should have saved more. They bought judges and shit, so I want to see their econ here.
Match point.
Oh yeah, match point they can barely buy. Fucking right. Canadians need nationalism. This is why we can't trust your neighbors because they're all commie spies. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, just watch close corners because they might still buy shotguns.
Wait, let me buy someone just to balance out econ.
Can someone get this? Thank you.
It's the last round.
Yeah, but maybe. Oh, sure, it doesn't matter. Overtime either way if they win. I didn't buy my fucking Lears.
Yeah, I'd be able to push that, honestly.
We could just quick rotate.
Quick.
Oh, yours on site though.
Okay.
Okay, we can work with those picks. Let's just go site.
Reloading.
Yo, can I get a heal?
It's unfortunate.
Back drop. I have this spike.
Plant this spike.
Cutting through.
One more there, one more fucking
One
market.
enemy remaining.
Last market.
GG.
Attackers
Thanks for the
win.
carry raise. What's your highest rank?
Whoa, what about me, yeah?
And Sage. Plat, damn. People will usually admit it in the last couple seconds of the game. They don't want to say that they're Smurf early on, but they'll say it right at the end. Fucking plat player. Nobody that you're playing with in this game is actually the rank that they're playing at. Everyone has an alt account. $26, there we go. Yeah, the one, it's like, yeah, it's 22 points, but like, it's 8 minutes, so time is a big factor in this game. This game is stressful. The amount of time spent behind each game matters. Look at the fucking climb. Surprised I didn't get silver 2 faster. Those couple wins were really, those couple losses really rough. This is probably a rough one too. I think I probably lost like 20 for this one too. I did so bad. I'm so inconsistent. Might take a little 20-minute. I want to just check up on things in Valheim. Well, this is how we'll do it. Ready? We'll do it in chat. Type it, and then we'll say, I'll say send, and we both have to send it in chat at the same time. There's pretty much no delay in my chat. If you have your refresh your stream once, maybe give you a second to do that, so it's like minimal delay. I'll switch this so you can't see what I'm typing. Alright, so first one, I have it typed. 3, no, I'm gonna type it. You're gonna type it too. 3, we're both gonna type it, and then we're gonna hit send at the same time. Ready? 3, 2, 1, send. I know you can cheat, but I believe you for some reason, even though I just lost that. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1. Hands off the keyboard. Actually, you send first, because hands off the keyboard. I already have it typed. All I have to do is reach down. Good. Yeah. You win. I guess China will never stab Russia in the back. Mitzi was right. That's what happens when you're watching from Jamaica. Scary. It's rock, paper, scissors. It's a pretty basic game of chance. It's just about as scary as getting heads twice in a coin flip. I hope the result is... Oh, that China will never stab Russia in the back. China's a... Yeah, that rock, paper, scissors game proves it all. I really want to build a bridge across that. It's just, you just barely can't make it across. Oh, the wind just changed on me. It costs to make these again 2 bronze and 10 copper. It's totally worth just making a fully upgraded forge at the new Black Forest. This is Valheim. It does that weird thing when I tab out. It is a glorious game. I fucking love this game. I have no stamina right now. You get to live today, dear, but not you. You a troll. I want to... Hold on. I got an idea. Just to troll this troll a little bit. Oh, he saw me right away. I don't have enough wood on me. Oh, I'm so close actually. Are there 4 wood each? Plus the crafting bench. So it's 4. Yeah, I have enough. Oh wait, actually I'm short like 3. I also want to see how quickly a troll can break these. I haven't tested it in a while. Oh, that won't protect me. Okay, he just wrecks shit so fast. Get parried, bitch. Oh, the skin's great. The art style is so perfect for it too. Ah, you got me. The parry is tough to do on these guys. They've got a smaller parry window than anything else. Everything in this game has a pretty easy like parry window except the trolls. And if you miss it, it's such a hard hit to take. But when they're parried and they're stunned like that, they take extra damage. Taking you up to my build. I have space for these? Oh, I don't. God damn it. Oh yeah, shit. Hold on. I just remembered what I'm coming back from and what I did when I had that boat. There's some stuff in the boat storage that I want. I want it. Oh, it's getting mighty stormy. Yeah, it's a cheap game too. It's like 20 bucks. It's still in like an early access beta development stage. But it's been in that for like a year, and they've added tons to the game, and they have a very clear roadmap. They're a fucking amazing development team. They've put out a bunch of like dev talks and stuff. They were a small team of like 4 people who released this game, and they had like a small group of people playing it, and they didn't expect it to blow up the way it did. And yeah, they just perfected the fuck out of it since then. They didn't expect people to find as many bugs as they did and shit, and like just generally overwhelmed by how much they had to do. How did this break? Oh, a troll probably. Oh, home sweet home. This is the thing I'm most proud of, my sorting system. It's so well labeled. This took me some time to get them all laid out so nicely. Oh, I gotta drop some shit off. Troll hide. Ooh, can I upgrade anything with that? Oh, I didn't mean to, I need 10 to upgrade that, eh? Damn. I kind of want to make the whole troll set once I learned that it's the fastest set in the game with the highest armor. Start putting it together. Oh yeah. Armor 8, armor 12. But it has no movement speed. Negative it. I want to try it in the swamp. I have a fully upgraded troll kit. It might be tough actually because you can't upgrade your workbench enough to fully upgrade the troll kit until you have some iron. So I might have to go into there with some bronze actually. Yeah, maybe I'll just leave this here for now and start building it in the background. And once I have all of this stuff fully upgraded, then I'll wear it out as a kit. Oh fuck. Trophies. I'm not sure if he left, maybe. Treasure. Okay. Berries. Nice. Holy fuck. This means I can make 3 coal kilns here and still have my 4 smelters there. That's amazing. I need 60. Yeah, purple might just be doing something else too right now. I get why you asked though. He does seem like the kind of person who would say bye. Fit you right here. Can I fit you right here? Can I fit you right here? Why not? Why you gotta be so difficult? Purple left. Oh wait, I'm rereading the same message. You can get gold and play with your friends soon, because we've been waiting for that. Oh, yeah, I know who you mean. That might spit it out far enough still. Let's see. Put the first two in there and see if they spit out far enough. But the next one will push that one down, right? They kind of spit out in a random direction and with a random, like, speed. Okay, come on. Oh, maybe I can hoe this ground down a bit. Observe. Does it make it over that? I don't think so. I think it's gonna get stuck on that. Oh, you know what I can do? Gonna grab a little extra stone. Oh, let me up. Okay, is this gonna work? Oh, nice. Christ. Okay. Okay. Oh yeah, you got lots to go. Gotta make me do more push-ups. I've always been like underweight my whole life. I just want to make it so you could get up here by only pressing W and not having to jump whatsoever. What am I getting stuck on? This piece. Nice. This never seems to be a good way to do it on this side. Okay, maybe that. Nice. Just walk straight up. Okay. These are probably full.
Could I ask what's your? I know your initial prescription was like having a third category, right, for transgender sports specifically. Now it seems like you moved away from that. Am I correct on that? Is there like a new prescription you have?
No, I think a third category is probably necessary. Well, it'd be a third and fourth category, right, for trans women and trans men.
Okay, I thought I saw you on stream saying that you thought there should be like an open category and like a protected cis women's category. Is that like?
I might have said that before, but it doesn't make sense because, like, in an open category, trans women will never be competitive and trans men will never be competitive. So at that point, you might as well just have no trans sports at all, right? I think you need probably a protected space for trans people to do sports in.
Okay, so at like a state level, do you think there's even like the numbers there for that? This is the concern I have with that proposal.
I don't know if the numbers are there for it, but that's not really relevant because whether the numbers are there or not for it doesn't justify destroying cis women's sports.
Yep.
So I don't think that I think it is relevant for specifically the prescription you're making. If the numbers aren't there for it, then the prescription just doesn't work at all, right? Like if the numbers aren't there for it, then we just can't have this prescription.
I mean, then I guess we don't have trans sports. If it ends up being the case for that, then sure.
Do you think that as it exists now that trans women in sports are like overrepresented at all, or do you think there's too many of them there, or do you just think it will become the case in the future?
I'm not really concerned with any of those questions. It's more just like, is there an unfair categorical advantage that the categorization is supposed to avoid? And it seems like the answer, where all the research has been pointing towards so far, is a resounding yes. I don't know if there's an overrepresentation because I don't even know if we know 100% what the actual number of trans people in society is, and then how does that drill down to how many go to school, and then how does that drill down to how many like compete in sports? So I don't know what the answer to that is.
Sure. So if it's not the case that there's like an overrepresentation, then like letting trans women into women's sports isn't going to like destroy the sports, right? It might just be like even if we grant the idea that all trans women categorically have a huge advantage, there'd still be like cis women playing sports, wouldn't there?
No, it would destroy the competitive integrity of the sport.
Okay, the competitive integrity. When you say the competitive integrity, are you talking about the ability for people to compete with like I guess based on their I'm not sure what to call it, skilled outside of like the biological advantages they might have?
Well, right now, sports for cis women's sports, there is a boundary set so that only people that are, I guess, women, broadly speaking, are allowed to participate. So the competitive integrity would be ensuring that only women are allowed to participate. Within the category of woman, there's a broad range of different biological features. So, I mean, it's not separated more precisely there, except for when you get into sports to do like weight classes. But
do you think that trans women fit within the category of woman?
for the purposes of this discussion, no, of course not. That's why they're trans women, right?
Well, I wouldn't say that it's like of course not, right? Like they're trans women, right? But like this is just like an adjective we're
if
trying.
Trans women were just women, we wouldn't have to
I'm
worry
just
about.
trying to get your opinion.
HRT.
I'm not trying to like pressure you on it.
No, I understand, but we wouldn't have to talk about like HRT or surgeries or anything. They would just be women, and problem solved. Like we correct, like yay, we solved all trans issues by saying that they're the same. But clearly they're not, right? That's why we have all these issues related to trans women, like getting healthcare and gender affirming care and everything like that, right?
So I don't think it's accurate to say that because of the fact that they need certain healthcare that's like special to them that they're not women, right? I still think that like even though trans women have special healthcare needs, they can still be categorized into the group of women in the same way that like a woman who needs like an appendectomy would still be part of like the category of women, right?
But we're not talking about an appendectomy. We're talking about getting hormones that bring you in line with resembling a biological sex, right? An appendectomy is.
No, I agree. Yeah.
Well, no, hold on, wait. No, we don't agree. there's saying that like trans women are women. Like imagine somebody says to you like, man, I feel like I have a lot of gender dysphoria. And you're like, oh, well, what's wrong? Like, well, you know, I feel like I'm a woman stuck in a man's body. It's like, oh, well, does that make you a trans woman? And they're like, yeah. And it's like, oh, well, guess what? Trans women are women. There you go. You solved it. Like, doesn't make any sense.
No, that's not the proposal that's not the proposal that I'm advocating for. I understand that there are certain things that make like trans women dysphoric, and right, there are like medical necessities there. I just don't think that this like excludes them from the category of women.
It's just like a pointless, like we're not arguing about the broader social category of women. We're talking about like people.
Whenever I'm capturing a picture in picture, I can't.
Do you believe that you can identify as trans without having surgery, or are you like a trans medicalist? Do you think that you can be trans and not go for HRT or surgery?
I think you can be trans without dysphoria and not go for like HRT or surgery. Sure.
Okay, I wouldn't say it's like. I don't think it's the most useful
thing in the world, but I think it's possible. Yeah.
Sure, but do you think a trans person that doesn't go through HRT or surgery should be allowed to compete in cis women's sports?
In cis women's sports, I think if the point of cis women's sports is to, I guess it depends which sport, right? There are some of them that I think is fine for, and there's some that I think it would be issuesome to let people who have like these massive biological advantages, regardless of gender identity, competing with each other because they could kill the other competitor, right? Like in combat sports.
No, not so like in basketball, volleyball, and everything else. You think it's okay, or?
In basketball,
wait, actually, I'm just gonna
go ahead.
That was the most non-answer.
Sure, yeah.
Okay. Do you think that?
I thought it was like a direct answer to your question.
It wasn't. Do you think that trans women that don't have any hormone replacement therapy or any surgeries should be allowed to compete alongside cis women in athletic events?
I just said that it depends on the sport. That is absolutely a direct answer to your question.
Okay, can you name any sport that anybody here has ever heard of that you would be okay with that happening in?
Sure, I think there are lots of endurance sports where I'd be okay with that happening, right? Where like men and women don't compete on like wildly different levels, like long distance swimming seems fine.
So men outcompete women on almost all endurance sports. I think there's like two niche, like I think like in ultra marathons, and I think in one thing, but in every other mainstream sport, basketball, volleyball, soccer in America, and every other thing, men are outcompeting women. So in any of those sports, not combat sports, but in any other sport, sports that everybody watches and has heard of, do you think that men should be allowed to compete? Not men. Do you think that trans women that don't get HRT or surgery should be allowed to compete against cis women?
So I think that one of the things you said just wasn't true. In the case of like ultra long distance, like running, it is the case like women not only like compete at the same level as men, they outperform men in many cases. So I don't think that's really super accurate there.
In the cases of non-endurance sports, and not just talking about only combat sports, do you think that trans women that don't go through HRT or have any surgeries should be allowed to compete against cis women?
As it currently exists, no, but I think it would be good to eventually remove the gender categories from sports. This is like obviously a long-term goal.
Okay, so if you say no to that, why couldn't I just ask you, well, don't you think those trans women are women?
I do think they're women, yeah. I don't think the categories as they currently exist should be based on the if you're a woman or not. I don't think it's women's sports, right? I think it's like, I think they should be based on like, we're trying to, it should be based on the utility it serves, right? And I think that utility is going to be the ability to pull people in who are in this, who are in this sort of like generally group that is like pushed out of sports in general, right? Which would be like, I think it's cis women are still kind of a bit pushed out of sports. I think trans women are pretty hardline pushed out of sports. I think the social utility of giving them a place where they can play sports is good.
How can we say women are pushed out of sports when we have like specific federal provisions that guarantees funding across states for women's sports, even when they don't make any money for the sport?
Well, wouldn't it be like a more of a cultural push? I think there's like a lot of like pull factors as well. I'm not disagreeing with that, but there's like there's a cultural push that I think a lot of women are told like I don't actually know if it's a lot of women, but there are at least some women who are told like that they shouldn't be competing in sports.
This
like
sounds like a very weird, like ultra progressive delusion. I think plenty of women are encouraged to participate in sports when they go to high school. It might not be like football, like men do, but I think plenty of women are encouraged to play sports. I don't think that it's the idea that they're telling them all to get in the kitchen and cook. I don't agree.
So, well, I guess we could dispute this point all day, but I don't think it's really relevant to my broader point. So yeah, I'm even okay with just granting the point entirely. Like women aren't pushed out of sports. Okay, so what's the point of women's sports?
To have a protected place for cis women to compete with other cis women.
What's the point of having a protected space for cis women to compete with other cis women if they're not pushed out of sports?
Because women aren't capable generally of competing with the male biology.
Yeah. So what's the point in having them in sports?
So that they have an opportunity to compete, because it represents a huge section of society that probably would like to compete in athletic events.
Okay, so do you think that there are people who there's a huge section of society who's just like not fit enough as well? Like if there was like if it was just skill based and we had the same total number of people in sports.
You have the capacity to get fit enough to be at least like playing in games and stuff. Yeah.
There are a lot of people who just don't have that capacity, I think, right?
I mean, if you're talking about disabilities, that we literally have the Paralympics or whatever, right? Paralympics.
Like short men playing in basketball. Well, I mean, I don't think we should be.
Certain physiologies won't be able to compete in certain sports, sure. But I mean, like most people,
like people who are like shorter on average probably couldn't play at like a sport that people who are shorter on average would have a lot of trouble playing in a sport that's like requires you to be very tall, like basketball.
So we're gonna have short people basketball now?
Sport, or like people with longer torsos. I already talked about Michael Phelps or whatever. Might be able to compete better at swimming. Sure, that's possible. Yeah, it's not.
Well, this is the case for every sport, right? Like every sport's gonna have like some things that are biological advantages that like some people just aren't gonna have, right? That are gonna push them out of sports entirely.
Probably, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So the same would apply to them. So we don't give them a space in sports, right? Because there's no like social discrimination against them, right?
Well, I just think we don't give specific heights of space in sports because we probably don't like group people generally by height. It's not a thing we think about, right? Like we have like men and women are broadly recognized as two distinct groups in society. I don't think we have like groups in society of like 5'7" men and like 4'9" women.
We don't have. I guess I mean we do. It'd just be the group of 4'9" or like 5'7" men and 4'9" women, right? That would just be like short people. I agree that there's not like a in the case of sports we don't do that, right? But this is kind of irrelevant to the broader point here.
Okay, where is this? Where are we going to with this point? I guess.
Yeah, we're talking about how should we structure sports, and you're saying like this is not the way we currently structure sports. Like I agree, it's not the way we currently structure sports.
Are you asking me to rebuild like the entire sports system to make it 100% like meritocratic? Or?
I think slowly over time making the sports system meritocratic as a long-term goal is a really good idea, but I think currently as it stands, I don't think the categories are that harmful. I don't think the allowing trans women in sports at the rates they do are in any way keeping cis women from going into sports entirely. I don't think it like destroys the competitive nature of sports to allow trans women in there. I don't think they have even though I would grant they have an advantage, I don't think they have enough of an advantage to justify like keeping them out and like putting them into a third category that just wouldn't really work mathematically.
How can you how can you justify the division of sports by sex and then allow people into the sport that kind of like work against that established boundary?
So I think that you can.
Sports should just be gotten rid of entirely.
I said long distance. I'm okay with like moving it to a genderless system of sports.
Well, I'm not talking in a hypothetical in 500 years or whatever. Like,
not 500 years. Like, but slowly over time, I think it's fine to do that. But I don't.
You're talking about
unless you could give me
You're talking about getting rid of all. I'm not really today. Okay, how long until we live in a genderless society? When do you think? I'm curious.
I don't think we're gonna live in a genderless society just because we have genderless sports. It's a bit exaggerated, right?
No. I don't think you realize
think society would be genderless if we had genderless sports?
To get rid of all gendered sports? Yeah, I think you're in a very utopian society. I don't know how you can think otherwise.
I think you can still have gender roles in society without having like gender roles specifically in sports. It's like a very small subsection of society, isn't it?
Yeah, but you're talking about eliminating like women from sports. I think we're pretty far from that. If you're talking about getting rid of genders in sports, you're talking about
not talking about eliminating women from sports. None of us are talking. Neither of us talk about eliminating women from sports.
How do they still compete if we eliminate like the gender distinction?
They would compete at lower skill levels.
So you could never be the top at any sport. Now you're just going to be relegated to always being like the 4th division because you're a woman.
If you're, I guess you could be you could be the top of D4. They're never the top of any sport anyways, right?
Well, they are. They can be the top. They can be the best woman in the world at a sport.
Yeah, the best woman at a world sport is not the kind of thing that most people are going to consider the best at the sport, right?
they would say that they're the best woman at the sport, recognizing that, like, yeah, women have.
They could still be the best woman at the sport.
Yeah, but if they're all in the same leagues, you don't see how that's a little different?
I agree, it's a little different. It just doesn't really like address the point.
Do you not see there being a distinction between saying that, like, we have a women's league and there can be some women that are at the top of that league versus we just have an open league and the best woman happens to be like ranked 7,000 in that league? You don't think that that feels a little bit different to the women that compete?
I think it does feel a bit different. Yeah, no, I completely agree. But I think it would be the feelings of this woman, I don't think are enough to outweigh the social benefit of being able to not have segregation on the ground of sex.
The feeling of every woman, right? There will never be a woman at the top of any sport ever again. You will never have a female champion.
We already don't have women at the top of any sport. We have them at the top of women's sports, right? So
sure, which is their own.
Yeah. So go ahead.
Yeah, the top of the divisions that they play in, which are like the women's divisions. Yeah, you have the best female athletes that play against other female athletes. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, you have the best female athletes playing against other female athletes currently. I think that the saying that they're the worstness they'll feel because of the fact that they're like playing against competitors who are winning against them in specific competitions, and they're no longer going to be the best in any sport. I don't think this is enough to justify the social harms that keeping trans women out of sports has.
So you think that the social harms against all women competitors, that now you're going to have women in their mid-20s, late 20s that have been competitive their whole life, are going up against getting crushed by high school player boys. They're going to be competing in the same divisions. You're talking about never having another woman on TV ever for no college games, no professional games. There is no more WNBA, and nobody wants to watch. No offense, I'm sorry for NCAA players. Nobody's going to watch like Division 3.
Does that
even happen? I don't even know if they're televised, right? Like, so you're talking about
I have no idea,
ever,
but
yeah. So you think that harm against all fucking like cis
I don't think it's the case that we'll like never ever like there are women who are kicking at D1 levels. We'll see those women right on TV. I think they're going to be some. They are kicking at D1 levels. I'm not sure what you mean by against men.
They're kicking at D1 level. I don't know what that means. I'm sorry.
Okay, I guess it doesn't really matter. There are women who we will likely see televised.
I don't know what that means.
In a smaller number.
Can you
I agree.
explain what that means? I don't know what kicking at the D1 level means.
It means that like at the Division 1 levels, they're kicking like on par or like near the lower range of like Division 1 kickers.
A kicker in what sport?
I guess in football.
What do you
mean you guess? Wait, what are we talking about right now?
Look, I have no idea how this relates to the broader point. I'm gonna be honest with you. What is? I feel like I'm missing something. What do you think?
I don't know what you're saying. I'm very confused. I'm having a schizo moment. You're saying that there are some women that are competitive with men at D1 levels? In any sport that anybody watches?
Not broadly. Very small subsections of the things you can do in a sport. Yes. Not the entire sport overall, right? I agree we will see less women in sports. Or in the high level sports that we see televised, right? We can see the same number of women overall.
Like the number is going to be approaching zero. I don't want you to weasel out like, oh, maybe it'll only be like 20 or 30. The number will be approaching zero. Maybe you get like one exceptional woman every couple years that makes it into some televised matches, but for the most part, they're going to be completely eliminated.
Most people don't pay, but as it exists now, most people don't pay too much attention to women's sports. They're already viewed as like the lower league.
Okay, so if I were to look up broadcast numbers for like the all-females like soccer or the WNBA, do you think it's just like a few dozen people watching
who hates
these?
women?
Do you don't think
I'm sure that it's more than just a few dozen people, but I think if we look at the numbers overall, it's going to be a very small percent.
Yeah, it's less than what watch men's sports, but there are people that watch like women's sports, especially women. Like,
I don't think that it's as nearly as large as the number of people who watch men's sports, including women, right? Even if we look at just women, I would assume that like less of them would be watching women's sports. If we look at people overall, it's definitely the case. The less watch women's sports.
But I mean, like, I know that women's soccer has gotten larger against Europe. There are like women's like.
Wait, that's not a maybe. You're accusing me of weaseling out, but that's definitely not a maybe, right? We both know that's true.
That more women watch men's sports than women's sports?
That the viewer count for men's sports is wildly higher than women's sport.
Yeah, it's for sure higher, but you're making it sound like nobody watches women's sports, right? There are like huge celebrities that everybody knows. Like everybody knows.
I never said nobody watches it. I just think it's a very small number of people who already watch it.
Okay, there were 82 million viewers of the Women's Cup final for football, for soccer. Okay, so there are people that watch women's
for soccer. You said there are
82 million.
Yeah, no,
people.
I didn't say there were no people. You're just strawmanning me here. I didn't say there were no people who watched it.
Those 82 million viewers that are watching all women compete are now non-existent. They're going to be watching men compete because you're eliminating that.
Men's sports received 96.3% of airtime, with women's sports 1.6%. Gender neutral topics 2.1%. So yeah, no, it's just not a maybe. It's just a yes. Like just women's sports are watched less. This isn't like a hot.
Yeah,
take.
I'm not disagreeing with you. You're making it sound like it's basically irrelevant.
To do with the argument. Jesus Christ.
I'm not sure what you mean by basically irrelevant.
It sounds like you're basically saying that like not that many people watch women's sports, so we get rid of it. We're not losing much anyway.
No, I'm not saying that if we got rid of it entirely, we're not losing much anyways. I'm saying that like not that many people watch women's sports, so having this like mixed division, I don't think it would lead to a huge decrease in the number of like, I don't know, like female celebrity athletes. I think people would still like trend around them, and they still like give them sponsorships, etc. We might even see like more people watching these lower rank. We might even see more people watching these like lower ranking sports than we did before.
So somebody like Serena Williams, she wouldn't exist anymore. Nobody would know who the fuck she is, right? She would be some random like rank 500 tennis player. I mean, she'd be the best woman, but like nobody would know.
If she's if she's the best woman in the sport, right? Serena Williams, people will care and like notice that.
How do you know?
Because she would be beaten up by trans women.
Well, obviously we can't know anything about the future, right? But I think it's pretty reasonable to say like being the #1 women's player, there are a lot of people who are going to care about that in and of itself and be like, wow, this is a exceptional woman at this sport, and I'm going to give her exceptional amounts of attention despite the fact that she's not the best at the sport. I think this will still happen.
She's not going to get like, she's not going to make it to any teams. There's not going to be anybody televising those matches. There's not going to be like, who's looking to sponsor? I mean, like I only have my first-hand experience only in esports, so maybe it's different in sports. Like who the fuck in esports sponsors like the 1000th best player? Like nobody's on these teams, or if there are these teams, people get paid like $20.
Is the 1000th best player in esports like the? I don't really know about esports. Is it like the #1 woman in esports is like the 1000th best player?
It's probably close to that. There's like a couple of standout women because it's a lot less physically demanding, but for the most part, it's like 99%.
Plenty of people are sponsoring them, right? Like the top woman player that you can think of in esports. I'm sure there's sponsors,
the
right?
biggest places where women get recognition are like in all women's leagues. Is how it used to go for CS:GO.
You think that the top female esports players are like they're not getting any attention? I know in chess they do, right? The top chess players and top women chess players.
Chess has women's divisions.
They have women's FIDE master rankings, which I think should probably also be gotten rid of. They're kind of a silly rank, right?
Why?
Right? Because I don't think it helps women to say like, here's the equivalent of the man's ranking, but it's like a really low ELO and it's like worse at chess. I think it's like kind of not helpful.
Because it's hard for women to compete in some of these things. Like,
why is it hard for them to compete?
For a number of physiological reasons. That depends on the sport.
At chess?
What you want to talk about? It potentially, maybe.
What is the physiological reason for why it's hard for them to compete at chess?
It seems like neurologically the way the boys engage with things might be a little bit different than the way the girls engage with things. I don't know. It could be.
It's different, but why are they worse at chess?
If your position here is that you win if I can't exactly detail you the neurological processes by which men are able to manipulate video games.
No, that's not my position. I just want you to.
You totally
no.
All I'm saying is that broadly speaking,
I'm not trying to gotcha you here. I just want to understand your position better.
When you look at the history of things like video games, you look at the history of things like chess, it seems like men are way more competitive in these arenas than women are, such that women are not competitive at the highest levels. It might be the case that maybe it's all socialization.
Social pressure?
But it could be. But if you eliminate all the women's spaces for them right now, then women just disappear. They cease to exist in these spaces.
I don't think so. I think that if you eliminate women's spaces there, I think a lot of the socialization, a lot of that social pressure, I think it even mitigates some of the social pressure in things like chess, for example, where the women players who are like, obviously women on average have higher IQs. I don't think it's unlikely that women players will still be playing in chess, and even doing so more so now that they're not viewed as like second-class chess players, for example.
Women can go and compete with men right now if they want.
I agree.
In any sport, women could do this.
Oh, I agree. But in the case of like things like women's FIDE Master and like these specific women's only leagues in chess, I don't think they do any good. I think they do harm.
So, but all the women that are getting any recognition or doing anything there would just cease to exist in your world. They would go compete with men. They'd lose to middling, like not even grandmasters, and then they'd just be done.
No, I don't think they'd be just done. I think that women would still be competing in chess. Like you said, they already do compete, right? In like the open matches in chess. They do compete with men. Yes, they do.
My understanding is that at the highest levels of chess, when you're talking about like grandmasters and stuff, it's almost impossible for women to be competitive at these levels. Can somebody in chat fact check me if I'm wrong? That's my understanding, is that at the highest levels of chess, it's very, 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 very hard for any woman to be competitive.
So it's hard for women to be competitive is very different from your initial claim, which was like there are not women players who are playing at these high levels, right? There are women's. There are women who are like.
So someone is saying
GMs,
that the highest
not women's GM.
Someone is saying that the highest rated woman is 200 elo between, or below like the highest rated man.
That would be like, yeah, that would be like 2,800 or something, or 2,700 or something. That's massive. That's huge. That's like way above. That's super GM level, right?
Sure. So that means that in like every large open tournament, assuming that it's like all mixed, you're never going to see women in what, like the top 4 or top 8.
You'll never see women in the top. It depends on the it depends on what like skill level we're talking about within chess. We don't want to like pair up like the like super GMs, right? With like the IMs or whatever, right? We're not doing that. Generally, the people will compete within like their own skill ranking. I think chess is actually a great example of what I'm proposing.
The highest ranked women's chess player is ranked 93 in the world, and women's elo is a bit inflated because of like the tournaments they play in. Is that true, or
is that? I don't know if they're 93 specifically.
Yeah,
is it Judith Polgar or something, or is it somebody else?
I don't know the names. I don't
follow
follow professional chess that much.
Okay.
This is the top female chess player in the world.
The
so
point
you think,
is,
broadly speaking, you think that
I still think this. Well, really quick. Hold on, just a second. Just a second. I think when we take a look at like even if we take a look at chess specifically, right? I don't know enough about esports to comment there, but in chess specifically, we could take a look at the highest rated women, and they do get attention. They do get like they do get sponsorships. And the biological advantages that you might say men have, even though I agree it's possible they exist, I don't think they're significant enough to warrant something like women's FIDE master existing, right? Where we give women this like lower ranking, where we pretend it's the same as the higher ranking, and everyone sort of acknowledges that it's worse, right?
I don't think anybody pretends that it's the same, but
well, the naming is kind of the same. So women's FIDE master versus FIDE master, women's IM versus IM, right? It's like the women version of the normal rank. Yeah, but isn't it kind of? Don't you think it's like? Do you think it really helps women socially to have the like a shitty version of the title called like the women's version?
More than never getting to hold any title ever.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
But plenty of women hold non-women's titles, right? There are women who are grandmasters, but not women's grandmasters. There are women who are like super GMs, even. That's not a title, right? But there are women who are like very, very high ranking in chess. And
yeah,
I don't think it's like I don't think you don't have any title at all because you don't have a women's title.
First of all, so we're arguing about chess, which is probably going to have one of the least gaps ever because it's one of the least physically demanding things. And even in chess, you're talking about like 1 or 2 exceptions. And there are no women super GMs or whatever. You're literally talking about
there are none.
1 or 2 exceptions. There are 0 women super GMs. There are like
1 or 2
sub 20 super GMs is what people are saying.
Okay, 0 is very different than sub 20. Super GMs are already a very small group, right? They're like what?
No,
like,
people are saying, hold on. People are saying there are sub 20 super GMs and none of them are women currently. The highest rated woman is 2650. Super GMs are 2700 plus.
Highest rated woman ever, the highest rated woman ever was, I know Judith Polgar was at least 2735, right?
Maybe at one point in time. I'm talking about currently.
Yeah. So the thing is, like, super GMs are, like the chatter said, I'm guessing less than 20 people. So obviously there's going to be like a very, very small amount of super GMs. I don't think that's it's like, yeah, there's like a small amount of like women in total in chess. The fact that like there's a small amount means like these extremely exceptional cases are very unlikely to be this very small group, right?
Yeah, backing up to like the broader point, right? So even in chess, where there's like very little like physically demanding thing, where we still see a pretty big chasm in skill from the highest level man versus the highest level woman. And you're saying that if we eliminate it could be physiological reasons, it could be social reasons. I don't know why. I'm not ready to break down the functions of the brain that explicitly determine why.
What is your? I'm not gonna hold you to it as an absolute statement. Is you just have like a wild guess or something, just so we can like at least do intuition pumps or something to talk about the conversation we're having.
My guess is that physiologically, men and women are probably wired a bit differently to be better at certain things. And then because of a small difference, socially, we probably drive this difference to much greater heights.
Okay, so you think there's like a very large amount of like social pressure that causes these small differences to be much larger. I think these small differences, I'm sure they exist one way or the other, right? Like in one direction or the other direction. I'm just not sure which that direction is. It seems like women have higher IQs on average, for example. So it seems like social pressures would be like the primary driving factor for why we've seen underrepresentation of women. I don't think the social pressures are solved by having things like, for example, like women's FIDE master. I think it harms them and pressures them out of the sport. I don't think it helps them into it.
So why would every single woman athlete disagree with you? Have you ever talked to a woman athlete before that agrees that they should eliminate all women's athletic events?
Yeah, have you ever talked to a woman?
Do we have polling data that shows that the average woman athlete doesn't want trans women in sports? Would you say
I'm just talking about eliminating. I'm just talking about eliminating. You're trying to say like, oh, it's definitely harmful. It's bad for them. Why do so many women compete? Why don't they just go compete with men then? If they think that all these things are so bad.
Well, it seems like they're okay with competing with trans women in their sports, right? It seems like the female athletes don't have like a tremendous issue with that. There are some that do, right? But it's different. I thought earlier you were using them interchangeably.
No, this is a different question. You're talking about right now, we can get to the trans woman question, but right now it sounds like you're talking about the idea that these women's only things are harmful to women. If that's the case,
in some cases they're definitely harmful to women, and in some cases I think the harm is lessened. I think in the case of chess, it's easily the case. It's harmful to women, right?
So where are all of these women speaking out against these things? Like,
I don't think it's really relevant. It's just kind of it's almost like a really like baseline logical fallacy.
As a man, that they're okay. All right, maybe okay. So moving on, I guess to the trans women, cis women thing. So it sounds like you might believe that trans women have some kind of physiological advantage from their prior being a cis male before transitioning or whatever. Or I don't know if it's
sure,
yeah. So even if that is the case, though, you're still okay with them competing against cis women. Why?
I think they're small enough in number that they're never going to like really push out women from the sport. I think obviously if it was every trans woman was competing in sports, that very small number of like, I think it's like they're what, like 0.3% of the population would be enough. But I think that in the same way that we still let people who are like people who have used steroids in the past, they're allowed to compete once they're off steroids for a while. I think it's fair. Those people have a much larger advantage from those steroids than trans women do from their testosterone.
Wait, what is the first of all, that's not true, but also what is the penalty? If you get caught using performance enhancing drugs?
It's not true that women on steroids have a bigger advantage than trans women. Trans women have a way bigger advantage than just women on steroids. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? This guy's so ridiculous with his fucking black painted fingernails. Not knowing a single fucking fact.
How long are you banned for? From
I wouldn't know, but I know it's not gonna be like it's not gonna be that period of like this incredibly long, like you're never able to compete line.
I feel like it would be. I might be wrong. I feel like if you got caught in college sports using performance enhancing drugs, you'd be able to compete again before you graduate.
I know there are like UFC competitors who have been caught using performance enhancing drugs and are able to like be let back in, right? Like John Jones, right?
In professional sports, maybe, sure.
Mistaken?
But like in college, can you? People are saying it's 2 to 4 years in college. So okay, but I mean, like,
so if you're
gonna have a discussion of like, do you think if you're allowed to use performance enhancing drugs, like, should you be allowed to, or should you ever be allowed to compete again? Like, I don't know if I'd necessarily be opposed to a lifetime ban.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, I don't know. It depends on the drug, I guess. It depends on how long you're using it for, but.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. That's 2 years doesn't seem like a very long time. And if we're letting them back into the sports, I don't think it's unfair to say that like it would be fine to let trans women into the sports after like 2 years of HRT at like sub female testosterone levels.
Well, first of all, the testosterone levels aren't sub female; they're still like 4 to 5 times higher.
Yeah,
but secondly, if we can show like studies and all the research seems to be pointing towards this, that trans women still inherit a lot of advantages from being male before transitioning. I don't know if like just being off for a few years is like evens the playing field there.
You can correct me if I'm wrong here, but like the studies I thought were like pretty inconclusive, and there were ones that like went one way or the other, and I think you've even said that on stream that you think they're like a lot on both sides of the issue, and it's like really hard to make a conclusion based on those.
No, I don't know when you heard me say this on stream, but what I said was that a long time ago, my position was a lot more ambiguous on this because it seemed like the studies went both ways. But in the past few years, I think that the overwhelming amount of research is pointing towards a pretty clear direction. That now we have longitudinal studies that are showing that even after 3 years, trans women still have a pretty significant advantage from being able to train in a male body for a long time. So even 3
what do you
years
think
post-transition.
Oh, 3 years while having trained in a male body the entire time.
No. 3 years while being on HRT, they still have
after having trained in a male body for a long time. You said, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So if somebody's like at like a college level, this wouldn't be an advantage. They'd have like, I guess they'd have like a male body as a child or whatever, but they're not really getting like the actual normal male body, right? So the advantage there would be less significant, correct?
Depends on when they transition, but otherwise, no, it wouldn't be.
Yeah, before college, it would be correct. So depending on when they transition.
High school sports are really important. What do you mean?
Oh, I completely agree that high school sports are important. That just doesn't really address my question, which is like they're not competing with like an adult man's body, right?
Yeah, if you're starting to go through puberty as a male at like 12 or 13, yeah, you're getting
not really an adult
advantages.
man at 13 or 15.
I'm pretty sure your testosterone as a male peaks at, it's like 18 to 21.
Yeah, but the advantages you get from that testosterone don't.
Absolutely. If you compare a 13-year-old weightlifter that's a male to a 13-year-old weightlifter that's female, he's going to be like literally 3 times the weight. Like
no. This is irrelevant. You're comparing males to females. We're comparing like young men to old men, right? We're comparing young men to older men. So this is like you went over and like compared a completely different category.
Okay, I must be misunderstanding. If you're transitioning at age like 19 or 20, you've had a decent amount of time like training in a male body. Like in your pretty formative, in like important formative athletic years, from like 12 to 16, 17.
I wouldn't disagree that I wouldn't disagree that they have like no advantage. I just don't think it's significant enough to keep them out of women's sports.
Okay, like I don't like this argument because it sounds misogynistic, but like high school boys will beat like women's NBA players. I feel like a lot of this conversation is driven by the fact that people don't realize how huge the difference is between female and male athletes.
Yeah,
I think that you guys
really
think that it's
high school,
a little
like
bit.
that Bisky girl earlier.
I think senior high
like
school
a real case of that or something.
Yeah, fuck. I don't know if somebody's a link for it, but the men's under 15 team beat the women's national team for soccer. I think there are
games.
But
these are women's NBA, so that seems like a very different claim.
I thought
soccer
that
is like.
I thought that for like the WNBA games. Oh, okay. It might have been soccer, not NBA.
Okay.
But like, yeah, there's like hugely. Okay, the WNBA one was not real. The soccer one was real. Okay. There's like pretty big like developmental advantages that you get as a boy, like as early as like probably like 11 or 12.
I'm sure I agree that there are advantages. I haven't disagreed there are advantages. I just don't think they're significant enough to keep trans women out because obviously I agree that there's like the man-woman distinction would be really, really big, right? But trans women are not going to have that much of a significant difference.
Okay,
here.
yeah, we're kind of sneaking in. We're begging the question. What do you mean like they're not big enough to keep trans women out? If they exist and they're measurable and statistically significant, like why would that not be enough?
So if they existed. Well, you wouldn't want to keep like I don't know, like Croatian people out of like Serbian sports or something, right? Like you wouldn't.
Wait, we don't divide sports by nationality like that.
Yes, we do. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we definitely do. We have like national teams. I don't know why you said that.
Inside of a nation, we don't divide sports based on like your nationality or ethnicity. What do you mean?
I didn't say that, right? But if we're talking about like nationality in particular, I think it is the case there are probably some nations that are gonna want to do that. And they might justify it in this like the same way you're justifying keeping trans women out of women's sports. And I think that they'd be incorrect in doing that. And the same arguments you'd make towards those groups, I think could also be made towards like people like you who want to keep trans women out of women's sports entirely.
Wait, there are nations that would ban certain like nationalities or ethnic groups from
pretty racist nations out there, yeah. Not here in the West, right? But there's some pretty racist nations, I think.
Okay, but now you're talking about people just functioning out of bigotry because they're racist. But I'm talking about like if we have a category for like cis women's sports and somebody's able to inherit like biologically male advantages, I don't think that's like a bigotry-driven decision, like it just being a racist nation.
Okay, so I think that I think bigotry is definitely a part of the decision here. It might not be part of why you make the decision, but it's part of why like the TERFs do, right?
Hold on, wait, I super don't care. That's not what our conversation right now. Isn't what's driving.
You just mentioned it, right? You mentioned what drives other people.
No, you were telling me that some people might ban certain nationalities, and then you're saying, well, there's some pretty
because they're taller on average or something, right? Like they could like point to the fact that like I mean, there's like a larger gap between like the tallest nation and the shortest nation there is between like the heights of men and women, right? So I think there are people who justify this.
I don't know anybody who does this
right now. What the fuck?
Who bans people based on nationality in their sports?
Yeah.
Yeah, in like your country.
In my country, I don't. Not in my country.
Genocide.
Right? We used to in our country.
Like Olympic. What do you mean?
Ban them from a sport.
We used to in our country based like on things like ethnicity and race, but like ban people from sports, right? We had like the I don't want to say that you didn't name it on Twitch because it's like
physiological competitive advantages or whatever. That was because we were a racist country. That was a decision informed by bigotry.
But I agree. In the case of the ways they justified it, right? It was the idea that like they thought black people on average were barbaric, and like they were gonna play the sport in a barbaric way, right? So this is like I agree it's based on bigotry,
I think it's
because
we were racist and our whole society
well.
was segregated. I don't think it was necessarily because of like competitive advantage stuff. I think we were just really racist.
No.
Like all of society was segregated.
They absolutely did think that like black people had like a racial differences that made them like it made it like unreasonable to put them into white people's sports. They thought these were biological racial differences.
Okay. Maybe some people did.
All right.
I still don't know how any of this ties back to how we should like eliminate women's categories.
So I think the long-term goal of like maybe like moving into a skill-based category, I don't think it's going to push women out so to such an extent that they would have like no women ever getting sponsorships. I think if we see women getting sponsorships in chess, I think we'd see the same thing in like any other field. I think the chess analogy is pretty apt here. I think that like the reason we have women's sports is because of the fact there's a social pressure against them competing. I think if we grant this, this is the reason we want them in there, then I think it's really really reasonable to also grant that we'd want other people who have that pressure against them to be able to compete as well. And the only way we're going to do that reasonably is going to be like by letting trans women compete with the cis women.
Okay, I just not only do I wholesale reject this argument, I think it's ridiculous that we would even dream of eliminating the category of women's sports on the hope that in the future maybe it inspires more women because now they can be ranked 600 in open divisions. I think that's ridiculous.
It's just like a straw man. I don't know why you're not engaging with the argument.
That's what you just said. Hold on. Whoa. Hold on. I'll restate everything you said and tell me when I messed up.
Sure, yeah.
You're saying that if we get rid of female divisions and we have open competitions, that women that are way down in the ranks, just because they're women, will still be getting sponsorships because they'll be the highest women ranked in those sports. And that in our transition towards a more kind of like genderless idea of sports, we will still have women competing even more now because they're not being shackled by the silliness of all women's divisions, and they'll still have all the same representation.
Yeah, I'll correct you. You're wrong. I don't think I ever said that women could be competing more. I think I almost said the inverse several times. That like I think it's understandable that some women won't be playing the sports.
Okay, you're dead wrong. So maybe you've misspoken multiple times, but what you've told me multiple times is that there might be a lot of social factors keeping women from competing, and you've alluded to the idea that women don't care about all women's titles, and that's why you've said that like if we get rid of
I haven't alluded to that idea. I think there are women who do. You point out the athletes who do. I just don't think this is enough to warrant the existence of these titles. Because I think it provides more social harms across the entirety of society.
Okay, so then I'll give you a chance to clarify then. So then do you think it's possible that by doing what you're suggesting, we have less women competing in sports?
I think it's absolutely absolutely a possibility that less women might compete in sports. I just don't think it's enough to justify keeping trans women out.
What does that mean enough? Like, let's say like 20% less women compete in sports now. Is that a worthy trade-off for you?
I think that 20% less women is like a very, very arbitrary number. I'm not sure where you've thrown it here, but like I don't think it'd be like I don't imagine that the social benefits would be outweighing it at 20%. So I don't know where the number actually lies, but I know it's not where it is currently, right? If 20% of women
stop, then you don't think that's worth it then at that point, or?
Well, I think wait, when 20% of women who currently are in sports, we're talking, right? Stopping.
Or just the number of like women that would sign up for sports, if it decreases by 20%.
I think decreasing by 20. Okay, the women who sign up. I think it's not likely to be the case that 20% get pushed out by the small group of like 0.3% of the population going into sports. I don't think it's likely, right? Like you're saying we need this separate category for trans women. I don't think it's
reasonable. You totally fucking shifted the goalpost there. We're not talking about them being pushed out because of trans people in the sports. We're talking about them being pushed out because you eliminated women's sports. Because that's just
you are talking about them being pushed out because of trans people in the sports. You said that trans women being in the sports would push out cis women. Yes, you did. Yeah, you did.
I'm working in. I'm working in your hypothetical. You told me that your goal was to eliminate these women's sports and have everybody competing in the same category.
Long term, I think it'd be good to do it, but right now, I think the categories allowing trans women in them is fine. And I think that you seem to not think the categories as they exist now is fine. You want trans women out of sports entirely, and you said like in their own league, or if that's not mathematically possible, just not competing at all. Like,
we're moving away from your whatever thing you gave earlier then about having open divisions. Can we both agree with that? Because that's what I was talking about. So we're not going to talk now about having everybody competing in the same division. Now we're going to talk about women's sports. Is that
we can so as it exists currently, women's sports would exist, and I think a long-term future goal is reasonable to have like open divisions, right?
Okay, so we'll just deal with what's now.
Claims, right?
I do agree, but I was trying to make other, but now you don't agree. Okay, so then let's go back to this.
I think both relate to each other because of the fact that like you're bringing up one proposal, I'm bringing up another one, right?
Okay, but I asked you in your proposal if it was possible that like less women would be competing overall, and you said, yeah, that's possible. And I was like, okay, well, how many less would make it like worth the trade-off of having no women's sports? Let's say 20% less women are doing athletics then. Is that an okay trade-off? Is that acceptable for you? And then you switched it to, you're saying that your destiny, you're saying that 0.03% of trans women are going to push out all women from sports? No, that's not what I was talking about. I was working within your paradigm of having like divisionless sports. That's what I was talking about.
Okay, so I understand your argument now.
Yeah, so I think we can move off of like the then just talk about today.
I'm okay with addressing now that I understand the argument you're making. So if we're talking about like the long distance, women will be pushed out of sports. Yeah, I think totally within like like I don't know, like 80 years down the line or whatever, if women aren't playing if women are playing sports 20% less, I think the social benefits of not having those categories would easily outweigh that. Yeah. I think currently as it exists, what we have to do is Jesus. I mean, why is that wrong?
You're I'm gonna do a little bit of in-pole optics here, but like you as a cis man is saying that women's sports are harmful.
No, you're mistaken. Well, firstly, you're mistaken.
I know I am. I'm doing an in-pole argument. I don't care if you're not. Are you? Am I missing an identity? Yeah, go.
You are, but the in-pole argument's kind of
you gotta
irrelevant.
give him a second. He has to be able to finish his sentences. So, Destiny.
Sure, yeah, go ahead.
Are you a trans woman or something? Did I miss?
Yeah, you just missed an identity or whatever there. I'm like, yeah, I am non-binary, but it's kind of irrelevant.
Okay, presenting, I think, as our fellow id-pollers would say, man is basically saying, like, we're gonna eliminate all of women's sports.
I think the id-poll argument's not really... I think the id-poll argument's not really relevant,
we'll
right?
ditch the id-poll.
You can adjust by point, not just personal attacks.
The idea of eliminating all... Well, it's a little bit... It's personal to a certain group of people, right? Like, this would be like the equivalent of me, like, telling...
Yeah, but it doesn't justify a personal attack in lieu of a counter argument, does it?
I'm not doing a personal attack. I'm saying that the optics of this is, like, can be largely driven by... like, men are...
You were doing a personal attack. You don't have to lie about it.
Okay.
That's fine. I'll just ignore it.
It's not a personal attack. I understand you don't care about any of the identities at stake because you're not threatened. But that's fine. I understand. Listen, I'm a white guy. I feel similarly to that in a lot of other cases. Okay. I think that the idea of eliminating women's sports because it supposedly has some positive blowback in the rest of society is insane. I couldn't imagine making that argument public. Like that just seems crazy.
Sure, but why is it wrong?
Because one, it's a baseless claim. You have absolutely no evidence or can't point to anything that eliminating these women categories is somehow beneficial. This is going to be 100% philosophical.
Oh, I can. Yeah, if you just ask for the evidence, so we could talk about like the ways we could abduct, right, or the ways we can induct from the other examples we have of like removing the segregations within a sport and seeing social benefits because of that. So if we see like we allow trans women into sports and broadly, I think these social benefits could be things like I'm sorry, what's the face you're making? You're doing demon mama faces at me.
Yeah, eliminating segregation in sports based on race was not there for the same reason segregation exists based on sex, right?
What do you think the reason we had segregation based on race was?
Because we had a racist society that saw like black people or non-white people and white people as fundamentally different, and that non-white people shouldn't be able to participate in a lot of the parts of society that white people participate in.
Why do you think we have women's sports?
Because we want to have a protected area for women to be able to compete in and feel like they can win in certain divisions without being dominated by cis men.
Okay. So
segregated spaces were made
they were made because they thought black people were they were made because they thought the POC. Oh my god. They were made because they thought that black people are biologically inferior.
No.
I don't understand.
Hold on. Segregated spaces.
They thought they were barbaric.
Segregated spaces were made to hurt persons of color. They were made to help cis women. Do you understand the difference between the driving factor behind making these spaces? Or do you not acknowledge what I'm saying as being true?
Sure, I understand the argument you're making. One, you say things helps the minority group. One, you think harms the minority group. I think affirmative action in the case of sports isn't going to benefit this minority group in the way that you're like trying to present it as though it does.
Okay, so I'm just asking you to acknowledge that like you can't compare racial segregation in sports to...
There are ways that we can. There are ways that we can, and I agree there are ways that we can't, right? There are differences between the two.
Destiny. I can
one is about sex,
one's
about race, for example. But there are ways in which they're similar, right?
Nonsensical logic.
I don't agree, but okay, go ahead.
They segregate people into groups based on the based on perceived athletic performance.
No.
You don't think so?
I don't think that the driving difference in athletic performance was why persons of color were excluded from American athletic performance.
You don't think there's a justification that a lot of people gave when they were talking about like why they want to keep black people out of like the white leagues?
No, I think it was racism. There might have been on the surface some bullshit argument.
Absolutely. Okay.
It's not comparable
to
why
I understand your position now. Now you're saying it's a bullshit argument, right? So the answer would be yes. Then people did give that argument. You just don't think it's valid. You don't think it's like a legitimate argument.
It's not even a real argument that was being put forth. Like they might say it, but like, do you think that argument is comparable to arguing for a protected women's space in sports?
I think I don't think it's the exact same argument, but I think there are ways in which they overlap. One is like they're both based on biological, based on perceived biological advantages.
Wait, why do you keep saying perceived biological advantages? Do you think that there are only perceived biological advantages between men and women and not real biological advantages between men and women?
I agree. No, I told you several times I agree there are. I don't know why you keep strawmanning me on this.
Hold on, I'm not strawmanning because you keep saying that like they're both based on perceived biological advantages. The difference between black people and white people in sports is not the same as the difference between men and women in sports.
I agree. I mean, if you want to talk about like black people being taller on average or something, then we could point to that as like a real biological advantage. But I don't think the advantage is there
black
justify
people
keeping
are taller on average than white people.
They might be taller or short. I have no idea. I know that there are going to be like some differences, right?
They're not. Okay, but sure.
You don't think there are any? You think there are no differences whatsoever?
I'm not saying there are no differences whatsoever, but I don't think in general black people are taller than white people. I'm pretty sure the tallest people in the world are white, right? Like people from the fucking Netherlands and shit that go like on average like 6'4" or something stupid.
No, I agree that they're like the tallest people in the world. Yeah, I'm sure that the Netherlands is up there. I think it might be number one. But the issue here is like there are going to be certain things that are like you can point to as real biological advantages. We just never accept those are significant enough to keep people into separate leagues. I think in the case of
because we don't separate. We don't separate
ahead.
leagues based on like every other thing. We do separate them based on sex. Because we haven't decided in life that like it's important that short men be able to play basketball, but we have decided in life that it's important for women to be able to play sports.
Why isn't it important that short men be able to play basketball?
Because I don't think that it's possible to carve out a space in society where every single person can have representation in every single area. So broadly speaking, I don't know if short men need to have representation across every single sport, but broadly speaking, women should probably have a place where they can be competitive in sports.
So why do women need why do you think women need that place where they can be competitive with other women in sports? What do you think the purpose of that is?
Fucking women.
Because people enjoy playing sports and people like to be competitive and people like to have people that they can look up to.
Well, what's the difference between what women enjoy sports but short men don't is not the argument you're going with here. I want to know what's the symmetry breaker between like short men and women. What is it that makes women
need a space in sports but short men not? You can't do this across all of society. You can't categorize.
First of all, there are some sports probably that short men can play. But secondly, because I guess we can call it arbitrary. We haven't decided.
We don't push short men out of sports, is your argument?
We don't have every single height and every single weight represented across all sports. But broadly speaking, we probably want like men represented in sports. And broadly speaking, we probably want women represented in sports.
Broadly speaking, I think we also want trans women represented in sports, don't we?
I don't know. And what sport? That's the kind of the. If we had enough trans people to play their own league, yeah, sure. But I don't think we want trans women represented in sports at the expense of the competitive integrity of women's leagues. It's kind of. I don't think
it harms the competitive integrity of women's leagues to let trans women in there. I think it's just the case that we'll have like a group of people who are disproportionately going to be like probably above average at the sport, right? But I don't think it's enough to push women out entirely. I don't think it's enough to justify not letting trans women into sports.
If we let trans women into cis women's sports, why not let weak men into women's sports?
I think the reason that somebody who wants to keep these categories would like give as like a permanent reason would be that in the case of like women, right, they are pushed out of sports culturally, and so it's good to keep these categories in there because of the fact that there's a social pressure against women competing, right? So making sure that women, people who are disproportionately not allowed to compete as much, are able to go in and compete, I think is a fine reason. I just don't think that like long term this makes sense.
I'm not really sure what you just said.
I could clarify maybe. The question you asked, right, was why is it the case that or why would we even keep the categories at all, right? Why is it the case that we have like the men and women's leagues at all? Why not let men who are just like weak men compete in women's sports? I'm saying the reason is because those weak men might not be pushed against sports but might be pushed in favor of them, is the argument somebody might give, right? Somebody who supports the permanent keeping of these leagues.
I don't understand. The weak men might be pushed in favor of the sports. Then
Sorry. Now that I understand the part where we're having trouble, I think weak men will still be told like, "Hey, you're a man, go play sports," right? Whereas like trans women won't, right? Weak men will be told, "You're a man, go play sports, go to the sports where they're men." A trans woman, obviously, there's some cases where they are going to be told that they're a man and they need to go play sports, but I think a lot of them are pushed away from sports, whereas like weak men are still pushed towards sports. I think that's a reasonable like symmetry breaker here, right?
I just disagree. I don't know. Maybe we had different experiences. I don't understand. Like the weak men are pushed towards sports. It sounds like you have like this. Yeah. You think that there's like this hyper tradcon view of society where like men are pushed to be like warrior sports people and women are pushed. I don't think it's that
unreasonable to say like men are pushed towards competing in certain fields and like women are pushed against it, right? You had granted the idea that like there are ways that like the social differences like push and pull these people apart. I think it's like I don't know. It just seems inconsistent. You're both saying that and like not willing to grant it when it
maybe
like
our
goes
lived
against your argument.
experiences are like super different, but like
Lived experiences, please don't like stop with the ed bullshit. Lived experience.
I'm not doing. Hold on. I'm not doing. Hold on. I'm trying really hard not to call you a retard, okay? Because everything you're saying is like flies in the face of everything that I grew up experiencing.
Sure.
Okay. And all the private girls' schools that were near me, like you had to take a sport in your first 2 years. It wasn't like even an option. Like you were forced into sports when you were a woman. And across all the schooling that I did, women were heavily pushed. Now usually it was like things like soccer, but every woman that I knew in my grade school classes, and then every woman in the all-girls high schools were always like hardcore pushed to doing sports all the time. It's really important. Extracurricular sports. This idea that you're talking, and this isn't Catholic schools. So this idea that you're talking about, where like, oh, women are pushed against schools. It sounds like this, like it sounds like this fantasy version of like Alabama, where like women are told like, oh no, like go do home ec, don't do.
I don't think it's. I don't fantasy. I think that they. It's really weirdly inconsistent.
I'm trying to engage with you as hard. I'm trying to engage you as well as I can. I'm trying to engage you as well as I can, but like you're giving me this world that I never saw growing up ever. And I lived in Nebraska and I went to Catholic school. So I feel like if it did exist, I would have seen it there. Now maybe there are places in like Louisiana or Alabama where this is like way more hardcore, but I don't like it. Like if we were to look up the numbers, if you want to Google it right now, of like women that play high school sports and men that play high school sports, like do you think that these numbers are like dramatically off from one another, that women just like never compete in sports or participate in sports? Or it sounds like you're talking about a world in like the 40s or 50s or something, or not even, maybe like the 10s or 20s.
I mean, you earlier even said yourself that you're kind of just strawmanning my argument, like trying to blow it up to like an exaggerated version instead of like attacking the one that I made. You even said earlier yourself that you think it's the case that there are social pressures that push women into being like less represented in sports, and it's not just like biology there. I think it's pretty reasonable to say like women sign up for sports less. I don't think this is like a hard hard thing to argue here. I don't think it's
so just
like
as
a
a quick
weird
thing, so 52% of boys, 52% of boys participated in high school sports and 44% of girls did. So I think the numbers are getting to parity. I don't think it's as dramatic as you're saying it is.
What are the sports that they're playing in? It's like high school girls are not going to be the same sports that we're talking about here, right? They're going to be things like cheerleading.
It's going to be things like cheerleading and volleyball, probably more than like football or basketball. And then
I agree, they're pushed. Yeah, I don't think we're worried about like men competing in volleyball pushing out the women competitors, or men competing in cheerleading pushing out the women competitors, do we?
Trans women might push out cis women in volleyball, maybe. If that's the argument we're talking about, which is what we were talking about, was trans women. I don't think. Are we really worried about trans women like pushing out like the female cheerleaders? Cheerleaders probably not. But in things like volleyball or soccer,
so the 44% we're talking about is largely going to be things like for example cheerleading, right? So it's not, the argument doesn't really work for your argument, does it?
I don't know if that's true. Do you think that most girls that do sports are just all doing cheerleading? Wait, can you repeat that for me? That was very funny.
What is the okay, the argument you're making is just a wild straw man. I'm not saying that all. I don't. Whoa, can you stop with it? Stop with the smug thing. I'm just trying to. I'm trying to answer you. Okay. We don't have to do
understand.
I'm just trying to engage. Okay. Please hold on. Whoa. Just a second.
Okay, got you. Both of you, take it easy.
Okay,
Synth,
my bad.
Synth, you go, and then Destiny, you go. Okay, go for it.
Sure. Yeah, no, I'm not saying that like every single person or every single woman who's competing in sports is doing it in cheerleading. I think that it's completely reasonable to say that there are some are going to be competing in volleyball. I just think that when we talk about that 44% number, a large group of that, at least I would assume, is going to be like a large group of that is going to be sports that like men just don't compete in as much. They're going to be ones that we wouldn't say that like women are pushed away from.
So
they're going to be things like, for example, like cheerleading and volleyball.
So here's the top ones. It's
sure.
Track and field, volleyball, basketball, soccer, then softball.
Okay, things like track and field, I don't think women are being pushed too far out of in the same way that they would be in like the average sport like football or something.
Yeah, the women probably aren't going to be playing football as much. I agree with you there. Okay.
Sure. So we can agree they're pushed out of some sports, right?
They probably also just don't want to play.
I just want to be able to know that we're on the same page.
I don't know how much is just social.
I'm sure. Why do you think they don't want to play those sports as much?
Synth. You have to give him a chance to complete his sentence now, okay?
No, I finished. He's fine.
Oh, sorry, I didn't realize you were talking.
I'll start screaming.
Yeah.
Don't worry. Like, I mean, like, do you think that men are pushing?
Why do you think the women that? Go ahead. I didn't want to.
Oh shit! Wait, hold on. I think it's lagging. I think that's why it sounds like we're interrupting each other a lot right now.
I think so. Synth, is there like an echo coming from your side?
No, I don't think it's not an echo. I think the call is lagging right now.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there might be a lag here. I don't hear an echo on my side though.
I don't hear any echo right now. No.
Okay. Well, if you guys are more polite to one another and, give that time for that silence, then maybe you guys can have that back and forth more productively. Go for it.
Wow.
Try.
Okay, go for it. So.
All right. Sure. Yeah, it seems like when it comes to like the women's sports we're talking about here that we're scared of like trans women pushing them out of. I think it's like, I don't think it's the case that we can say that like women are just not at all pushed away from sports. I think there has to be some kind of social factor there. If you're saying women don't want to compete in those as much, I think the reason they don't want to compete in those as much might like a lot of that might have to do with those social factors that we're talking about, right?
Yeah, maybe, but we're not talking about the argument is never about trans women pushing cis women out of sports. It's about trans women having a competitive advantage that's supposed to be eliminated by protecting women's sports for cis women.
Yeah. So I'm sorry, I feel like I don't see how this relates to the earlier argument. If we're agreeing, right, that there is a social pressure, then I don't think it's reasonable to say there's not a social pressure when the context.
I don't know what
doesn't suit
social
your
pressure
argument.
has to do with any of this conversation at all. I don't.
It had a lot to do with it. You kept saying that it didn't exist, right? That there was no social pressure. That you don't think the reason there's any kind of like disparity is because of social pressure.
I don't know what that has to do about talking about the competitive advantage that a trans woman would have over a cis woman in an athletic event. I don't know how that relates.
Because if we're okay, so if your argument is that there's like no the reason we have these sports has nothing to do with these social pressures, right? If that's not the reason we have these sports because the social pressures don't exist, then I think it's an unreasonable argument to make that. It's unreasonable to make that argument if we know the social pressures do in fact exist. You were making the argument earlier. It couldn't be the case that these were the reason we had these were because of the social pressures, because in fact women are socially pressured into sports, not pressured out of them, right? So this argument no longer applies because we both agree now that there are social pressures in sports. There are social pressures for women to not compete in sports and for men to compete in sports. So your earlier argument no longer applies, right?
I'm a baby brain. It's my low IQ. I don't know how this social pressure thing has anything to do with what we're talking about. So
okay,
I guess
I can write it out for you if you want.
It seems like if trans women have a competitive edge over cis women in sports, regardless of any social pressure, and if we have created cis women's sports as a way to protect women to be able to compete in sports, it seems weird that we would have trans women in that are getting an edge on cis women due to the same barriers that we've made to keep like men from competing with women.
If the point of women's sports is for this one goal, this one purpose of making sure that people who are pushed out of competing are able to compete, then I think that allowing women, like trans women, into the sports, not just cis women, could have a similar advantage and apply to those trans women as well. That's why I brought that up. So that was the reason I brought that up.
The goal of cis women's sports isn't to help people that are pushed out. They're not.
The argument you gave for this was that they aren't being pushed out at all, right? Now that we got that argument doesn't apply, that's why I was addressing the argument of the social pressures.
Wouldn't be social pressures pushing women out of competing in open divisions. It would be biological factors that would never be overcome, that would always keep women from competing. That would be the issue.
Okay, I don't think it would. I don't think it would prevent women from ever competing, right? To have trans women in these sports, because we have trans women in these sports and they still compete out there.
No, you were talking about the social pressures for having women's sports.
Yes. No, I was talking about the social pressures that cause women, or I understand what you're saying now. Yeah, I was talking about the social pressures that cause us to need a women's sports, or it caused us to need a women's sports at one point in time, right? I think those social pressures also apply to trans women, and thus would be reasonable to allow them into the sports, because the point of those sports is obviously to, it's to decrease those social pressures where we view women as like a group of people.
Wait, no. The point of sports is not some grand social experiment to be progressive on. Yeah, I don't know where this is coming from. That like the purpose of women's sports is to decrease. The purpose of women's sports is to give women a place to compete, to be competitive. And
yes, what's the point of? Yeah, there's a point for that, right? There's a reason we want women to be able to compete and be competitive, right?
Because we want women to be able to compete and be competitive in sports. That is the point.
Yeah, but there's a reason why we want them to be able to compete and be competitive. We don't just like feel that way arbitrarily. We have a reason for that, right?
What is the reason?
Because it provides certain social benefits, right?
That's a really weird way of looking at it, I think. But I guess sure. Like if the provide some social benefit is that it makes women feel more included in society, then sure.
It makes women feel more included in society is the reason you're giving, right?
Yeah, because they have the ability to participate in sports like men do. Yeah.
So now she's gonna be like,
exactly.
well, this makes trans women
too, then, right?
This is so dumb.
But you can't elevate trans women at the expense of cis women.
Okay. Do you think currently that women are feeling less included in society to such a degree that the ways that the incredible amount of like anti-trans bigotry that we have isn't going to outweigh that? Right? If we could solve one problem or like ignore the other, which one do you think of these as like you don't think that's more important?
Really?
I don't think that the only way to solve anti-trans bigotry is by threatening women's sports.
Okay, how do you think that we can have trans women in sports outside of the proposal that you agree wouldn't work, right?
I think
Which is like a separate
women
translate.
in sports
If you want
are
to
not
follow his argument, you could have basically said the same thing when black people were like not allowed in sports back in the day. Be like, well, we're gonna let black people in sports, but we don't want to let the black men compete against the white men, so we're just gonna let all black people compete in women's sports. And then the women are like, but what about our space? It's like, well, don't you care about black people? Like, what the fuck? This guy's so fucking retarded.
related to trans bigotry in the United States. This is an incredibly divisive wedge issue that affects a very, very small percentage of trans people.
So why do you think that it applies to why do you think it applies to women then if it doesn't apply to trans women?
I'm saying that overall, the overall trans
argument.
issues that exist in the United States, I don't think that trans sports is like the most important or even up in the top like 5 or 10 things.
I agree. It's not the most. I think it's. I don't think it's the most important, but I think we have to understand that there's diminishing returns to the different things we prioritize, and I think it's reasonable for these like lower priority issues like trans sports to still get some attention and still get some push. I think that making the argument against it
at the expense of all
I don't think making
women.
the argument against trans sports is something that's going to help trans people overall.
I think that if you are talking about threatening all of women's sports for something that won't even really make that big of a budge in all the trans folk in the United States, it might actually drive a lot more of it. I don't view that as being like, we need to integrate trans women into cis women's sports because it'll help maybe trans people at the expense of the competitive integrity of women's sports.
The same ways that you talked about it helping women, right, should also apply to trans women. It should apply to like the idea of like women have more representation, right? And the trans women would also have more representation. People would have like trans women celebrities. I think this would be beneficial.
That doesn't work.
Yeah, to those groups of people, but at the end of the day,
That
too,
argument
you
doesn't
can't take a
fit. I'm sorry,
space that
bro.
was made for
You
like 50% of society and then destroy that space to appease like 0.5% of society.
Well, it was made for 50% of society. That 50% of society is women, right?
Yes.
Okay, trans women, we both agree are women, so they should
Not
be
in this.
represented
No,
here too.
that's what's literally at debate here. No, of course not.
Wow,
Trans women
he
are not
actually just
cis
circled
women,
back to an
right?
hour ago.
Okay, I'm not saying they're cis women, right? They're part of the overall category of women, right?
Yeah,
There's
but
cis women and trans
women's
women in there.
spaces were not
They're a
made
subset. I
for-
agree. They're a very small number of. They're a very
Women's
small number of women, but I think it's fair to include them within women's sports.
No, women's sports were not made to include all women. It was made to include cis women.
Okay. So I think if we're talking about what it was made to do, I don't think that's the same thing as saying like what it ought be used to do, right?
No,
if
shit,
we understand,
that's a whole conversation about what it ought to be.
Exactly. You're just sort of like, okay, then you're just begging the question then. So you're just saying like, here's what it was
No,
made
I'm
to
not
do,
begging.
therefore
We
what it ought be to
weren't
do,
talking about-
and we agree that those are different conversations.
No, hold on. We weren't talking about the prescription.
Okay.
Our whole debate is about the prescription, the ought part. We were talking about the description. What were women's sports made for? Women's sports were made for cis women to compete with one another.
So the reason that women's sports were like specifically made to prioritize cis women is because trans women weren't even like seen as a thing that existed at the time. It's not the reason. This isn't like a reasonable extrapolation of like what our purpose is for why we want women's sports around, right? If we want women's sports around, the reason we want that around is because of the social benefits that gives to women as a whole, not just cis women. So all those reasons you give, but also apply to trans women, right? So I don't see any like any issue here with like also letting trans women compete. They haven't stopped the sports from working, right? The sports still they still exist.
We're going around in circles. So this is so weird. So you fully concede the idea that trans women do have a biological edge over cis women, but you think that that just doesn't matter.
I've said that the whole time. Yeah. I just don't think it's significant enough to push them out.
Because trans women's representation is more important than having like cis women's sports.
I don't think it's the case that like a cis women's sport specifically has much of a point to it. I think women's sports has like a point to it currently, but I think eventually it's understandable that we might want to like wither this away too.
Okay, well, I'm not in favor of
Did that address your...
I don't know what this. Yeah, I think we should just open.
Nobody's talking about eliminating. No, nobody's talking about like right now eliminating women's sports, right? We're just talking
right
about,
now like a weasel, but that's
yeah.
essentially what you're saying. You would eliminate. You'd seek to eliminate. Like ideally, like women's sports would be gone, and women would just be like
in like 80 years. Sure, I don't think that's.
Yeah.
I don't think that's like a wild claim, right?
I do. I think that if you were to talk to any, if you were to bring on like a woman athlete,
well, let's hold on just a second here. Just whoa, just really quick. Whoa. Okay, sure. So if we're talking about like the specifics of the way that it currently exists, I don't think that like pushing trans women out of these sports entirely is something that there seems to be much of an argument for, given that the advantages that you can point to for like how these sports would have advantages for cis women would also exist for trans women. And I think without some kind of like symmetry break or some way to like divide these two, and so that the advantages only exist for one but not the other, I don't think it's reasonable to push trans women out.
Okay, I don't know.
I mean, the sports still exist, right? Like as they exist currently, they have trans women, they still exist.
I'm brain dead. I don't. Whenever you start talking about like the social pull and push, I have no idea what you're talking about. I completely don't.
Okay, I'll just clarify, right? So when I say the social benefits, right? I'm talking about things like for example, the fact that like it seems like there's like a social pressure against women being in sports. It seems
that's
like
not true.
You
I never
kind of agree, but kind of don't agree.
No, I never agree with that. You keep saying that over and over again, but I've never agreed with that.
Not
so
true
I don't.
whatsoever. It's just not
Like
true.
you seem to think.
You don't agree
I
there's
think
any kind of pressure against women in sports.
You seem to think that like sports exist, but women won't play sports unless we make women sports because there's no social push for them to play sports. But that's not true. The idea is we don't need to socially push women to play sports. They want to play sports because a lot of women like playing sports, but they are not competitive against men. So we create.
Will they stop playing? Will they stop playing sports if we didn't have cis women's places?
I think a lot of them would. Almost all of them would. Yes.
Okay, so then
I think you would feel
it would
like
be
a
the case that if we didn't have it would be the case that if we didn't have cis women's sports. Do you think they'd be pressured out of it?
Yes.
You do think this?
I think that if we didn't have cis women's sports, most cis women would stop playing sports. Yes.
Okay. So the point of women's sports is to make sure the cis women can play sports because otherwise they'd be pressured out of it.
That's all he's doing this whole time.
They wouldn't be able to compete biologically.
Okay, so you think they wouldn't be able to compete biologically, and that would demotivate them from competing in the sport at all, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So pressuring women out of sports is what would happen if we didn't have women's sports, right? We have women's sports to make sure that they aren't pressured out of sports, and thus other people. It would be reasonable to, if it was the case that like the only other alternative was to pressure them out of sports, to allow them to play in women's sports, so long as they don't like completely ruin the utility that the women's sports serves currently as it is, right? So I think it's reasonable to say like we should allow trans women to compete in women's sports because women don't not compete in sports at all as it currently exists, right?
Jesus.
And trans women are able to compete in those sports.
His brain is broken.
So trans women are currently able to compete in those sports. Women still compete in those sports.
That might
change in the future.
Yes.
We can't know this. This is just like arbitrary speculation.
No, hold on. I can already
he's arbitrarily
say,
speculating
without even getting to the future, that you shouldn't have groups of people with unfair biological advantages that come from crossing the divisions in the league. They shouldn't be allowed to compete already. I can say that without even going into the future. But theoretically, also, if we do agree that these advantages exist, then theoretically, into the future, we should reasonably expect it to change. That we should start to see more trans women competing against cis women. If the biological advantages are there, we should start to see that change over time.
If we're talking about this group of people that's like...
Hold on, real quick, this is an important part too. If that does change, by the time it changes, it's too late. Women's sports will be gone forever. Because once trans people have been rolled into women's sports, you're not going to be able to get rid of them. It would be the most bigoted thing in the world. You talk about like getting rid of their records, like undoing all the infrastructure for trans women and cis women to compete. It'll never go back. So it's pretty important to analyze this now. And if you're already making the concession that they'll have a biological advantage, I don't know why you wouldn't expect to see more overrepresentation of them at the highest leagues later on in life.
Because trans women are such a small group of the population that the extremes that exist within this group wouldn't exist in large enough numbers to even begin to overrepresent themselves, right?
So nothing you said made sense there, right?
Yeah,
so they're a small group in society, has nothing to do with overrepresentation. Overrepresentation.
I can explain. No, I understand what you mean. I understand what overrepresentation is. The issue is like when we're talking about the specific groups who are extremes, right? For a very, very large group, there's going to be more people who are in that extreme. It'll even like begin to overrepresent themselves, right?
No, you're wrong. You're wrong.
Yes?
Yeah, no, you're wrong. The problem is that the people that tend to be, in this case, you're wrong. If we were having a trans man argument, you might be correct. But the problem is that men, cis men, tend to inhabit the extremes on both sides more than cis women do. So that's an issue for trans women who already have a biological advantage will even be more represented because men tend to inhabit the extremes more. The lowest IQ people on the planet tend to be men. The highest IQ people on the planet tend to be men. Like
you're saying they have a wider distribution. I completely agree. Yeah, I completely agree that there's a wider distribution for men and they exist more in the extremes. When we talk about trans people, then the group is so incredibly small that they don't have the mathematical numbers to even find a bunch of you don't have the mathematical chance to even find like 5-7 foot tall trans women or 7 feet tall trans women.
That's probably not true. I mean, it would be 1 in 3. It would be like 1 in. We only need like a few hundred people
for the average cis man. So, firstly, trans women will have like there's certain ways in which their height will be decreased on average by things like hormones, right? Very small like 1 inch decreases. And on top of that, it's like 1 in 3 million. 1 in 3 million cis men are going to be the people who like have the ability to be 7 feet tall. It's very, very, very rare, right? So we have a very, very large number of people who are like cis, right? A very small number of people who are trans women, the idea of you finding like trans women who both want to compete in say something like women's NBA and who are 7 feet tall, like 7 feet tall is already 1 in 3 million for the group of people who are like a cis men, right? So the idea of you finding those people for this very, very, very small group to compete in women's NBA or something just wouldn't even exist. They would never push women out of sports.
Like you can't. There are mathematicians in my community who want to argue with how like horribly abusive you're being towards mathematical processes.
Can you just explain why I'm wrong then? Not just like appeal to like the mathematicians in your community, but to tell me why it's wrong.
What you're banking on is the statistical likelihood that the sample size is going to be small enough that you're not going to wind up with people that end up at the extremes of your data set. That's just not true, right? There's like there are I can't formalize it why, but isn't it something like you only need like 12 people in order to like have a 50% chance of like guessing a birthday given 365. Like there's a lot of ways that statistics work out.
Wait, yeah, wait, that's completely unrelated. Go ahead.
Retarded shit, okay? There's a small number. You can't just say there's a small number of trans people. Therefore, we can count on them never showing up at the extreme statistically. That's not true. You probably only need like a couple thousand trans people to start to see the distribution almost exactly resemble what it would be in society, okay? It's a huge misnomer. We saw this during the election season where people would say like, you can't poll 1,000 people and know what people think. You've got to poll at least 1 million people. That's not how numbers work. That's not how stats work. That's not how the central fucking limit theorem works. Like you can go and read 1 million math videos or papers about why you only need like a small data set that can be incredibly representative of larger like sets of data. So no, that idea that there aren't enough trans people for it to be an issue, unless you're talking about like literally like 4 trans people, it's no, this is ridiculous.
So the issue is it kind of ends up being on some state levels about 4 trans people. The argument you gave earlier about like the birthdays argument, it's like 23 people or something, right? That you take to have like a 50-50 chance of 2 people having the same birthday. Yeah, that's because there's like 365 possible birthdays, and you have a lot of people here. Yeah, I agree 23 people would be enough there. It's completely unrelated to the argument I was making, which is about the fact that the sample size is so incredibly small, you wouldn't have enough people to push people out. You just don't have the numbers to do that.
When I say push people out, I don't mean that the league is 100% trans people. What I mean is you start to create an environment where it becomes impossible for cis women to win. So you might only need 1 or 2 trans swimmers that start breaking some records that are never again broken by cis women. That's what I mean when I say push people out. I don't mean that you have a team of like 10 trans swimmers. I mean that you start to get trans women that start to filter up to holding records in these areas where cis women will never hold them again.
So since we've started to allow like trans women into sports for any like major sports organization, right? Any like very, very large like national one or like international one, do you think any of these have reduced the number of women competing in them or like made it impossible for women to win?
At this point, probably not, since it's all still incredibly new stuff.
Okay. Do you think it's made it less possible for women to win in any kind of way that you can point to statistically?
At this point, probably not, because it's new stuff. But as I said earlier, this is a Pandora's box that once it's opened, you're probably never going back. And if you agree with me on the science of all of this, we should expect to see in the future more trans women dominating these events.
Okay. So I agree with you on, I think, the fact that there is an advantage for trans women. I think that the advantage exists. I don't think it's significant enough for it to ever be the case that it pushes them out completely, because we haven't even seen a trend. We haven't even seen a trend in like any notable trend in like over-representation in these like large-scale international organizations, right? It's still the case that trans women underrepresent themselves in these fields, and I don't know what the reason you have for that, but the only reason I can think of are the ones I've listed earlier. I don't think it's reasonable to assume that suddenly it's going to flip and they're going to start over-representing themselves. I don't think there's a trend in that direction.
Do you think there's a trend in like more people getting access to being trans, or more people being able to be socially accepted as trans in society?
There will be more trans people, then, and thus there won't be an over-representation. It'll just be
no.
Yeah, you're naming an example of people, but you're naming an example of a case where like more people will be identifying as trans, right?
I'm saying that more people will be identified as trans, but not just identified as trans, like socially accepted as trans. Because right now there are probably a lot of people that are trans that might want to do sports, but they get enough pushback from their family or friends or school that they don't want to do anything publicly trans because they hate their lives being trans because of all the pushback they get in society for, right?
Okay,
but as these people become more accepted, it's more likely that they might feel more comfortable like participating in sports or athletic events.
Okay, so you're saying that there's going to be the case where it's going to become the case where it's they might begin to overrepresent because of the fact that they feel more comfortable with it. I think at that point, then once that happens, I don't think it's like too unreasonable to start talking about it then. Like, okay, trans people are pretty well accepted. They're accepted at about the rates of the general population, or even like a bit below, right? So maybe we could like pull back from the trans sports things and change and adjust the levels so that like the levels closely resemble where the actual representation is in the general population. I think that's fine to do. I don't think it's the case that it'll be like insanely bigoted action that we'll never be able to do. I think it's reasonable to like change and adjust levels in these sports down the line once there actually is a problem. I don't think it's reasonable to start doing the solutions to a non-existent problem now on the speculation there might be a problem in the future. I think this just harms trans women.
We already have a problem now. You just don't think it's a problem because you want to.
No, you don't think it is either.
No.
You think
the problem that exists right now that we agree on.
Okay, go ahead.
Is that trans women do have a biological advantage related to
Don't think
sex.
that's a problem.
Okay, well, everybody that has ever made like divisions of sports based on sex agrees that it's a problem to have people that get advantages because of a different sex.
It's just like a weird argument that you like appeal to these like athletes who aren't here, and like instead of just like giving the reason that you have for these, your reasoning isn't like
it's not appealing to why they're not here. It's just the sports are set up as men and women. That's why the sports are set up. That's what the divisions are called, is male and female sports. Like
I'm aware, and trans women should, yeah, sure. Trans women being in these sports have benefits, right? There are benefits to those trans women being in sports, and the boogeyman that you're like talking about here that like turfs have in their head that you don't seem to have is that the idea that like they're gonna push women out. It's not the case. They'll push women out. They're not currently pushing women out. Women are still able to compete at the top level. Trans women are not currently like massively dominating, and the numbers of trans women are not large enough to even begin to push cis women out. If it becomes a problem, right? If it becomes an issue, and like we have like so much social acceptance that trans women begin to sort of like begin to come close even to overrepresenting themselves, I'd even grant to you the idea we could change the levels then even. But right now, as it stands, there's no reason to change the ability for trans women to go into sports. And it seems like you even like grant the idea that it's not currently a problem. You just think it'll be a future problem.
I don't even know if it's a problem, but I already agree that there is a problem right now. You just don't think that that is a problem. The problem right now is that I've said it in my. I think we're kind of looping on this. I don't know if you want to do a Q&A here.
The problem you have is
we can get closing statements at this point. Since you can get the last word and say your closing statement right now, and then we can move on to Destiny, and then we can get into my questions and then audience questions.
Sure, yeah. Thanks, Destiny, for showing up. I guess the argument of like trans women pushing cis women out. I don't think that the biological unfairness argument makes too much sense, given that like it obviously the point of these sports is about the social acceptance. We're introducing an unfairness by allowing people who are like biologically less fit to compete with other people who are biologically less fit. I don't think there are some groups of these people who are biologically advantaged is significant enough to justify pushing that group of people out entirely. If there was like a 30-foot tall woman or something, I'd understand this, right? We wouldn't want her competing in basketball. She just like pick the ball up, put it in the hoop, right? It wouldn't be fair. It would just ruin the sport. But I don't think the biological advantages that trans women have warrants calling that an unfairness. I think it's just an advantage, right? I think that like sports is a competition of biological advantage, so it's reasonable to keep them in.
All right, Destiny, you have the floor.
My brain is still too small to understand any of like the social push whatever factors or whatever. I mean, it seems like we both acknowledge that trans women have a biological edge on cis women that is directly related to sex, which is what the whole point of the divisions is to separate out. And as long as that advantage exists, it feels like that's unfair and it threatens the competitive integrity of cis women's sports. And that even if it's not a problem right now, although I don't know if we could say it's a problem right now when fucking half the high schools across the country seem to be filing lawsuits and shit related to this, and we already have one NCAA champion that's a woman's swimmer, I guess, related to this. I don't think that like we should just wait and see what happens when we both agree that there is like a competitive advantage on the trans women's side. And I think that if it does start to happen, if it gets more extreme, I don't think it's going to be a thing that we can ever put back in the box. Like once we get to a point to where trans women are widely accepted in cis women's sports or women's sports, and it continues to grow, nobody's going to be comfortable saying like, okay, well, we need to get rid of some of these records and we need to take some of these things back and we need to roll trans people's participation. That's not going to go back. That would never happen.
Awesome. Thank you. At this time, ladies and gentlemen, we do things a little bit here differently on the Crucible. The debate is officially over. It's over, and now we get to, as moderators, in this case just me myself, get to interact with both debaters with some questions that we have. I only have 2 questions because I wrote down a lot of questions that the audience has, and I don't want to take up too much more of Destiny's time. Destiny, by the way, I just wanted to say thank you so much for coming on to the channel. We very much appreciate you coming on. I won't lie. You coming on to any channel definitely helps it grow, and I can tell you right now, as the co-owner of this channel, we will not backstab you or really stab you in the face like some of the other streamers have done. Obviously, you've seen over the week. So right now, I'm going to concentrate on you, Destiny, for my first question, and it's really not that hard. I think we might actually be in a lot of agreements here. You stated that men dominantly, unilaterally in endurance sports just take over. You then stated that all these changes are done at the expense of women, putting trans women into women's sports. I'm just trying to figure out what is the difference between your argument and that of the turf right-wing women's argument.
For keeping sports separated, for having a protected space for cis women sports?
Yeah, I don't see a difference in your argument and the turf right-wing woman argument.
It's probably the same, I would imagine, for this case, right?
Okay, I thought so. I just wanted to clarify that. So you would say like, I think in the past you would say everybody thought they were stupid, crazy, and they're overcompensating, but time has proven them true, right?
No, I think that they have one position that I happen to agree with. I'm sure there are probably things that Nazis say that I would probably agree with. There are probably things that communists say that I would agree with, and there's a lot of things liberals say that I agree with. Just because I happen to agree with one position that somebody states doesn't mean that I wholesale, like, explicitly endorse that entire movement.
Right, not that they're completely right, but yeah, here is one of their arguments. And then to Synth, my last question would be to you. How do you control for people doing / saying the necessary things in order to just get into the position they want to? The best one I could really reference is Dylan Burns. He says he's gay, but then we find out that he's actually, smashing biological women in the background. How do you see that, like, not being controlled for in sports, where it's like, oh, I am a woman,
I like this guy,
but really I just wanted to make sure that I could get the bag and participate in sports?
Sorry, your question is Dylan Burns says he's gay?
Well, Dylan Burns says he's gay, but there's a controversy where it was confirmed that he was actually with a biological woman, right? So that to me sounds like a hustle. He was just saying, I'm gay in order to get clout and attain more viewers on his channel. Just like a man who says, I'm a woman in order to play in sports and dominate, where he wouldn't really dominate in the actual biological men's sports, and now he gets paid a lot of money how would you compensate for this?
I think as it currently exists, it's not likely to be the case that, like, we have a bunch of trans women competing in the in cis women's sports. So I don't think it's like a thing worth controlling for. We don't have a lot of, like, secret cis men who are pretending to be trans women and taking hormones competing in it. I don't think it's likely to be worth controlling for. I don't know, Destiny, do you agree or disagree?
I don't know what people do in the future. I don't know. I would think it wouldn't happen, but, like, I hear crazy stories about people, like, being really competitive in athletic events, so I have no idea.
Okay. Understood. And then we can switch over to audience questions at this time. Made by Jim Bob. Thank you for your $9 or your $10, really. Can either of you name a biological female athlete who identifies as a man and outperforms men in a given sport?
A biological female that identifies as a man, like a trans man?
Yes.
Yeah,
no, I don't think trans women are largely competitive, and I don't think trans women. We never even got to the part. Trans men. I don't think that trans men will ever be competitive in sports, but I don't think anybody cares about men ever, like cis men or trans men. So we just ignore that completely. But trans men, if you decide to include trans women with cis women, then you're gonna have to include trans men with cis men, and trans men will just never win anything because you can't overcome a female puberty like that. I don't think, unless you transition or get puberty blockers before puberty.
I actually agree with Destiny here about, like, it seems the society doesn't care too much about men, and I think a lot of society views trans women as men, and that's kind of like a lot of the reason why we seem to completely undervalue the huge benefits I think we can get here. Also, to maybe answer the Jim Bob's question as well, no, I can't name a single biologically female athlete who identifies as a man at all. So not really, no.
Wait, so what do you care about the social factors of, like, trans men never being competitive in sports and competing with cis men, or?
I think it's bad, but I think it's still the case that, like, we could probably increase the social benefits there, and I don't think keeping trans people in a separate league will ever really help that. I think we have to do the best we can with the options we have.
Okay.
Understood. Next question. Again, another $5 from Jim Bob. We seriously thank you for your donation, sir. Appreciate it. Anything helps the channel out. If men can compete against women in pro arm wrestling, should points only be awarded when they snap the radius or ulna of their female opponent?
Good one.
Okay. Obviously, that wasn't a serious question. No one wants to take that one on. Unless you guys, do either of you want to interact?
Well, it was a joke question. I don't know what I'm
I thought so.
Yeah, Epic. I agree.
Gotcha. Destiny. trans kids would not exist if it weren't for women backing it. It's always the mothers pushing trans kids. Shouldn't we let them lie in the bed they have made?
When I think of like social prescriptions or like policies that I have, I'm not like a spite-driven 400-pound fucking loser on Twitter thinking about it. So like when I think of policy positions, I don't think of like, should somebody lay in the bed that they made? That sounds stupid. Whoever does that should like log off and go talk to some real human beings. No.
Understood. And Synth, do you want to interact with that at all?
Sure. I don't think that's the justification I would give for this topic. I mean, I guess I end up agreeing with the conclusion, but I don't agree with your the justification here. I think it'd be interesting to talk about though. Rachel, let me know.
Understood. Next one coming from Rachel as well. Does Destiny believe gender is a social construct and a choice? If so, how does he reconcile trans rights with women's rights?
So if we agree with the like distinction between gender and sex, of which there seems to be like decent evidence for,
I'm trying to get the bed down quick enough.
Asking if something is socially constructed, like technically everything is socially constructed. There's not like it, like in nature, there's not like a writing on our genome that says like female or male. Like we group traits how we want to, and then we categorize them how we want to. Largely for like most species, we tend to group things by like male or female. But I mean, like these categories are all like constructed. They don't exist like outside of like human understanding. So, insofar as that, like, I don't know, I just think it's kind of a silly question. For the thing, like, how do you reconcile, like, if somebody has like the gender of woman and like, I guess like the sex of man is what we're talking about. So like trans people in general. I don't know. I mean, like I push for societies that can be as inclusive as possible, but we have to recognize that there's going to be some biological realities relating to the bodies that people inhabit. So even if I am in favor of like trans people existing and trans people having rights, that doesn't necessarily mean that we should erode the rights of cis people if there's going to be some sort of like contention between a biological sex and like your gender identity.
Gotcha. I almost missed it. History Speaks. Thank you for your $50 donation. That is awesome, sir. We appreciate it. To Synth, should trans women be permitted to compete in international sporting events, even though most countries reject the West's view of trans?
Yes, we have a. Sure. Yeah, no, the West has a lot of social, we have a lot of social influence, I think, over countries broadly. So I think, yeah, we could pressure the international sporting events to letting this happen. I think it'd be ridiculous for them to keep trans women out, but they don't, right? Like the Olympics doesn't keep trans women out, to my knowledge at least. So I think absolutely the answer is just yes, flat out.
Gotcha. Destiny, do you want to interact with that part one of this question, or do you want me to move on part two?
I mean, if we feel like really strongly about something, I don't think we let other countries like change how we feel about it. Like, yeah, no, I mean, like we have a lot of, we're the fucking United States. Like we can bully people around, even when it comes to social issues.
Understood. And then number two for Destiny, do you worry your arguments could be misused to disparage trans people in general?
I think that we need to do a little bit of a better job on the left of like engaging with reality and not being so afraid all the time of like not being 100% fucking like woke on every fucking thing we do. It leads you into these like really disastrous scenarios where you're like missing, you know, so much of reality and people are becoming more and more disconnected from your messages. So no, I don't worry about like I'm gonna lie or misrepresent some scientific fact that everybody that just looks around can see is true in order to make some argument that I think is socially good. I think that we have to acknowledge that reality exists, and then you have to work around what reality is in order to make a better society, not pretend that reality is things that it isn't so we can pretend to have a better society.
Understood.
I actually agree with that. I just
oh, there we go.
Yeah, I completely agree with what Destiny said here. I think that playing into like the ed poll arguments in lieu of like actually just making a prescription that's better for society would be pretty negative. But I also think this could be applied to like the you're playing the turf arguments line. That's what I'll say on that though.
Understood. Next question from Elid. Synth, why trans women competing against men wouldn't be a step?
Trans women competing against because I think that it would create these categories of like woman and man, right? And we're putting trans women in with the men category. I think it just reinforces our ideas that trans women are men. I guess that's the answer I'd give you.
Gotcha. Destiny, do you want to interact with that at all?
No, I'm good.
Understood. All right, moving on. This next one was from Rachel. I cut her name out. It's from Synth. Did I just watch you deconstruct 150 years of feminism and gender? Bring us back to biological sex and patriarchy. Is this horseshoe theory at work based? So
no, yeah, sure. It doesn't bring us back to biological sex and patriarchy. If you're asking if I'm like, if I'm like, I guess against most of the the feminist consensus on this, yeah, I think the feminist philosophy kind of sucks. I think that the ideas they have about gender kind of suck. I think most identity politics or intersectionalist philosophy are not like, they're not great. Kimberly Crenshaw is kind of a dummy. Third wave feminism is pretty bad. Second wave feminism is worse. So I don't know. Maybe yes to the first part, no to the second part.
Understood. And last question I have marked down. I've been looking around for them, ladies and gentlemen, and this will be the last one. David, why does synth not just want the trans to stay in their biological leads? Because the ones you're talking about, I'm not gonna nitpick the language you're using. But the biological leagues that you're referring to, right? I think it's generally we view them socially as man and woman, and if we're putting trans women in the category of men, the same answer applies as earlier, which is that trans women being seen as men would be harmful, and I think the affirmative action on the basis of sex is not going to solve that. I found this next one. I think we already went through this one. Why do women's sports need to be competitive if they're not the best? Formula One, for example. Did we already go through this question? Oh no,
I don't think so.
I don't think so. So this one's for Destiny.
Why do women need to be competitive sports if they're not the best? I think just because it's good to have an area of society where women can participate in sports. Unfortunately there's a gap between what men and women are capable of physically, but just because that gap exists biologically doesn't mean that we just say oh, fuck women, you don't get to do sports, when women seem to get a lot of enjoyment out of playing sports.
Right. I'm getting messages to check our other places where we get questions. Destiny, are you in a rush or anything?
Nope. Okay,
perfect. Just give me a second here. I'm checking. I'm not seeing anything else. Oh wait, here we go. The Crucible for Sense. Do you agree that any shared sports league will inevitably result in biological male dominance? So should women stay out of sports entirely, in your opinion?
I don't think it'll inevitably result in biological male domination. I guess it depends what you mean by domination. If you're saying it'll result in the tops of the fields being men, I'd agree. If you're saying the entire field would be nothing but men, I disagree. So I wouldn't say women are staying entirely out of sports there. No, not really.
Gotcha. All right. I don't see anything else. I'm looking around. Oh, what is a woman?
Somebody. Yeah, sure. Somebody who identifies with a certain female archetype or a certain female social archetype. Usually we'll call the female social archetype woman too, but they mean different things.
Okay. And then Destiny, is it bad to say biological adult female?
No, I think when it comes to who identify, I mean what is a woman or what is a man, I think it's going to depend on the context of what we're talking about, right? There are going to be biological realities related to health or medicine that are going to be important to acknowledge, and then there are social factors related to the ways that people present themselves and how they're perceived in society. So yeah, there are people can I know there are people that will hear an answer like that and they'll re and screech or whatever, but realistically, the funniest example in the world of this was a Ben Shapiro podcast. I don't remember if he was talking about Caitlyn Jenner or I don't remember who he was talking about. But there was a trans person that Ben Shapiro was talking about, and he had to explicitly try so hard to misgender them because he didn't like them being trans. And it was funny because you could tell he had to work against his own what his intuition was telling him. And I think that people would feel really similarly around a lot of trans people, right? There was the Buck Angel guy. If you were to call him a her because you didn't believe in trans people, everybody would look at you weird, and you would have to try to go out of your way to do it. Or Blair White. If you want to refer to Blair White as him, Blair White is a guy, him, you would have to try. You'd have to think about that a lot every time it comes across your mind, because it's just not going to feel intuitive. So when people say what is a man or what is a woman, it's going to depend on the context that we're talking about, whether you're talking about a medical health context or a social context.
Gotcha. And I'm just curious, you can examine my lens, how I see it. Obviously, I'm a Christian. Does that have any bearing or weight in your mind? If that's a moral weight in my mind to respect how God has ordained things, that I should, label it that way?
Absolutely not.
No. Okay, Destiny. The Crucible for Destiny. If there was some gene that gave cis women an advantage similar to trans women, would you want to exclude them from women's sports?
is for Steven.
It's for you.
It's for you.
I think that we've accepted that there is a wide variety of different types of men and different types of women, but we've just grouped it around men and women for sports. So finding one or two genes that changes that probably wouldn't change that. But I mean, I guess if people wanted to drop like totally different divisions later on, they could, but I don't foresee that ever happening. I don't think that could happen.
Gotcha. All right. I'm not. Oh, we got a super chat that came in from Gohano Bento for $5. We appreciate that donation, sir. Should women have separate teams for League of Legends? And are women the reason why you haven't succeeded?
I don't have a strong opinion on the esports stuff. I think that gets a little bit more hairy. And no, it's 80 mids and jungles are the reason why I haven't succeeded. Those two groups.
Gotcha. All right, I think that is the last one. Thank you so much, Destiny, once again for coming on. We very much appreciate you. And did you have any parting words? Did you want to shout yourself out? Well, everybody knows you're the king of the internet. Everybody knows where to find you, but I'm sure you want to plug yourself one more time.
Sure, I'm youtube.com/destiny. Wow.
All right, and Sent, do you want to plug yourself? Obviously,
sure,
this is your home, but if you want to hit him with any of your social media.
Sure. The Crucible is where I do most of my debates at, but I'm also on YouTube at youtube.com/SINTHE. It's spelled like Synthie. It's spelled pronounced Synth.
Gotcha. And thank you so much, everyone, for coming here and witnessing this debate. This is the Crucible, where we try and put a, as best we can, neutral battleground for the truth to be fought over. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Oh, where does this kind of shelter? Right here? Cool. It's a very temporary setup for now. Oh my lord. What the fucking shit? Abomination. Oh my god. Oh my god. Seems to be extra weak to fire. You stayed on fire for a long time. Fuck the poison in this place, man. Things just going out to sea. What the fuck is this? It's like a fucking ant. Oh, gonna break my boat. They'll come back and fight me. I might have to teleport out of here. I don't know if I can handle this. Oh no, it just fucked up my house. Now it's just breaking everything. Is this gonna be like a common enemy here? It's like the troll of the swamp now. Holy shit. That is so fast. Maybe that's why he attacked there, because the bed was there. Let's hope he doesn't attack the teleporter. Might get a jail free card right now. Yeah, it seems like the fire arrows are actually better on him. Hey, come back here. Fire arrows don't do as much to you when you're in the water. He's so fast. He's so fucking fast. he pushed me down into the water. There's gonna be a leech here. There's a leech here, but it can't really get to me. Nice, this little sandbar here. Cool. Y'all want to see if I can parry this bitch? Oh, thanks. Okay, that didn't hit as hard as I thought it was going to. The tree hit harder than he did. He has a hard time attacking. Oh, never mind. That hit really fucking hard. Oh, stop fucking at my base. He wants to destroy the crafting table, and then after that, I think he's gonna come back. Yeah. There we go. Let's see what he drops. Oh fuck, that's a big boy. New material root. What the fuck? Nice. Use your poison. Use your poison. Wow, it's so big. He just hits you from so far away. This guy. I forgot how strong they are. Dude, I gotta just avoid him a little bit. Let me go recharge my. That was a little crazy. Look at the new building options I got. Oh, I thought there was something in here. There should be some kind of armor. Root. Harness. Up. A helmet? Root leggings and root harness. A helmet or a chest piece? What's a harness? I'm not sure. There's 3 pieces. Root mask. Okay, so it must be a chest piece. Resistant versus poison. It helps you focus your bow skill if you have all 3. And then it was... I got 5 off of killing him, so these take a lot. Weak versus fire, but resistant versus pierce. That's cool. Well, that almost killed me. I hate these things so much. the thing stuck? Yeah, this stuck somehow. Nope. Really? Really? That's right. My bed fucking broke. I should have laid a new bed down up there before I died. Oh, I thought it broke. Just took a second to turn on. Okay, now I have to die instantly. Hello. Jesus. No, 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 no. Not again, not again.
Well, it looks like calling out Will Smith's bad behavior is actually potentially career-ending. It appears there is a subsection of Twitter, and I don't really know how to define it. There are various sections of Twitter. People say, like, there's black Twitter you might hear. I don't really know the directions to get there, but I'm not black, so maybe it's like a special little thing that black folks know. There's, obviously that's not the case. It just refers to the black community on Twitter. There's also, like the LGBTQ community, and there's Raylos, and there's K-pop people. They're all subsets of people. I don't know exactly what subset of people are out there defending Will Smith, but they're wrong and they're dumb. And, you can, two things can be true at the same time. You can say that you understand why he did it, but also that he shouldn't have done it. And the actress from Batwoman is currently being canceled. Zoe Kravitz, Lenny Kravitz's daughter, grew up a wealthy child, and really had to work hard to make it in Hollywood with famous parents and millions of dollars. Anyway, she's currently being called essentially a predator, in a weird attempt to cancel her simply for calling it out. Zoe Kravitz is getting instantly canceled for condemning Will Smith over Chris Rock's slap. You can see BuzzFeed. Zoe Kravitz shading Will Smith for hitting people led to tons of people digging up her, quote, problematic past comments about the then 14-year-old Jaden Smith and her friendship with Alexander Wang. Okay. Well, let's take a look. Everyone knows what happens. Everyone already knows what happened, okay? I don't care about Hollywood people. They can eat themselves. If she, I'm not going to exactly go out of my way to defend her, but I do think it's pretty interesting. So, firstly, she posted a picture of her on the Oscars red carpet. Zoe wrote, "Here's a picture of my dress at the award show. We're apparently assaulting people on stage now." She shared a second photo of her after party hours later, captioning, "And here's a picture of my dress at the party of the award show where we're apparently screaming profanities and assaulting people on stage now." Pretty innocuous, right? Leaving no room for misinterpretation, Zoe then responded directly to a fan who commented, "You don't support him defending his wife?" She wrote, "Nope." Again, I don't know. I don't want to cast aspersions on whatever community is out there calling this defending your wife, but it's not. Going and putting your hands on somebody for some words that they say, opening your family up to turmoil. When you're a super rich celebrity, okay, you don't suffer the same consequences as regular folks. Somebody says something about my wife and I go and I slap them even, right? They trip and they fall backwards and they hit their head on a fire hydrant and die. I'm going to jail. I know you can say, like, oh my God, what are the odds of that happening? Yeah, low, but it has happened. It's happened multiple times in the past where somebody obviously isn't meaning to hurt somebody that bad. Like there was that guy who was like getting on a bus and harassing bus goers, and somebody pushed him off the bus and he died, and that guy went to jail for like 10 years or something like that. So I mean, no, don't act like it's not possible. And secondly, when you're a pleb like the rest of us, you go putting your hands on people and you end up in court and they take everything you have, or you end up going to jail and then it affects your career, or it affects your life. Like, yes, fights happen, okay, and they're always wrong for the most part. And I think that this particular case, him going up on stage in front of millions of viewers and responding to words with getting physical is not defensible.
I used to think that it was a bit hyperbolic to say that people on the left can craft racism out of absolutely any situation, but here's the thing. That was before I discovered this show on the TYT network called Indisputable with Rashad Ritchie. I believe that's how you pronounce his name. I apologize for that. Or, as people in my audience have dubbed, the non-white version of Sean King. I'm sure you guys have heard stories about people earning tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars investing in cryptocurrency. Believe me, I know you heard, because crypto people can't shut up about it. But did you know there's actually a way for you to earn all this investing in crypto and avoid paying capital gains tax? If you open up a crypto Roth IRA with My Digital Money, you can watch your music clips since money.com. But here's the thing, even though I heard this sentiment before, that the left can craft racism out of absolutely anything, the truth is there has to be a limiting principle. There has to be a situation where the other factors are so blatant, obvious, and in your face that you can't boil it down to race. But of course, that's not the case, and the story we're talking about today is a situation that makes 100% sense for anybody, but since there was a black person in the vicinity of the situation, it has been declared by Dr. Rashad a racist incident.
Music artist goes into a bank. Not only do they take her check, they then lock the doors, call the police. She ends up getting her check back.
Yes, we are this early in the video, and I'm already dropping the corrections. First and foremost, music artist is a bit of a stretch. Who we're talking about here is a TikToker. This person has a giant following on TikTok, and they are primarily a TikToker. Now, do they do some music or whatever? I don't care, but what they make their money on in reality is TikTok. On top of that, this is a terrible summation of the story. The idea that she went to deposit a check, like a random check, at the bank held it for no reason, which is implied with what he said. Then they locked the doors, then they gave her back the check. Doesn't make any sense. It doesn't give you any accurate information, so this intro already total waste of time.
Let's put up a picture. She goes by Baby Storm on Twitter. Her name is Janice Mofus.
So that's her picture. Apparently, the thing that I'm supposed to notice about her that makes her distinct from the general population is that she's black. That's the thing that you're supposed to take away from that photo. Her being black is the 14th thing that I notice about that photo, and I'm sure most of you out there on the internet.com, it's like the 20th, because you're more observant than I am, and you guys are much cooler about people's appearances. But here on the actual Justice Warrior YouTube channel, we don't play those games. I was just talking about her lovely hair and how it's different colors and all. Let's just roll into the video.
If you need to call my father, if you need to call whoever, you can make the call. It's not an issue.
The department who is doing the check, they're supposed to do it. It's not in our power, so we cannot call anybody.
So you guys don't verify. You guys can cash the check, and I'm at the bank.
If the department tells me no, we cannot. And the department tells us no, so we cannot.
So the first thing that you want to take note of is the fact that we are in the middle of the story. Now, you can always make the claim that there's more context from before a situation than when the camera actually gets turned on. But since Dr. Rashad did not give us a setup for why they would even be suspicious of the check, we're just thrown into a situation where she's arguing with a guy who, by the way, is obviously Hispanic.
Oh, so you said that it was a white guy. What happened?
With a Hispanic accent.
Oh, so you said that it was a white guy. What happened?
Off camera, and he's talking about how he was told by the ups that they can't cash the check. And then all of a sudden she starts asking why they're holding the check from her.
Okay, so is that the reason why she was able to confiscate my check?
No, we need to keep the check further to see where it came from.
Okay, well she just told me that she does not confiscate checks.
She didn't
but
hear that.
She just said that.
Now again, without any proper setup, a lot of you are probably at this point in the story very confused, because she's talking about how this lady confiscated her check, and then this guy's saying we have to do it for further investigation, and you might actually think that maybe the reason they confiscated this check is due to the fact of racial profiling on so evil and racist. Especially when this girl is saying that the teller or whoever confiscated her check just told her that she doesn't confiscate checks, but she did it for her, which is obvious evidence of evil racism.
Okay, well she just told me that she does not confiscate checks. But she just said that. I said, do you confiscate the checks of everyone who comes in here? She said no. I said, so why did you confiscate mine?
Yeah, because the back office need to investigate more on that check.
Okay, but if that's the case, then why don't you confiscate the checks of everyone else who comes in here?
So right here, if you're actually paying attention, if you're actually listening, your antenna should have went up. The red flags should be all around you, because she said that that woman told her that she doesn't confiscate checks. The guy says, no, she didn't. And then she changed her sentence to her saying that she asked her if she confiscates the checks of every single person who comes into the building, which is what the woman she was talking about earlier said no to. And then she's like, well, why did you confiscate my specific check? These are two different questions. These are two very different questions. Obviously, if something about her check was suspicious, it might be confiscated, even though that woman doesn't confiscate the checks of every single person who comes in the building. She's trying to gin up hysteria. She's trying to create a racialized situation by changing around the questions and the words and manipulating the information that she gives you, because again, she's the one holding the camera. This is one of the reasons why I find her to be an untrustworthy narrator. On top of that, the Indisputable Network is also an untrustworthy narrator, because we're about to get the information as to why they're holding the check in the first place, why they found it suspicious, and we're going to see if you guys out there in the audience might agree, if you're a bank teller, that you probably wouldn't be comfortable cashing this check.
You don't want to cash the check because it's a $30,000 check, and I'm black, and you're telling me you can't verify it.
Yeah, that's right. The check that she's bringing to the bank, the totally normal check that she's bringing to the bank,
just random $30,000 check,
not a certified check, not a money order, for $30,000. This is what she decided to bring to the bank before it closed to get cash, and all of a sudden, because, you know, they can't verify it, which is obviously code word for racism, it's obviously some bank being racist by not giving her the money. Think about if you were a teller and somebody in this situation showed up to you with a $30,000 check when you couldn't verify the funds, what you would do in response to that. You think that would be a little bit suspicious? You think them telling you, hey, you can call my dad and he'll tell you that I wrote the check, is the most believable thing in this situation? It's pretty absurd for her to be claiming racism when obviously this is an atypical scenario, thus warranting an atypical response. Need I remind you that the FBI launches investigations under the Patriot Act into transactions over $10,000, and this is 3 times that threshold, so obviously it's going to set off some red flags at the bank, and if they can't get clearance to cash it, and if it gets cited for fraud, then yeah, they're gonna hold the check, call the authorities, and have this sorted out.
I got more video. I did some research, and yes, it's customary. If the bank does not want to cash your check, they give you your check back.
So Dr. Rashad says that he did research into this, and he did verify that it's customary, because, you know, banking institutions in the United States of America operate on customs, not on regulations and defined rules, for a bank to give a check back to you when they don't feel comfortable cashing that check. And in most cases, this is likely true. However, in instances where you suspect fraud or some kind of crime, the idea that financial institutions want to just hand you that back so you can go try and scam somebody else is not the case. I know this because my grandmother at one point was scammed by one of these check cashing things, and at the check cashing place, they held on to it even after they couldn't verify the funds.
I got more video. I did some research, and yes, it's customary. Yes, it's customary.
But Dr. Rashad looked into the customs, ceremonies, and traditions of the banks, and he says that he was able to verify this without any source provided or any example or any acknowledgement of the unique circumstances of this situation versus a normal situation where a bank declines to cash a check.
So tell me why I literally never experienced what I just experienced. I'm not the kind of person to come on here crying, but Citibank,
but I'm doing it right now.
My dad sent me a check to pay off my rent for the next year, and that's it. And I go into Citibank to cash the check so I can pay my rent, and they confiscate my check and refuse to give it back, and they say, hey, we can't cash this. I said, why can't you cash it? They're like, we can't verify the check. I said, okay, so do you want to call my dad? He sent me the check from New York. If you want, I can, you know, he can give you his bank routing number. She's like, no, you know, we can't verify this check. I can't cash this check, and I'm confiscating the check.
Did you guys catch that? She just said that she told the people at the bank that she received a $30,000 check from her father in New York that they could not verify. And apparently this check was for a year's worth of rent, and and they should have just cashed it or given it back to her, and it shouldn't have raised any suspicion. You see what I mean about the left being able to turn any situation, no matter how absurd, into racism? For you to believe that the deciding factor in the decision surrounding this situation is race, you would have to ignore so many odd things about this situation, so many anomalies in the story, completely suspend your disbelief, and think that somehow your inability to verify a check at a bank should be outweighed by the girl saying, I'll give you somebody's phone number and they'll give you a routing number and a checking account number. By the way, I don't know if you guys have ever seen a check in your lifetime. You know what's featured on personal checks? A routing number and an account number. So if this is a check cashing scheme, then the person that she would probably set up to call and verify this, because they're not calling the bank because they can't verify it through that situation, would probably be in on the scheme. She's not providing any alternative verification that's any better than what they're dealing with right now. And if you think the bank, Citibank, is going to cash a check based on some random dude over the phone, whether it turns out to be true or not, is absurd in every possible way. If you think this boils down to race, then you're not paying attention.
I said, why are you confiscating my check? If you're not going to cash my check, okay, then let me go to somewhere else that can cash my check, right? And then I said, do you confiscate everyone's checks who comes in here that you can't verify? She's like, no. I said, okay, so then why are you confiscating mine?
Again, we have a contradiction to what she was stating in the bank and what was played first by this YouTube video. At first, she was saying the woman said she never confiscates any checks. But again, different question. She said, do you confiscate everybody's check when you can't verify it? And the woman says no, obviously indicating, probably there was an answer in there, that only when it's seriously suspicious, which by the way, the situation is seriously suspicious. And if you don't think it's suspicious, if you think the bank should just blindly cash this personal check without any issue, then I got a question for you. If it were your account that this check was written out in, if it was 10% of this amount, $3,000 instead of $30,000, would you want some extra verification before this bank just debited that money from your account and gave it to somebody else? I think so. I think you would be on board if you were the one whose check that she was bringing in to cash for her own personal gain.
So damn sad. This was at a Citibank in LA. Let's put up a picture of Baby Storm again. 22 years of age, alternative artist, goes by the name Baby Storm. Her father had written and mailed a check to her for $30,000 to cover a year's worth of rent. Stand up father, stand up child, cashing the check as instructed by her father, and they violated the rules. The bank violated the rules.
I like the way that Dr. Rayshad says this, like it's the most normal thing in the world. The father just wanted to pay his daughter's rent for a year, so obviously he wrote a $30,000 check to her and then mailed it to her, you know, instead
got
of
her
using
to just go
PayPal
cash
or
herself. Like,
Venmo
what the
to send the money
who
to her
does that?
instantly. By the way, I got PayPal and Venmo links in the description. And for those of you who are like Sean, you can't send $30,000 in a single transaction via PayPal or Venmo or any of these other apps. Sure, but you could probably send 1/12 of that 12 different times to pay somebody's monthly rent over the course of the 12 months that they will be paying the rent. It's very odd, and I don't know why people are pretending that it isn't odd, to bring in, for the first time ever with no history of these kind of deposits, a $30,000 check that says for rent, and then
You want to kind
pressed
of
on
build
the
that
issue,
history
you
with
say
the
it's
bank.
for a year's rent. Don't worry, call this
Then it
number.
becomes
I
like no
swear it's my
issue
dad. My
after a
dad
while.
sent me this money.
Now they're locking me in the bank.
We didn't lock you in the bank.
Yeah, you're locking me. If it's closed,
We're not locking you in the
okay.
bank.
Thank you very much. So that door is unlocked.
Love that.
So that door is unlocked.
One of these down, so no customer coming.
Okay, so no problem. So that door is unlocked.
All of them is unlocked.
Okay, no
But
problem.
you have to wait here until police came.
I don't have to do anything.
So the reason they're holding the check, by the way, if you haven't figured it out, is because they called the police and they're waiting for the police to come and sort something out. Because obviously this looks like a $30,000 check cashing scam. The bank doesn't want to be victimized by this potential scam, and they don't want other financial institutions to be victimized. I am certain that banks have reporting requirements for situations like this, and they're not just supposed to let random people wander out under the fear that that person might accuse them of being evil racists. But I gotta go to this quote, this next graphic that is read by Dr. Rashad, because it's kind of absurd.
Damn.
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 Bro, it's not that serious. This is standard operating procedure, perfectly normal. The only thing that's atypical is the way that she's acting and the check that she brought in and everything surrounding her story. And considering she's an e-celebrity, I actually think that she provoked this instance on her own in order to elicit this response, in order to play victim.
There's more. The employee physically said.
I gotta laugh at the fact that this girl, and Dr. Rashad now read, actually stated that the man physically said that I could not leave, which implies that he was gonna threaten somebody physically, like he physically was gonna say words, which I guess is true, but it's an incredibly weird and odd way of framing it. And then she says they wrongfully called the cops on me.
That I could not leave until the cops get there, because they also called the cops on me wrongfully.
It's not wrongfully calling the cops on you. Just because you didn't actually commit a crime doesn't mean there isn't reasonable suspicion to assume that you did, and a good solution is to not handle it yourself and get the police involved, the proper authorities, so that they will sort this thing out.
Because they also called the cops on me wrongfully for no reason at all.
Wrongfully for no reason at all. All I did was bring in a check for $30,000 that could not be verified, with a perfectly logical explanation and reasonable story, that being that my dad mailed this check to me from New York City, which is very specific, sounds rehearsed honestly, because under pressure, people don't usually harp on those very specific sharp details. That's a bit of a red flag for me. To pay my rent for a year. That is totally sensible and no reason at all why anybody would be suspicious of that. They wrongfully called the cops because they wrongfully assumed that there was the potential for check cashing fraud in this situation. Not to mention, I kept demanding my check and wanting to leave, which by the way is understandable that you would want your check back, but again, if you have no issue, obviously they're holding your check because it's suspicion of fraud. This will be sorted when the law enforcement gets there.
A second Citibank employee to put the gates down. She told them. The only door that was even open for me to exit was a side door, but he was standing and guarding the door and said I could not leave.
So the reason they brought down the gates, and you heard it in the video, is because they didn't want more customers to come in because the bank was closing. The reason he, which is just defined as he, it could very easily be the security guard, was blocking the one exit is because they were detaining her under suspicion of fraud, which of course makes sense because again, her story made absolutely no sense. It still makes absolutely no sense.
After 10 minutes of back and forth with the teller who took the check, it was eventually returned, and she was able to leave the bank.
So the check was eventually returned. By the way, feels a little bit odd. Feels like we're missing a few steps in that story, but whatever. Dr. Rashad, totally trustworthy narrator for this story, and this girl, totally trustworthy. I mean, we're only getting one side of the story, and I'm sure that one side is totally trustworthy, and then she was able to leave, so she was totally fine. This was just an odd situation, and the reason they held the check is because it was suspicious, because this was a very suspicious situation. But Dr. Rashad has to emphasize the legal check.
And she was able to leave the bank with her legal check. Okay?
The legal check.
With her legal check.
It's so absurd that he thinks this is a good point, emphasizing the legal check. Again, is he not aware of the fact that people can sometimes, and I know this might be shocking to you, especially when there's the chance to get a large sum of money, not tell the truth? Sometimes people lie. Sometimes people bring in checks that are fraudulent, and they try to give explanations, and when those explanations sound suspicious, that sets off red flags. The police are getting called, and then all of a sudden people realize that the check was in fact fraudulent. That does happen occasionally. Dr. Rashad, I assure you, some people don't tell the truth. It's not like when you enter the bank, you enter a zone where lying is forbidden by the spirits of the bank.
Citibank has said they are investigating the incident. Let me give you a quote. We have spoken with Janice Mofis and are working closely with her to resolve the issue in question. Citi told LA Weekly Thursday, we are taking this matter very seriously and have launched a thorough investigation into what transpired on Tuesday. Well, I launched an investigation of my own. Your employees were racist as hell, and they need to be fired.
City says that they were going to launch an investigation. Well, I will launch an investigation of my own. Citigroup, your employees, the Latin employees, because by the way, you can hear the Latin accents, and it's LA, were racist as hell and they need to be fired. That's the investigation because I am presenting one side of the story and I'm leaving out details and glossing over key details. So therefore, the answer is racism and they need to be fired. Fire those middle-class people because this upper-class black girl was offended by the fact that they didn't want to cash her very suspicious $30,000 check, and they didn't just call her dad based on a phone number that she would have given them and said, okay, it's all good. Here's your money, honey. Just take it and, you know, we'll get fired for clearing this fraudulent check that we were told we were not allowed to cash. But sure, whatever. That's the racist as hell. Racist as hell.
They broke your own stated policies. They kidnapped a young lady against her will. They need to have criminal charges brought against them. Case closed.
So this is what we call a lie built on top of another lie. They did not break their own stated policies. This girl said, do you confiscate literally every single check that comes into the bank that you can't verify? They said no, obviously indicating that there was something uniquely suspicious about this check, which by the way, there definitely was. Thus, this check warranted confiscation. So that's not breaking their policies. This girl's questions aren't going to fool me. Maybe they'll fool you, Dr. Rashad, but I'm a little bit better at listening and paying attention, and I didn't come with the pre-existing conclusion that anytime anything slightly inconvenience happens to somebody who is in fact black, therefore it's evil racism. On top of that, they did not commit kidnapping, you buffoon. Even if you think that they unlawfully imprisoned her, since they did not move her into the location, she would have came there and they locked the doors behind her. That would be false imprisonment. By the way, they didn't do that either. They asked her to leave. They just said they were confiscating the check, and then they were trying to detain her, or at least trying to make sure the police showed up so they could investigate this for fraud. That is not kidnapping by any stretch of the word. If you're trying to find a crime that somehow resembles this, assuming that they were in the wrong, which by the way, they were not in the wrong, it was incredibly suspicious, it would be false imprisonment. But hey, what do you know?
Janice says she plans to pursue legal action for what happened, and she should, recognizing that her treatment was racially motivated. It's definitely a racial thing for sure, Janice said. At that point, I feel like it's above me and just like a way bigger issue that needs awareness. You are absolutely right.
I really hope that Citigroup does not settle with her, because honestly, what they should do is fight back and through discovery, find out that this girl concocted this scheme, because honestly, there is a better chance than not that she did concoct this scheme. A way better chance of her concocting the scheme than the determining factor behind them being suspicious of this $30,000 personal check that she was bringing into the bank actually being race. That's not what caused this. This was not a race issue. You're not a hero. Stop playing the victim. We can see through it.
At that point, I feel like it's above me and just like a way bigger issue that needs awareness. You are absolutely right.
You are absolutely wrong in every possible way, and it's embarrassing.
Another story, banking while black. No criminal issue. Now, they can't say, oh my goodness, she had on a mask. No, she didn't. The bank did not require it. She just came in with a regular ass legal check.
So that, oh, she was wearing a mask thing is a reference to the Ryan Coogler story, which was also a fake racism story, where Ryan Coogler showed up to the bank, decided to write on the back of a deposit slip a handwritten note, you know, like a robber would do, was not only wearing a mask, but was wearing sunglasses, a hat, and had a hoodie on, and he had two of his friends out front in the bank waiting with the engine running. So Ryan Coogler looked like a bank robber. The cops showed up, they detained him, determined that he wasn't a bank robber, and then let him go. Ryan Coogler also said that he had $12,000 in cash to pay a medical worker, which was totally nonsensical. But again, as we said in that video, Ryan Coogler can spend his money however he wants. So that was another fake story that he's referencing, trying to make it seem like it was a real story. And then he's like, it was just a regular check. Yeah, a regular check for $30,000 for a year's worth of rent that they could not verify. Seems a little bit suspicious. I don't know about you. Maybe you never worked a real job in your life. Maybe you were always a race hustler. But I guarantee you, if somebody had a check of 30 grand from his account and they cashed it without verifying it because, you know, the person who came in was a black person, he would be livid if he was on the hook for that money.
And all of that happened to that young black woman at that bank. You see how leadership, bad leadership permeates the culture. I'm sure at least one person at the bank said, this isn't right what we're doing. They didn't say anything. They didn't speak up. Everyone who watches this segment, I want this to be a
he doesn't
reminder
realize
to
that
you
like 7
that you
years
have
of
the
bank
power
procedures
of
stack up
Yeah,
over the years
no,
to
I
me.
doubt it, because if you
But,
explain
like
this to
things
somebody
like this
who
have
take the
happened so many
racial
times in the
elements out of
past.
it,
People scam banks. They
everybody would
have that
understand
procedures like
why
this
this
in
would be a
place.
suspicious transaction. Everybody would understand why you would withhold this potentially fraudulent check and call the police and not let another bank get defrauded by this person because you can't verify the funds. It's a large amount. Her explanation makes no sense, and the idea that you just call a number that she gives you also makes no sense.
Make people like that feel uncomfortable. I'm talking about the people that profiled her. You have the power to do that. Even if they don't change course, you have the power of one.
The people that profiled her make them feel uncomfortable. They didn't profile her. There was nothing having anything to do with race in this situation. It is absurd for you to suggest that.
Yeah, back to more stereotypes, as we've always seen this happen. Of course, the first thought is, hey, this is a black person with a large enough check that I feel shouldn't be, there's no way she has access to these kinds of funds. She mentioned the $30,000 to pay for her rent for the year. So that's number one. That's the first red flag in their mind. Black folks don't have money.
JR, just because you say red flag in a sarcastic way doesn't make it not a red flag. And the idea that it's not suspicious when somebody brings in a personal check for $30,000 for a year's worth of rent that was mailed to her from her dad in New Jersey, who you could totally call on the telephone to verify it, even though they can't verify it through their system, is absurd in every possible way. And I'm assuming that she doesn't have a lot of money in her account typically, which if she banks there, they would have access to that information, because if she did, she probably wouldn't need daddy to send her money to pay her rent. She would probably be able to do that on her own. Now, I'm sure she'll get a lot more money off of race grifting off of this, but all of this seems incredibly suspicious. And again, it has nothing to do with race. You know how many times I've had to cash a check as a YouTuber when I had a specific arrangement with an organization because I did an event and the bank looked at me sideways, the bank had to verify the funds? It happens all the time. Or the bank delayed the check or told me up front that I wasn't going to get access to part of the money before it clears, because certain banks give you like $200 a day before because they found this suspicious, because there was like YouTuber or something written in the memo that I asked the company not to write in the memo. Yeah, this happens all the time for less money and has happened to me. But sure, $30,000 for an unverifiable check, whatever, not a big deal, no problemo, sure, totally fine, don't worry about it.
Number two, they also don't know their rights, so I can just tell her anything that I say is the rules and the regulations here. She has to believe because she's too dumb to actually know what's happening until they confront someone who does know. And she is confident in the fact that she's legally there to do what her own business, which they kept her, which you mentioned, the kidnapping. So now I can block the door physically as a larger human being and keep her from leaving because you have some kind of detaining rights that cops normally have. No.
First of all, security guards do typically have detaining rights that cops normally have, and everyday citizens actually have detaining rights that cops have. And the reason for this is because the police are agents of the government. The government is endowed all of its powers by the people, and the people cannot give the government powers that they do not ultimately hold within themselves. So JR, you don't know what you're talking about. About her talking about how, oh, I know my rights, or I know the procedures, or whatever. Again, obviously she doesn't. She was asking two different questions for the camera in order to produce responses that people like you would just pick up on and not notice the difference and run with. Unlike you, I actually listened to what she said. I listened to the two very distinct questions that were asked, and I didn't take this girl's word for it, and I didn't pretend that there's nothing suspicious about this, and I didn't put race above all other factors in this situation. Do you think they do this to a black person who brings in a check for $300 that normally makes those deposits? What about $3,000? Do you think they find that suspicious all the time? Probably not. It's probably because of the large amount of money, the fact that it was a personal check, the fact that they couldn't verify it, and the fact that her explanation didn't make a lot of sense.
But also at the same time, they've learned the lessons that black folks will learn about cops. We'll call them and they'll believe us over them. So when black folks know that, they're like, oh, I'm not sure where this is gonna go because we've seen how much we've gotten mistreated before. And the folks that are doing it to her have learned the same lesson, except they're on the privileged side.
Now, because I want to be as fair as possible to the side that says, oh, well, it's because of her race that they were suspicious of this check, I do want to point out that in the movie Blank Check, this white kid was allowed to cash a check for $1 million, thus proving the racism exists. But hey, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this was the most reasonable situation you could have possibly imagined, and everything about this was on the up and up, and it was just the Hispanics at this bank were evil racists who are racist and evil and racist. Let me know what you guys think down in the comments below. If you liked the video, you can show me by leaving a like. You can subscribe for more content. You can follow me on all my social medias. You can support me via the support links in the description box. This has been me talking about this weird TikToker scam. Till next time.
Oh my god, I'm getting so tired. Good night.